Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, colleagues. Thank you for coming this unusually cold April morning. Somehow I feel responsible for this weather. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for joining this conversation about challenges in information environment. Let me start with very simple observation that every technological shift reshapes not only how we communicate, but also how we can be misled. And I remember, like, when it all started, all these discussions about disinformation, like 10, 12 years ago, and I've been in this business for so long, I remember that our conversations about disinformation were almost technical. We were talking about social media algorithms and how bad actors like Russia use them in their advantage. How the algorithms reward engagement, how they can be gamed, how visibility can be engineered. And very quickly we saw how it was implemented. I remember one of the most memorable example is disinformation campaigns during annexation of Crimea, when Russia deployed thousands of bots and trolls account, creating this image. It was huge campaign, creating this image of average Crimean citizen which wanted to join Russia, which didn't want to be part of Ukraine. And eventually, many people thought that it was true. Back then, it felt big. But in hindsight, it was only a very early warning of what was coming. Over the years, platforms introduced more rules, more regulations, more safeguards, but one thing didn't change. Those who were spreading disinformation kept adapting, looking for new vulnerabilities, new loopholes, changing platforms, changing tactics, and changing formats. And today we face another scale of challenge. Artificial intelligence is not just accelerating disinformation, but it's transforming it. We are no longer dealing with distorted facts and misleading narratives. We are dealing with the ability to generate content that looks coherent, that sounds authoritative, and mimics the signal of credibility that we have learned to trust. So what I would like to talk about this today, and let me introduce our distinguished speakers. Roman Goncharenko, Eastern European editor at Deutsche Welle. Andriy Kovalenko, head of the Center for Counter-Disinformation, National Security and Defense Council. Igor Roskladai, Deputy Director, Center for Democracy and Rule of Law, and Adam Rutland, Chief Executive Officer, Center for Information Resilience at United Kingdom. My name is Lyubov Tsibulska. I am a moderator of this discussion. We have 45 minutes, not that much. So my guess is that we will have kind of 2 rounds, maybe 1 round of questions, and then we will move to your questions. Let's have Q&A. So I encourage you to be curious, and I encourage our gentlemen to be interesting. So let's start with Roman. You represent media, and we know that media have been under pressure for years and years, losing audiences to social media platforms, and it's especially relevant for Ukraine because we know that according to many polls, majority of Ukrainians consider Telegram the main source of information, which is of course very threatening. But AI seems to be changing the game again. So let me ask you directly, what does disinformation, it's not very fashionable, honestly, word these days, disinformation, let's call it malign information, look like from inside the media, and what worries you the most with regard to AI right now?
Thank you very much, and guten Tag, guten Morgen from Germany. What worries me is that we have an elephant and we don't know what it looks like. We can only see part of a problem. It's an enemy that is hiding in the shadows. And the new technology that you've mentioned, the artificial intelligence, is something that we are learning to deal with, but we don't know how at the moment. Let me give you an example. I have a relative here in Ukraine, an older man in his late 60s, and he's sending me posts or reels from Facebook every day. And I can see that some of them are from artificial intelligence, showing Ukrainian women saying something bad about the Ukrainian government. But he cannot understand that it's artificial, it's fake, it's propaganda. And this is, for me, is the key problem, the older people, because we can do education at schools, we can show the problem, we can make people sensitive, but we don't have the answer what to do with the older generation. And these are people who go to the polls at elections. We had elections last year in Germany to the Bundestag, and Russia was trying to influence it, and there was a relatively big campaign of the so-called shadow sites, or sites that were actually trying to copy German media, like Der Spiegel or the rest, and just use false information. And the problem is, for me as well, we cannot really measure the influence of the disinformation. We can see it, we can say that it's there, but there is a problem with measuring the effect, if it influences people a lot or maybe not so as we think. And of course it's a topic, disinformation, misinformation, false information, that is all over the news, has been there for years. But on the other hand, we don't have really solutions. And the biggest problem, the biggest challenge for me also as a journalist is the balance between fighting disinformation and preserving freedom of press, freedom of speech. For Germany, it's a special case because German laws are very, very liberal because of the German history, because the Nazis closed all the papers and so on and so forth. So that's why it is more difficult in Germany to fight disinformation. And later, when I have a chance to talk about German media and artificial intelligence, there was a very prominent example just a few weeks ago with the television channel ZDF, when they broadcast a news piece using artificial intelligence there, and it is not allowed according to the standards of that TV channel. And that was a big news in Germany, because for the first time artificial intelligence somehow managed to get into the main television news on a national channel. There were, the reporter who did that was removed, so it had big waves. On the other hand, you know, summing up, I would say that you've mentioned that it's a challenge, of course it is, but on the other hand, we lost our monopoly on information, which is okay. It will never be the same to the social media. But on the other hand, I think disinformation and artificial intelligence may lead to that people will have more trust to the classic media. So I think it will return.
Those people who have critical thinking, of course. Thank you for this. Thank you, and let's move to how governments see it. And now I will switch to Ukrainian language, and I will ask Andriy Kovalenko. Дякую, що ви
Thank you for being with us, Andriy. You represent Center of Counter and Disinformation at the National Defense and Security Council. Your center was set up a year before full-scale invasion, and at the very beginning, at the outset, you were in the center of all these disinformation attacks. tell us how the state approaches change, approaches of the state. If we can say this, because currently at the moment you are the only big center engaged into countering disinformation, not strategic communication, but countering Russian disinformation. How the approaches change? What would be your forecast where we're moving to? Thank you. I will start with saying that one of the functions of the center is to coordinate. We cooperate with special services, including intelligence, in order not only to counter, but also be proactive and make an impact on the enemy. That is creation of information attacks against the enemy on different topics. About countering, the major problem in Ukraine today is the absence of clear-cut legislation which would streamline the definition, what the disinformation is, how is it present in media or information space, which would allow the state to act more rapidly. Why there is no such thing? We have discussed this with the members of parliament. There might be a sort of a law, but the functions are going to be identified in terms of countering extremism, because the major threat is when people are recruited through Telegram in order to commit clandestine activities. And there are no members of parliament currently here. I would like to ask them, but anyway, in 2024, when I became the head of our center, we started working with platform, with the Meta office, with TikTok office, with YouTube, in order to speed up blocking of destructive content and adapt AI instruments which exist in TikTok in particular.
Such as she content, as well as Russian propaganda with links to hashtag, in particular related to mobilization. Plus the sanction mechanism. We worked directly with the representative of the president and the security service of Ukraine to make sure that people such as Alexei Arestovich and other bloggers who left Ukraine and who work in a destructive way for Ukrainian information space. The sanction mechanism gives an opportunity for the state to require a platform to block their content. YouTube and TikTok have their own policies, but they don't operate under martial law. Therefore, you have to prove that this person is violating their policies or legislation. Then they would limit that. On the one hand, this is good because the state could move toward digital dictatorship, because it might lead to negative consequences. Sounds threatening, digital dictatorship. Well, I'm against that, of course. Instead of limitations, I think I prefer dialogue. However, with bloggers and people who work for Russia, including intelligence organs of Russia, the only thing we can do is to block the information resources. Okay, which platforms do you enjoy good dialogue? You mentioned Meta, but the biggest concern is Telegram, TikTok, any others? Well, you see, with TikTok, strange as it might seem to many of you, it's the best progress. We were able to block a page which was created by the Russia. They were using Shi content, and the video was blocked. Meta takes much longer. With X, last year, when a number of pages by Russians was created, we found this out from our intelligence agency. They used personalities such as work at Trump, and they would spread the Russian content. There was no direct reaction, but Michael was able to post on WhatsApp some evidence, and that was blocked. I must ask you about Telegram. I have to ask you. Well, there are methods that we use to put pressure and destroy some content. We use some methods in digital space, but this is not done through dialogue. No. There's no dialogue at all. Therefore, any attempt for dialogue, Durov received and perceived as an ultimatum. After that, some bots were removed who worked for TOT and that were useful for our intelligence services. They were restored, but Durov basically sent this is in doing so, he sent this signal out, implying that they should never put any more pressure on him. Okay, my comment is that the problem with Telegram, we see that we have enough evidence that Telegram is dangerous because content is not verified, and they perceive Telegram as media. Often it's anonymous, but they also recruiting people for money to do certain tasks, including murders, arson, and we know that Telegram is dangerous. Having said that, Ukrainian state doesn't seem to be prepared to do anything about it. In the past, a wrong decision was made, and Vkontakte was banned because it was under control of FSB. But Russians found other means and interventions, and they found new access to Ukrainian audience. So now, when we ask the question why we're not doing anything about it, why we're not blocking it, we basically are facing the brick wall. And Ukrainian government is also using Telegram. That's why they do not find it in their interests to close Telegram. But when people ask why you're not banning Telegram, they say, but we're not Russians.
Again, and you know social media very well from inside. You have repeatedly helped us not to be banned by Facebook. You save us quite often. We know your contact, and once something happens, once our page is under threat, we go to you. You understand how they work. According to researchers, and I read this article, I think, in Guardian, according to researchers, 20% of all YouTube content is AI slop, so low quality artificial intelligence content, and algorithms works the way that you kind of see it more and more, revenue and like the out. It's a very good business. The revenue, if I'm not mistaken, every year from this AI slop is more than $100 million. And my question to you is, how do you see how social media counter AI disinformation? What is the strategy? Do they have strategy? What companies do have? What companies are still dragging behind, do not understanding the threat?
Oh, it's a very good question. Good morning. Maybe I will try to continue which my colleague told about platforms. Platforms use their own rules mainly. Rules based on the imagination of the world. Let's say their protection, their business against any sort court cases, especially in US. We know that US is a country of the court cases. Secondly, it's some UN standards like Rabat Plan against hate speech, for example, and some international regulation and some regional regulation. This forms these community standards or community guidelines on different platforms, different names, but they intend similar. They prohibit some type of content. It's, for example, terrorist content or protection of minors and so on and so on. But we must always remember that in 1996, US passed amendments to their legislation, which state that this is internet intermediaries. In European Union, they also called online platforms in Digital Services Act again, they internet intermediaries. The main difference, they are not media. They have no editorial control. And this is very important. When we demand something from platforms, we forgot that they present themselves and trying to protect this role, that we are not content creator. We just allow all of you to post something. And this is maybe the biggest problem that we have now, that we see a huge amount of disinformation, and not only Russian, sorry, but on Ukrainian, Polish side, in TikTok, I see every day a lot of videos hateful against Ukrainians. And this will be increased because next year in Poland will be elections. And we see also a lot of videos against TCK in Ukraine. Just scrolling TikTok this morning, and I saw a lot of them. Some of them AI made, but some of them are real. It's just malinformation. It's just repackaged some video content in the point they want to represent, and this is the problem. And the problem when we're talking about disinformation, we're talking about platforms that, yes, we're trying to cooperate. We also have now, let's say, onboarded on TikTok. We already have 2 platforms. I have 2 channels with Meta. One, it's Threats Exchange. It's reporting scam and all fraud activities. And let's say that disinformation always combined with fraud activity. For example, scamming profiles, trying to steal money, phishing of the pages, phishing profiles. It's absolutely in parallel all these years of full-scale invasion. I see it I help a lot. I can't help business, unfortunately, but to public officials, to important institutions, we're trying to cooperate, of course. But at the same time, I see a lot of content, and when I'm trying to report, for example, profile on Facebook with all this artificial Sora-made soldiers on the front line, which saying that this is war for money and blah, 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 Meta says we checked with our AI instrument and we can prove that this is AI. And that's the case. We now on the stage when we have a lot of well-quality AI product, which we sometimes can define which is AI or not. And that's the case. That instruments are too cheap and too well quality, well produced, then sometimes you need to see artificials like something bad text, or for example, I had one video when railroad and the electrical equipment staying on the road. You understand that this is a mistake, but in general, it's very difficult to find that this is AI, and that's the case. And I can say that when we're trying to think about combating disinformation, we need to maybe roll back and think in we can beat all viruses in the world. It's not possible because they are developing as we, as human, as any animal, any mushroom, and so on. But we're trying to protect ourselves to make a vaccination, make other sport, and so on and so on. With this information, we need to think about this. We can't combat all this because when we will have combination AI with quantum computers, oops, it will be much more terrible than we have now. This situation now is terrible, frankly speaking.
Okay, give us a picture. What is coming?
I think that we will have so well-produced videos that we will have no instrument to prove, and any elections will be under the threat. Elections now under the threat. We see case of Romania. We see case attempts in Moldova. We will see what will go in Hungary already. We will see Poland. And frankly speaking, elections will be one of the most attacked by disinformation, first of all. Of course, in Ukraine, we have mobilization. It's also attacked. Zelensky now attacked also. I see a lot of videos against Zelensky. Oh, anti-Semitism. We have now a law combating anti-Semitism, and we have already a lot of videos saying that this is a Jews' power, world power that will try to clear Ukrainian nation.
So, but this is the problem. This is how we see it. But what is the solution?
Solution, there is no clear solution and no one-way solution. Yes, we need to cooperate with platform, but we also need to think how to educate people, starting from the Finnish people starting to work with 6 months toddlers, because there is no other way. Technology will increase. The quality of these products will increase. And if you try only to prohibit, it's very short.
Digital dictatorship, we know how to call it.
Prohibition, it's only short, let's say we will try to make a short step to prohibit something because we understand that the threat is very high. But in long term, it's not working. Because there will be Telegram, we will see some other platforms could raise, and what we will do with them. Telegram is a very bad case in the, it shows that it could be platforms without regulation. When you have no regulation, everyone can do everything. And Telegram is a very great example. If you have no regulation, if you have no jurisdiction, one's the problem in Ukraine, why we have no law. Because yes, we can pass law. I wrote laws, law on media, I co-author of the law and so on. But if you have no jurisdiction, so what?
So if Ukrainian government comes to you and asks, Igor, what should we do with Telegram? What would be your response?
With Telegram, I could say that, short, of course, we need to prohibit them. I'm support this prohibition of Telegram. It's very important because it's about cognitive warfare. It's not only about disinformation. It's about technological attacks, scam, and so on, misrepresentation, which is very popular now on every platform. Again, recently I deleted, for example, clones of representative of Ombudsman of Ukraine and Poland. There was 3 clones on Facebook. Absolutely identical. The only difference that some piece of content, specific content, will added to regular content, just copied from the original place. And this is a strategy which is used now not only by Russians. Again, in Poland, I deleted clones of Miroslava Kedek, head of Ukrainian House in Warsaw, with AI-generated deepfakes when she spread in brackets, spread some hateful content against Polish people. And that's why we need to combine different techniques. There is no one technique. We need to combine education. We need to combine some legal instruments to find, for example, these bloggers. And yes, I absolutely agree, we need to use sanctions. We need to collaborate with platforms, and we need to talk maybe with US, European Union.
When you say we, what do you mean?
We
as governments?
We as a state, we as NGOs, of course. It's, again, we are in the same boat. There is no difference between state and the NGO sector now, because we absolutely cooperate with security service, of course, because we all understand that the threat is too high, unfortunately.
Thank you. Let's move on, and I'm moving to Adam. Adam, what emerging risks related to AI and information integrity do you think are still underestimated and not yet widely discussed?
Thank you. Good morning. Yeah, so the main problem, as we see it from AI coming down the track to hit us next, is the fact that we are building the training data for the next generation of attack. CIR works in open source intelligence. Every piece of OSINT that we produce, every Bellingcat methodology guide, every article by Deutsche Welle, it's ingested by the same AI systems used by the adversary. So we are literally providing the training data for the next generation of attack. The open source community has spent a decade building public methodologies, how we structure reporting, how we source material, the language around uncertainty. And it's been really useful. It's built trust, a lot of trust actually, and it's been used in pre-bunking, it's been used in fact-checking and many other techniques. That's now all training data to the enemy. The signs of trustworthiness are learnable patterns, which means they're reproducible. We will shortly encounter entirely synthetic investigations that look like Bellingcat or CIR or Deutsche Welle reporting, but they will have fabricated source change, probably real locations, but with fabricated events, and with specific hedging language that reads as credible, all false. So that's the AI threat that concerns me the most. One of the best tools in our arsenal is about to become undermined. So what can we do about it? Well, watermarking is unreliable. Detection tools, losing an arms race. Reputation and method used to be a strong defense, but they are both about to become clonable. So as much as we have built the counter-disinformation infrastructure, we've also built the manual on how to attack it. All's not lost. I know I sound negative, but we see this as a huge threat coming down the line. We have had some success attacking the infrastructure around those organizations conducting hostile influence activity. I can't speak to it more here in an open forum, but if you follow our series of reports on the A7 networks around the world, you'll get a good idea of what I'm talking about. And over the last few years, we have taken billions of dollars away from those organizations that are using hostile influence activities to undermine our various states. What else really helps, frankly, is conferences like this. We get to meet other organizations and people who are working on the same problem set. We can swap tips, ideas, thoughts, methodologies. It's been very useful. And actually, I'll take the opportunity to have an open plea. If anyone wants to cooperate or collaborate with CIR, we're very welcome. If we can help you, fine. If you can help us, even better. But we're open. And I guess the last point I'd like to make, and I think this is where the rest of the countries affected by our common enemy could take a leaf out of Ukraine's book. We call a lot of these hostile influence activities, this disinformation, this malign information, we call it grey zone activity. We call it activity below the threshold of response. But this is our definition. We decide it's below the threshold of response. Ukraine hasn't. Ukraine has responded very well and very aggressively. And I think it's maybe time for the other countries in the wider alliance network to do the same thing. Thank you.
Absolutely. And with this regard, I just want to remind everyone that just a few years ago, when the full-scale invasion started, we were almost prohibited to do deep strikes because of fear of escalation. And now we do it, and we see how it changes the game completely. And the same with information operations. We were not, it was like very important to do defensive stuff, but not offensive. But now Ukrainians are doing offensive operations, informational and offensive information operations. And it's again changing the game. Just one small question. You operate, your organization operate in 78 countries, if I'm not mistaken, and give us kind of a understanding how it looks like from this, vantage point. Are we facing the one global information war, or these are, separate ones?
What a question. Yeah, we are operating in 78 countries. I would say that the war in Ukraine, both in a physical and information sense, is a laboratory. People are learning how to fight it as we go. I think that Ukraine is trying to pass on some of those lessons to its allies. Obviously, Russia has the advantage. It can replicate its knowledge around the world, and it is doing so. It is absolutely doing so better than we are learning amongst ourselves, despite wonderful conferences like this. I would say the big impact for AI, for us at least, is I'm old enough to remember when information operations would take 50 people 6 or 7 months. You'd have writers and script editors and cartoonists and all sorts. That's now 3 people in 4 days can do the same thing. So the barrier has dropped to the extent that the adversary is able to project that capability into many other countries at low cost, to the point where they can exhaust the defenses. So I would say that our global view is as intense as the information warfare, the cognitive warfare is here in Ukraine. A similar version to that, at least the lessons drawn from that, are being deployed by Russia globally, particularly in the non-aligned world, but all around the world, to pursue a number of diplomatic, national security, and frankly, financial ends. So they are learning the lessons better than we are, despite the fact that we have in Ukraine the ultimate example of, frankly, what you can do if you have the authority and permissions to respond.
Thank you so much. We have 7 minutes left, and I promised you to give you opportunity to ask questions. So do we have questions? Please, Olena.
Добрий день, Олена Конопля.
Good morning, Olena Konopla, communications expert. I know that all categories of people are vulnerable to disinformation and manipulations, but I wanted to ask you about young people, about teenagers. What do you think? If you can respond to this question. Which countries have been the most successful, and thanks to which methods, to preserve their young people to defend their young people against disinformation and manipulative operations? In Ukraine, it is very acute because Russia is recruiting as many young people and teenagers through social networks and social platforms like Telegram for very shameful actions like burning vehicles and other provocative activities. And some countries have implemented prohibitions for teenagers and children to use social networks. Some countries are using education and awareness activities at schools, or YouTube has this, YouTube Kids has these limitations so the children cannot view certain content. So which methodology do you consider to be the best, to be the most effective, and which countries have been the most successful? So perhaps it is to Ihor, or perhaps Adam and some other speakers can respond as well. Well, Adam obviously has more expertise, and let me give you a very simple example why I'm skeptical about prohibitions. So for pornography, we have this prohibition until 18 years of age, and I was able to view it at 13. So any prohibition for teenagers, and teenagers are prone to protest as they are, so we need to have a psychologist here to show the way it works. But when you prohibit a teenager to do something, it is great for the providers of that content. So prohibitions alone will not be able to tackle this problem. Finland would be a classic example, because in Finland, I was amazed back in 2017 when the Finnish people told me about the experience they had. They were working on it very profoundly back then, but copying that experience, it will not be simple, because you all have our own cultural codes, and certain things may work in Nordic countries and they're more calm and more placid and more balanced, or perhaps they are more loners. But Ukrainians have a different psychological type. We're not better or worse, we are simply different. So for Ukraine, we need to look for our own way, but perhaps the Russians have hacked us very effectively. When I see Russian-speaking teenagers in Kiev, it is a major trigger to me. So thank you for your response. Thank you for your response. Дуже коротко, дуже коротко. Ну, це не якась окрема річ, це багато різних речей. Коли росіяни використовують для підлітків, для телеграм, вони залишають цифрові свідчення цього. І можна це знайти, можна це зупинити. І можна також використовувати їхні власні вразливості. І фінська модель дуже ефективна. Якщо все це коли комплексно об'єднати, це ваш захист.
Доброго ранку, дякую за ці.
Thank you for this very exciting panel. I'm Andriy Teteruk, and I completely share the opinion that the Russian Federation is trying to undermine Ukrainian resistance and the front lines through information tools to distort the conscience of Ukrainians and their mentality. So we would not keep our victory in the focus of our attention. And they're all using those tools like Telegram, and they're influencing in a negative way the conscience of Ukrainians. And the bloggers who went to other countries, they have also been destructive, and we completely understand this destructive impact on behalf of the Russian Federation. But how do we feel about the fact that Ukrainian bloggers are using the same models, are using the same toolkits, and they have complete support from Ukrainian government? So they're getting military deferments, they are not paying taxes for their revenues. So that is an internal enemy. And what sort of solutions do we need to develop to prevent using the same toolkits that are being used by the enemy, but we still remain Ukrainians and we want to win this war, but we're using the same. So it is a question to Andriy Kovalenko, but perhaps everybody else can respond as well. Thank you for your question, and you have Mykola Kняжицький sitting next to you. It was an honor to launch Espresso together with you, and we have this draft lore. In the media, it is called the Telegram draft lore, but it is more extensive. It is about uncovering the true owners of these media outlets, I believe it is very useful and it is very just. So we can vet some of the anonymous sources we do not need, anonymity which we should not have. As far as bloggers are concerned, I'm not going to comment on taxes. It is not something that is within my purview. We have law enforcement agencies, the same with military deferments. But as far as using methodologies and toolkits is concerned, we do have to use the methodologies that mirror Russia's activities, using the resources that in one way or another have been related to Pavlo Durov, for instance, and Durov is Russian. And at some time ago, there's been a lot of very exciting events by using this particular tool in the information environment against Russia. And while the war is ongoing, these hybrid methodologies against the enemy for our own part, I believe they are quite permissible. So thank you very much.
We're out of time. Thank you for this panel, gentlemen. Thank you for your questions. You have enough time to move upstairs and to listen to the very important speech of the next speaker. Thank you. Дякую вам дуже. Давайте сфотографуємося. Дякую, дякую.
of the Kyiv Security Forum, Arseniy Yatsenyuk.
And we're happy to welcome you to the second day of the Kyiv Security Forum. On the 26th, we will mark a black anniversary of the Chernobyl tragedy. We survived that tragedy, and I recall the 1st of May, 1986, when the Soviets pushed everything out on the streets for the May Day demonstrations. Their successors in the person of today's Russia's President Putin captured the Chernobyl and Zaporizhia power plant and threatened with nuclear weapons to the world. We had the third nuclear arsenal, and we gave it up. We were given security guarantees, and we suffered aggression from Russia. Yesterday, President Harry of the UK said that the US, as a signatory to the Budapest Memorandum, bear responsibility for that aggression, and the US has to live up to its obligation and help Ukraine. And we therefore address our allies to do everything possible to help Ukraine prevail in this war. I would like to shout out our true ally of ours, Poland, and our real ally, President Duda of Poland.
President
Duda and Poland, in the hardest times that started back not just in 2022, but back in the 14th, they reached out a hand of assistance to Ukraine and all the Ukrainians, and we will never forget that, Mr. President.
It is my privilege to invite President Duda, and once again, Mr. President, you are a statesperson, and you deserve the credit. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, the Forum, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Prime Minister, dear Arseniy, I can assure you that I would be ready to deliver these opening remarks even if it were necessary in a shelter. No problem. We are not afraid. It is a profound honor to stand before you today at the Kyiv Security Forum 2026. To all of you, Ukrainian patriots and friends of Ukraine from across the free world, I extend my warmest greetings. I wish to begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to the organizers of this forum, and in particular to our host, the former Prime Minister of Ukraine, Arseniy Yatsenyuk. Arseniy, thank you for the invitation. It's really precious and important for me. Your personal commitment to the security of Ukraine and of our entire region has never wavered. And it thanks to the leaders like you that this forum continues to serve as one of the most important platforms for honest and forward-looking discussion on the future of Ukraine, Central and Eastern Europe, and European security. Friends, allow me to recall a moment that remains vivid in my memory. On the 23rd of February 2022, together with the President of Lithuania, Gitanas Nausėda, I traveled by car to this very city of Kyiv. We were the last heads of state to visit Ukraine before full-scale Russian invasion. The invasion began the following early morning. We stood shoulder to shoulder with President Volodymyr Zelensky. We came to say loudly and clearly, Ukraine is not alone. We came to demonstrate solidarity in the face of imminent Russian aggression and to strengthen the morale of the Ukrainian people at the moment of supreme trial. That visit was not a gesture. It was a pledge that Poland, Lithuania, and the democratic free world would stand with Ukraine. Throughout my presidency, Poland remained unwavering in that pledge. We opened our borders and our hearts to millions of Ukrainian refugees. In the spring of 2022, Polish families welcomed Ukrainian families, Ukrainian women and children into their homes. It was, I believe, one of the greatest tests and one of the greatest proofs of good neighborly relations in modern European history. From the very first hours of the full-scale Russian aggression against Ukraine, Poland has consistently made its entire transport infrastructure available for the transit of aid to our Ukrainian friends. This concerns, above all, our airports, especially the strategic hub in Rzeszów, as well as our roads, railway lines and ports, which have served as critical lifelines for the continuous delivery of military, humanitarian and economic assistance to Ukraine. At the same time, Poland became the first NATO country to supply Ukraine with heavy weaponry. More than 350 tanks, dozen MiG-29 fighter jets, hundreds of armored vehicles, artillery systems, mortars, howitzers, ammunition, and much more, all delivered when it mattered most. We did so because we understood that the security of Ukraine is the security of Poland, and the security of Poland is the security of the entire transatlantic community. We were, and we are, absolutely convinced that Russian aggression must be stopped and Russian imperial aspiration punished. I have no doubt we must quickly find the most effective methods to achieve these goals, to achieve success. Today, we begin the second day of this forum. The most urgent task before us remains unchanged: to support the defenders of Ukraine by every possible means in their heroic resistance against Russian aggression. Yet we must also look beyond the battlefield. We must already answer the question that will define the next decade. How do we help Ukraine rebuild, not merely repair the physical destruction of war, but emerge as a sovereign, independent, modern European state firmly anchored in the European Union and protected by the security guarantees of NATO? Ukraine belongs in the European Union, not yet formally, for now in spiritual sense. But Ukraine's full membership in the EU is not a matter of charity. It's a matter of justice and strategic necessity. Ukraine also deserves clear, credible security guarantees from NATO with a clear path to full membership, if that is the sovereign will of the Ukrainian people. The free world must continue to provide Ukraine with the military means necessary to bring this war to just and lasting end, an end that restores Ukraine's territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders and guarantees its safe, sovereign, and independent future. We must never forget the Budapest Memorandum of 1994. When Ukraine voluntarily relinquished the world's third largest nuclear arsenal, the nuclear powers, the United States, the United Kingdom, and Russia itself solemnly pledged to respect and guarantee Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Russia has broken that pledge twice, in 2014 and again in 2020. Had Ukraine retained its nuclear deterrent in 2014, it is highly doubtful that Moscow would have dared to launch its military aggression. That historical truth imposes a moral and political duty upon the Western powers today to stand by Ukraine until victory, to ensure that Ukraine survives as a sovereign state after the war, and to hold Russia accountable for its violation of international law and the Budapest Memorandum. Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear friends, at the same time, we must maintain and intensify a robust sanctions policy against Russia. This policy must be sustained in order to maximally disrupt the functioning of the Russian economy and, above all, to make it impossible for Moscow to purchase or produce modern weaponry, particularly advanced missile systems. Sanctions must also cover raw material markets, where we should strive through targeted sanctions, boycotts, and price suppression mechanisms to limit as much as possible Russia's revenues from the sale of its natural resources, especially oil and gas. However, our objective cannot be limited to a temporary weakening of Russian capabilities. We must develop lasting mechanisms and methods that will minimize, to the greatest extent possible, the likelihood of Russia quickly rebuilding its military potential in order to pursue its imperial ambitions, ambitions that pose a direct threat to the neighboring countries, to NATO member states, and to global peace. That is why I stress once again that Russian imperial energy projects, such as the Nord Stream gas pipelines, which were designed at Kremlin to establish Russian energy hegemony in European Union and weaken our collective security, should not only remain blocked, but must be fully dismantled. Furthermore, we must continue a firm and resolute policy aimed at narrowing the circle of Russia's allies, especially those who supply it with armaments and modern technologies. From this perspective, ending the war in the Middle East and supporting societies in their struggle to free themselves from authoritarian regimes that favor Russia and sponsor terrorism holds key strategic importance, not only in the Middle East. If the Ukrainian authorities so desire, looking in the future, the free world should also be ready to support Ukraine in a post-war period in maintaining internal order and security through advisory missions, police support, and the sharing of expertise. But the greatest task ahead is reconstruction. We must rebuild Ukraine's infrastructure so that it becomes a modern, democratic state, safe, prosperous, and attractive for its citizens to live in, and for Ukrainians abroad, especially refugees, to return to. To achieve this, we must create dedicated programs and funds in which Ukrainian entrepreneurs are the primary beneficiaries. The reconstruction of Ukraine must be led by Ukrainians themselves, supported by foreign companies and advisors. Yet, The fundamental financial burden of rebuilding what Russia has destroyed must be borne by the aggressor. Russia has been waging war against Ukraine since 2014. The first and most just source of financing for reconstruction must therefore be the frozen Russian assets currently held by the countries of the free world. We have both the legal and moral right, indeed the duty, to use these assets for the benefit of victims, not the perpetrator. Finally, none of this will succeed unless Ukraine itself continues its courageous fight against corruption. A modern Ukraine must be a state governed by the rule of law, where institutions serve the citizens, not vested interests. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kiev Security Forum is not only about analyzing threats, it is about shaping the future. Let us leave this hall today with a shared conviction. There is no room for war fatigue. The free world will not tire. We will support Ukraine militarily until Russian aggression is stopped and defeated, until Ukraine prevails. We will stand ready to help Ukraine rebuild. We will keep the doors of the European Union open and strengthen the security umbrella of NATO. And we will never again allow any aggressor to believe that it can violate international law with impunity. Ukraine's victory will be free world's victory. Ukraine's future is a strong, democratic European state will be the best Ukraine's future as a strong, democratic European state will be the best guarantee of security and stability for our entire continent. Dear friends, long live free, sovereign, and independent Ukraine. God bless defenders of Ukraine. God bless Ukraine, and God bless my country, Poland. God bless all of us.
Thank you, President Duda, for your powerful remarks, speaking for all of us. It's a great honor to now welcome Žygimantas Vaiciūnas, the Minister of Energy of Lithuania, who served in Lithuania as a Minister of Energy, Vice Minister, and Energy Attaché to the European Union. And Minister, just before you come up, I wanted to stress what a key partner you have been to Ukraine as one of the most helping with one of the most critical areas of the war, energy, in coordinating Lithuania's technical and financial assistance to support and restore Ukraine's energy infrastructure, which has, of course, as we all know, been under constant attack. And your presence today is also deeply symbolic as we mark the 40th anniversary of the Chernobyl catastrophe, a tragedy that affected not only Ukraine, but all of our nations, and continues to shape our understanding of nuclear safety. Minister, welcome.
Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to especially thank for this opportunity to be here together with you, and special thanks for Yevgeny Arsenyuk Foundation and you, Arseny, in person, for organizing year by year Kiev Security Forum. This year, Kiev Security Forum is organized on the eve of Chernobyl disaster. And this is really symbolic, but also really practical approach to take care for the energy security for the future and for our societies. So we got there today at the moment of profound historical resonance. 40 years ago, the Chernobyl disaster revealed to the world the devastating consequences for the societies, states, and energy systems. It was not only a tragedy for Ukraine, but a catastrophe that reshaped global understanding of nuclear safety. It proved beyond doubt that a nuclear accident anywhere becomes a threat everywhere. Today, this lesson has acquired a new and far more dangerous dimension. Nuclear risk is no longer confined to accidents or system failures. It is being shaped deliberately in the context of war. Russia's aggression against Ukraine has brought nuclear security back to the forefront of global concerns. The occupation of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, repeated the attacks on energy infrastructure, and the systemic targeting of critical power systems represent an unprecedented challenge. For the first time in the history, a full-scale war is being fought in the country with one of Europe's largest nuclear energy fleets. This reality fundamentally changes how we must think about energy and security. Ukraine today is not only defending its sovereignty, it is operating on the front line of European and global energy security. Ukrainian energy workers, engineers, and nuclear specialists are maintaining critical systems under conditions that no safety doctrine even anticipated, under missile strikes, under occupation risks, and under constrained pressure to restore power after coordinated attacks. The resilience of the Ukrainian energy system has become a decisive factor, not only for the country's survival, but also for the regional stability. The scale of destruction is unprecedented in modern Europe. Large parts of thermal generation capacity have been severely damaged or destroyed. Electricity production has at times fallen dramatically below demand, forcing difficult operational decisions to keep the system functioning. Critical substations and transmission infrastructure has been repeatedly targeted, including those connected to nuclear power plants, creating additional systemic risks. And yet, despite these conditions, Ukraine has maintained grid stability and continues to support electricity to its citizens. This is not only a story of resilience, it is a lesson. It shows that energy infrastructure is no longer just an economic asset. It is a strategic target. It shows that centralized systems, while efficient, are vulnerable under attacks. And it shows that nuclear safety cannot be separated from military or geopolitical realities. Lithuania understands these risks deeply. The legacy of Chernobyl is part of our own history. For decades, we operated the Ignalina nuclear power plant, which used the same RBMK type reactors designed also in Chernobyl. The decision to decommission this plant was not only technical and economic, it was a strategic choice aligned with European safety standards and long-term security considerations. This experience shaped Lithuanians' understanding of energy policy and a matter of our national security. Over the past 2 decades, Lithuania has undergone a profound transformation of its energy systems. We have reduced dependency on single supplier, invested in infrastructure diversification, and strengthened our integration with European energy markets. The same path as Ukraine is doing right now. Projects such as the Klaipėda LNG terminal and synchronization with the continental European energy systems together with our partners Latvia and Estonia through Poland have been critical in enhancing the resilience of our systems and the security of supply. These steps were not only about the efficiency, they were about sovereignty and security. Today, these lessons are directly applicable to Ukraine and to Europe as a whole. We must recognize that energy security, national security, and European security are now inseparable. The events in Ukraine clearly demonstrate that the traditional approach to energy systems must evolve. This requires a strategic shift, also on the EU level. First, we must ensure that nuclear safety in Ukraine is fully protected through international engagements. Nuclear facilities must never be used as instruments of war. Second, we must accelerate the transition towards more resilient energy systems. This includes decentralized generation, renewable energy solutions, energy storage, and microgrids, particularly for critical infrastructure such as hospitals, water systems, and emergency services. Yesterday, I had the privilege to visit one of the hospitals here in Kiev, in which the solar PV together with the storage has been installed. And it has been supported by the Lithuanian government, and I witnessed the fact that even the seconds counts. 5 seconds, which are really important when there are no electricity, just before the generator starts, the storage are of critical importance. So this storage also ensures the constant supply of electricity for at least 5 hours for the operations, for the laboratories, and this is of the critical importance. So this is electricity where it's mostly needed. This is a small but very important example to continue that program and to install as much as possible the decentralized solutions for hospitals, schools, and kindergartens. Third, Ukraine's integration into the European energy system must continue without delay. The successful synchronization with NSOE was a historical achievement. The next step is a deeper market integration, including full participation in European electricity market. This is not only an economic objective, it is a strategic anchor for long-term stability. And really congratulations for Ukraine for adopting very important law for electricity market integration. This really paves the way for the future and for the integration within the European Union. Finally, international support must remain strong, coordinated, and fast. Ukraine's energy sector requires not only emergency assistance, but also long-term investments in reconstruction and modernization. Lithuania has been and will remain a committed partner in this effort. We have provided critical energy equipment, including generators, transformers, and other essential infrastructure components. We have supported the restoration of electricity supply in the most difficult periods, particularly during winter time. Lithuanian institutions and companies, including the Ministry of Defense, actively engaged in delivering practical solutions, from energy response to long-term energy projects. But beyond material support, Lithuania brings experience of transformation, of reform, of building resilience in the face of external pressure. We understand that energy independence is not achieved overnight. It requires political will, strategic investments, and close cooperation with international partners. The broader European context must also be considered. Ukraine's experience is shaping how all European countries approach energy security. It is clear that future energy systems must be designed not only for sustainability, but also for resilience under the crisis conditions. This includes protection against physical threats, cyber attacks, and hybrid risks. 40 years after Chernobyl, we are once again confronted with fundamental questions about safety, responsibility, and the role of energy in global security. But unlike in 1986, now we have knowledge, the institutions, and the partnerships necessary to respond effectively, including the necessary financial resources from the EU. The key question is whether we have the determination. The topic is of forum asks whether there is a light ahead. The answer depends on our collective actions. If we remain united, if we support Ukraine consistently, and if we invest in resilient and secure energy systems, the light will prevail. And yesterday, it has been a very important day for Ukraine. I'm talking about the informal European Council, about 90 billion loan release, as well as about the adoption of the 20th sanction package. These are the instruments which are really will give the future for Ukraine, will ease this fight and ensure the security for the future. Ukraine today is not only defending its territory, it is defending the principles of security, responsibility, and international cooperation that emerged from the past tragedies like Chernobyl. Lithuania stands firmly with Ukraine in its efforts for Ukraine's victory, for Europe's security, and for safer and more resilient future. Thank you.
Років тому світ вивчив слово, яке не
40 years ago, the world learned the word that does not require translation, Chernobyl. On the 26th of April 1986, not only the fourth unit of Chernobyl NPP blew out, the Soviet regime blew out. Moscow gave the order to conduct an experiment and kept silence for weeks while radiation spread throughout Europe. Russian leader Mikhail Gorbachev made a statement 18 years after the accident. Recently, we had a calamity, the accident at the Chernobyl NPP. Chernobyl is the result of a system where human life is worse than the imperious myths about glory. There's another accident, Fukushima. The highest technology in nuclear energy could lead to cataclysms. Fukushima is a result of rethinking of global security. Japan was fighting calamity. Ukraine is fighting barbarism. Chernobyl NPP became the exclusion zone. Control over the nuclear facilities was violated. Serhiy Starakazan, director, stated that it became the first nuclear facility in the world history that was captured with military force. Nuclear facility is untouchable, unalienable, and the Russian drone hit the enclosure around the unit, and now confinement is unable to contain nuclear materials. And this did not happen in 1986. This happened today.
Сьогодні найбільша атомна станція Європи.
Today, Europe's largest nuclear power is being held hostage by Russians. While Chernobyl was a disaster of responsibility,
свідомого ядерного терору. Росія атакує підстанції українських.
This provokes direct nuclear threats both in Ukraine and across Europe.
Для режиму
For Putin's regime, nuclear energy has become a weapon of fear. According to monitoring organizations, the Kremlin has threatened to use nuclear weapons up to 200 times since February 2022. Russia is transforming peaceful weapons, which is enough to destroy human civilization, and there are no international mechanisms to limit this. Yet, peaceful nuclear energy could be safer and most reliable source of energy. 40 years after the Chernobyl accident, Chernobyl reminds us again that the greatest threat is not the atom, but the regime that lies, occupies, and blackmails the world. We honor memory of cleanup workers who faced death 40 years ago to save others. And we are obliged to ensure that tragedy of Chernobyl never becomes our future.
To begin this Chernobyl Remembrance panel, we're going to have a video address by Rafael Grossi, the Director General of the International Atomic Energy
agency, and he has led the agency since 2019, and under his leadership, the agency has undertaken an unprecedented mission here in Ukraine, maintaining, as you've seen, a permanent expert presence at all nuclear sites and providing that critical support to ensure safety and security under wartime conditions. As we mark the 40th anniversary of the Chernobyl catastrophe and confront the reality of nuclear risks, once again being used as an instrument of war, the role of the IAEA is of exceptional importance for Ukraine, for Europe, and for the world.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank the Kyiv Security Forum for inviting me to speak at this important event. We are indeed marking a somber anniversary. 40 years since the Chernobyl accident. Today, we remember the firefighters, the liquidators, the engineers, and the workers who responded, and the hundreds of thousands of people who lost their homes and had to flee their communities. I believe that we honor their sacrifice and their suffering most when we do it by our actions. On the 9th of May 1986, less than 2 weeks after the accident, while the fires still smoldered, the IAEA was the first international institution to survey the site. To say the accident changed history is not an exaggeration. It certainly changed the course of nuclear energy. For the past 40 years, the IAEA has worked alongside Ukrainian partners to understand what happened, to communicate the truth, and to support the long journey of remediation and recovery. That work continues in the assessment of contaminated territories, in the monitoring of radiation health effects, and in the critically important challenge of decommissioning. The accident taught us that nuclear energy handled without the right standards of safety, transparency, and international cooperation carries risks that do not respect borders. It brought together the international community. We looked at the hardware, the human factors, and the systemic sides of the issue. That 40 years later, Chernobyl remains the worst nuclear accident ever has much to do with the work of regulators, operators, scientists, engineers, and lawmakers. Together, we have built a global safety culture and international networks that support its continuous improvement. In the past 4 decades, the IAEA has drafted 2 conventions on notification and assistance in case of nuclear accident. We introduced new safety standards and practices, and we built a state-of-the-art incident and emergency center. When calculated in comparison with the output of other sources of energy, nuclear power is safer than all the other major sources and about as safe as solar. But since 2022, we have been confronted by a new risk, the risk of war, causing a nuclear accident with radiological consequences. And again, the international community responded and the IAEA came to Ukraine. Today, our teams are at all the nuclear power plants in Ukraine, supporting nuclear safety and keeping the world informed of what is happening. We have made many deliveries of equipment and supplies, and we have provided medical support and helped in areas affected by the destruction of the Kharkovka Dam. This forum asks the question, darkness or dawn? I say dawn. Every night is followed by a sunrise. We get up, we do our work, and we make the most of the day. And that is what I promise you. I promise the IAEA will continue to make the most of the day. We will continue to support Ukraine and nuclear safety. You can count on us.
Let me introduce your distinguished panel. Mariana Bujarin, Senior Researcher at the Center for Nuclear Security Policy at MIT. Hi. Ostap Semerak, Minister of Ecology and Natural Resources of Ukraine from 2016 to 2019. Hi. Rumina Velshi, Chair of the Supervisory Board of Energoatom and President and CEO of the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission from 2018 to 2023. Hi. Hi, thanks, Rumina. Serhii, you saw him in the video, Serhii Tarakanov, the Director General of the Chernobyl Nuclear Power Plant. Hi, Serhii. And finally, Lars van Dassen, the Director of the World Institute for Nuclear Safety in Austria. Serhii, if I could begin with you, what is the status of Chernobyl now, since that drone struck its $2 billion outer shield on Valentine's Day 2025?
It's an honor to speak to such distinguished audience. Thank you for invitation. Thank you for the question, but I would like to use this opportunity to enlighten more broader questions, if you allow, Mr. Chairman.
Do that and maybe answer my question as well.
Yeah, for sure. So until 2022, the global concept of nuclear safety was based on purely technical parameters. Compliance with nuclear and radiation safety standards during design, construction, and operation of NPP, equipment reliability, personnel adherence to operational regulations. However, Russian aggression has shifted this issue into an entirely different dimension. Today, nuclear safety is no longer just a matter of engineering solutions, but primarily a question of the physical integrity of facilities under the conditions of active hostilities. The occupation of the Chernobyl and Zaporizhia nuclear power plants has demonstrated how a system of international guarantees built over decades can be undermined in a matter of hours. On February 24th, 2022, the Chernobyl nuclear power plant became the first nuclear facility in world history to be seized by military force. This did not take weeks. It happened within the very first hours of the full-scale invasion. I must remind you that the offensive on Kyiv began precisely through the territory of the Chernobyl exclusion zone. Why is this critical for the security context? Because that was the moment a fundamental international principle was shattered. Nuclear facilities are inviolable. The occupation of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant lasted 35 days. During this time, staff worked at gunpoint without proper rotation. Shifts lasted 600 hours, and for some even longer, all without reliable communication with the outside world and their families. This experience served as a testing ground for the aggressor before the seizure of the Zaporizhia NPP. Had the world's reaction in February 22 been immediate and severe, we would not be facing 4 years of occupation at Zaporizhia NPP today. We must admit that current international control mechanisms are failing their primary function. This effectively signifies a profound crisis of the atoms for peace concept proclaimed by US President Dwight Eisenhower back in 1953. That initiative was the foundation for the creation of the International Atomic Energy Agency and the entire current system of international nuclear law. At that time, world leaders agreed that nuclear energy must serve exclusively for progress and civilization, not as a tool of fear. Yet today, through the occupation of Ukrainian NPPs, we see the opposite. It has become clear that the IAEA mandate and international agreements lack effective instruments to counter state-level nuclear terrorism. Without real enforcement mechanism, the idea of peaceful atom turns into a tool for military blackmail, which completely contradicts the principles upon which the security system was built. The global nuclear safety system was based on the assumption that all participants are rational actors who understand the consequences of a catastrophe. But it turned out that no international institution possesses real leverage over an aggressor state. A total revision of approaches is required. Nuclear terrorism must result in the complete isolation of the aggressor from global energy markets without any exceptions. Why is this urgent now? Because the world has already realized that renewable energy sources cannot fully meet current electricity demands. The boom in data centers and artificial intelligence has led many countries to develop new nuclear builds, including Poland. Or for instance, United States is considering to relaunch previously closed NPPs. Unquestionably, nuclear power is the only way to satisfy these growing needs. However, a paradox arises. Russia's senseless and irresponsible actions in Ukraine serve as a reminder that nuclear power is not ordinary energy industry. This situation jeopardizes the entire strategy of the current nuclear renaissance. We must understand, mankind will not forgive the nuclear community for another Chernobyl.
No, and sir, hi, you're covering a lot of issues there, and we're
Last paragraph, if you wish.
Okay.
If you allow.
I think so, because I'd like to ask you a question, yeah.
And if we do not create effective safeguards against military threats, the nuclear industry may simply cease to develop out of fear of catastrophe. In just 2 days, we will mark the 40th anniversary of the Chernobyl disaster. For decades, we, and by we I mean the global nuclear community, have said never again, believing the main lessons we learned. We improved reactor designs, trained personnel, established regulatory systems. But nuclear safety is not just about the thickness of concrete or the numbers of sensors or systems. It is above all the responsibility of politicians and institutions. Nuclear safety is not guaranteed once and all by default.
And
it is the result of meticulous daily work at all levels.
Now, Serhii, you mentioned nuclear safety there, and that's exactly the point I want to ask you about.
Please.
What is the status of Chernobyl after that drone strike? We would like to know.
It's a provocative question. We are here. We will host a lot of delegations in 2 days in Chernobyl. It means the situation under control. But if you just cut this phrase and put into the headlines, it will not reflect the truth. Because, of course, this unique facility, it means shelter object, another name is sarcophagus, which was covered by new safe confinement. The idea of new safe confinement was to create conditions for further dismantling of the sarcophagus, because sarcophagus was built in just 200 days after the accident in enormous radiation fields, and projected lifetime was 20 years, 40 years gone. So we need to dismantle it to avoid uncontrolled collapse of this, because beneath this there are hundreds of tons of fuel-containing materials, including uranium, plutonium, and trans-uranium elements. And of course, if something will collapse suddenly or as a result of another heat of another rocket, this radioactive dust will rise, and new safe confinement, which now do not provide all safety functions which was envisaged because of this drone attack, now is not hermetic, not sealed. This radioactive dust could rise, and the cloud could go anyway. As what 1996 learned us that Swedish nuclear power plant, Forsmark, detected radioactive particles from Chernobyl already at the night of 28th of April, in 3 days. I don't don't like to share all these insights, because after each of such interview, there are a spike in the media that everything is bad, and it provokes like a chain reaction. You need to refute that headlines and so on and so on. Sometimes we need to have time to work.
Serhii, thank you very much for delicately explaining the dangers there of nuclear safety. But there's a distinction. That safety, which is, you've described so eloquently, is different from nuclear security. There's two issues really that we're dealing with in this war. Marianne, I want to ask you about not safety but security, and we turn to Zaporizhia for that. So just remind us what happened there, and what are the current challenges that are being faced? I mean, it was in the news for a long time. Where are we with Zaporizhia?
Right, well, thank you so much for the question. Thank you to organizers for staging this panel and commemorating this really important event. So when on February 24th, 2022, we all watched glued to whatever media was in front of us at what is happening in Ukraine, and in particular, the Chernobyl nuclear power plant and the exclusion zone, in a way that paled compared to what would happen just a week later at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. The coverage, the photos and videos of the brave people of Enerhodar, the satellite city of the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, coming out in thousands to the checkpoint, to trying to stop the advance of the Russian armored column that came up to that checkpoint. They were watched the world over. But of course, civilians are no match for, a Russian army. And on the night of March 3rd, on the afternoon of March 3rd, basically the armored column blew through that checkpoint and went straight for the nuclear power plant. I have to say, this is my current research is to document what had happened then, and I had the privilege to interview dozens of people, of operators from Zaporizhia, of citizens of Enerhodar. Not a single one person said they expected this to happen. They were so assured that this is inconceivable. And when I ask why, they say, but we are part of this international regime that clearly prohibits. This is, a civilian nuclear facility with 6 1 megaton reactors, 1 gigaton. Sorry,
a lot.
Gigawatt reactor, sorry.
A lot.
Yeah, so 6 in total, several of them working at capacity on that night. No sane person in the world would dare to shoot at that nuclear facility, and yet this happened. And another point of dismay was an expectation that some major reaction would ensue. A major international reaction, that suddenly the world would just stand up and say, this is unacceptable. And yet that, in a way, outside of general condemnation, that in a way did not happen either.
Now, we heard from the Director General of the IAEA. You've been speaking to the former Director General of the IAEA. Just tell us about that interview.
Yes, so I did have the privilege to interview Hans Blix, the former Director General of the IAEA, who was the head of the agency when the Chernobyl accident happened. He has still very vivid recollections of the accident and his own role in trying to help and mitigate the consequences. And I know we have a recording from Hans Blix.
Let's have a listen to it now, if we can, that interview, please, with Hans Blix.
Hello, everybody.
The accident occurred between this Friday and Saturday, the 26th of April, and we knew nothing about it until the Monday after. The Swedish Minister of the Environment, Birgitta Dahl, phoned me that day, Monday, and she said they had measured increased radioactivity at 2 Swedish nuclear power plants and she asked whether we had any information of any accident or anything that could have caused it. My staff then checked with various capitals but had no reply. In the same evening, Monday evening, however, the Russians came out with an official communique and explained that a big accident had taken place. They were subjected to much criticism from around the world for having sent in their communique so late, because much radioactivity had come out in the air and the winds were northwesterly, and they came over Belarus and over Finland and Sweden, and precautions could not be taken until they knew more about the origin of the radioactivity. However, we replied to Moscow then that we felt sincerely sorry for what had happened and regretted it, and asked them if we had something we could help, we would like to do so. We had no response to that for the whole week, actually, but on the Sunday, I had a call from the Soviet ambassador, Oleg Klestov, and he said that he had an invitation for me with 2 collaborators to come to Moscow. And I said, well, give it a visa and we'll go tomorrow. And we did, we'll go on the Monday. So the collaborators whom I brought was the head of the nuclear power department of the International Atomic Energy Agency, Leonard Konstantinov, and the head of the nuclear safety division, Morris Rosen. So the 3 of us went to Moscow. And we were then taken by the chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission, Mr. Petrosians, and we were briefed by him and by people from the foreign ministry. We did not demand to be invited to Chernobyl, but we assumed, or as I answered to questions, said if we are invited, we will go. And we then had the invitation, and we flew down to Kiev together with Professor Velikov, who was vice president of the Soviet Scientific Academy. And in Kiev, we were briefed and then taken by helicopter to fly over Chernobyl. And I can still remember the black smoke who came out of the damaged, destroyed reactor. Then we returned to Moscow, and in Moscow, they had arranged for us to give a press conference. And I was giving the press conference in relatively simple terms. I think that he had a great success in his calculation, that it was valuable to have an impartial voice coming in, because not only the international opinion, but the Soviet people had not believed its own government. We flew back immediately to Vienna, and we called a meeting of the Board of Governors of the IAEA, and there was a great interest in what could we do. We took decisions then that, first of all, we would, for the future, the most important thing was to learn from this disaster. We didn't know the full scope of it, but we felt the international organization of which the Soviet Union was a member had a duty, first of all, to let the world partake of all the experience and really examine its detail of what had caused it and what could have avoided. Generally, the conclusion has been that the accident was caused by a combination of errors from the operators and weaknesses in the construction. The construction of the RMMK, which is influenced by various factors like the need to, or the wish to produce more plutonium. The construction had been criticized abroad even before the accident occurred. So, and perhaps the Russians tried to play that down a bit, but that is an element of it. On the operators, they were well-trained people, but the Soviet system did not encourage personal responsibility. I think that the philosophy in the nuclear safety culture is certainly to respect the instructions, but it's also to be alert, to be questioning themselves. So this is an important experience, and I think one that speaks in favor of societies with a greater amount of freedom of thinking. Now, much greater healing is needed in Ukraine today.
Okay, I think we'll have
And
to
I
bring
wish
this
they come sooner
very
rather than
important
later. It
intervention.
has lasted too long already. And I hope that, my personal hope is that we will come to a situation of reviving one day the détente in Europe, that Russia will accept the kind of decolonization that France and the UK did accept. Then we live on the same Eurasian landmass, and I think we better arrange it so that we don't shoot to pieces our
I'm going to have to,
valuable
if we can bring this,
sources of power. The message is best wishes to the Ukraine.
if we can bring this to an end, because I need to talk to the panel.
The accident in 1986.
Yeah.
You need it even more today.
Can we bring the sound down?
And we, on the Swedish side and on the
Thank you.
European side,
So,
are wholeheartedly with you and wish to see an end of this unjust and unnecessary war.
you wanted to... Thank you. Go on.
Just to bring this address to the present, you know, as much as we all owe a huge debt of gratitude to those liquidators and the firefighters who tried to mitigate the consequences of Chernobyl, I think we all owe a huge debt of gratitude to those Ukrainian nuclear operators that made sure that in the spring of 2022, you know, a huge accident did not happen at Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant.
Lars, listening to that perilous piece of history there, you know, one knows how serious things can get with nuclear power. Mariana was talking about the Zaporizhzhia power plant. The international response, I mean, there are prisoners essentially being held there, running the plant. I mean, how can you run a nuclear plant under so much pressure? What do you make of the international response of allowing what's going on at Zaporizhzhia?
This is a mixed picture. There is one thing that I think we should start by understanding, and that is that it's happened 3 times in world history that nuclear power plants or nuclear facilities have been occupied. The first time was the Sevastopol research reactor. People tend to forget that. That's in Crimea. That was the first time in 2014. The second was the Chernobyl exclusion zone, and thirdly, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. All 3 occasions has happened in Ukraine. All 3 times it's been done by Russia. So, but I will also here give a little bit of hope, because one of these 3 facilities has been released, the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. So it means if it has happened once, then it can happen again. And that has to be not only our hope, but also our strategy. To your question, well, I've had the privilege of leading 2 studies into what are the conditions for people under these circumstances. In the beginning, we mainly spoke with people from Chernobyl, later also from Zaporizhzhia, people who had left the facilities. And what they tell is actually harrowing stories. It is about how things that are, and this was mentioned before, things that are essentially safety matters that there are no technical mishaps, they turn into security matters. And I can mention one example at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, as in all other nuclear power plants, are diesel generators for electricity production should there be a cutoff of the power lines. Under normal circumstances, it is a safety function to make sure that there is diesel in these diesel generators. But suddenly when you're on the occupation, it's something else. If there are soldiers, occupying soldiers walking around, and you have to perform this, then it becomes a security matter. But it's not a security matter towards the outside world, because they're already inside. So it becomes a little bit like in physics, where you have different dimensions hidden inside each other and so on. So there are things that are changing radically in terms of what is the makeup of these two spheres. And I would like to say that we will see, or we are seeing a thing played out that I think most people are not really comfortable with. And that is how there is, we always want to separate that there's peaceful nuclear uses and there are peaceful nuclear uses. But how peaceful is it if it is at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, that the Russians are storing weapons and weapon systems inside the reactor hall? How peaceful is it if that at Chernobyl, before the war, there are all kinds of international cooperation projects and scientific projects, including Russian ministries and organizations. And then comes the war, and Russia sends the same people, the same institutions as occupiers that were there earlier on as cooperation partners in scientific work. And thirdly, and this is a grim issue that people speak too little about, and it is that with the occupation of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, Russia has actually moved into doing something that is using a different kind of a nuclear deterrence measure. They in the beginning, in the early phases of the war, they were blatantly threatening with nuclear weapons. Now they're holding a nuclear facility. People know that they can cause an incident, an accident. They can threaten to do it. They have staged various things, like, for instance, fires in cooling towers and so on, where it then is, you see these plumes and people react and say, okay, is this then a release of radiation? So there is in the civilian sphere and the peaceful uses, there's been a migration into actually a military use, and that is incredibly unfortunate. And when this war is over, we have an incredible cleanup work to do. Thank you.
Romina, before I come to you, can we just all say thank you to Serhij? He needs to leave now, but a big round of applause for Serhij. Okay, Romina, thanks, Serhij. Romina, tell us about the other 3 nuclear power plants. Do they remain safe in this war in Ukraine, the other 3 in Ukraine?
Thank you for the question. So Energoatom, the nuclear utility of Ukraine that operates the other 3 nuclear power plants today, we heard from the energy minister of Lithuania, and I want to pick on that and pull the thread a bit more, that the nuclear workforce in Ukraine has had to work under circumstances that are just unimaginable. And this 30,000 strong workforce has been able to deliver reliable, safe power over the last 4 years of constant war, providing 55% of the electricity needs of Ukraine. And that is absolutely remarkable that they have been able to do so under conditions where you have the grid infrastructure getting destroyed, where you have constant drone attacks, where your supply chain has been totally disrupted, and yet they have shown up and continued working. So the testimony of their professionalism and of their resilience is absolutely remarkable, and it just blows my mind. So that's one. I've got 4 messages to give Joel. So that's one. The second one, we've heard Chernobyl and Fukushima mentioned a number of times today. I think what we are seeing now here with this 4 years of war in Ukraine is yet another major nuclear catastrophe that needs to be studied thoroughly. We've heard how the nuclear system was transformed after the Chernobyl accident. Fukushima has just marked 15 years since that catastrophe happened. And again, the nuclear system went through a major rewrite as a result of what we learned from that. I think the international agencies need to do a similar deep dive around resilience and what Ukraine has to teach the rest of the world on how we can make not only our facilities, but our workforce more resilient. So it's not only taking, but it's got a lot to give. I think that's my second message. My third message that we as a supervisory board at Energoatom are working on is how do we transition this company, this enterprise, away from the Soviet model of governance, of operations, and introduce international best practices. And I'll give a very specific example to show what I mean. Ukraine and Russia are the only two nuclear countries in the world that require their chief executive officer to have a nuclear license. No other nuclear country requires that. And what that means for Ukraine is, as we looking at bringing in a new management board, is we want to bring CEOs that are enterprise leaders that will bring this organization into an investable entity, and you don't need to have a nuclear license to do that. You need a chief nuclear officer whose focus is going to be around nuclear operations, nuclear safety. So we're bringing about that organization change, and we're getting the help of the regulator, of our shareholder in bringing about that change, and the international community for doing so. And I want to finish off at looking ahead, the light ahead. I am extremely optimistic about the future of Energoatom. It's a company that is a strategic asset to this nation, and it plays a very significant role and will continue to play a very critical role for this country as it rebuilds. And as you talk about nuclear facilities, as we're seeing in the rest of the world, as you look at energy security, as you look at economic development, as you look at decarbonization, whatever all the reasons are, Ukraine has all those reasons plus rebuilding the infrastructure, the energy infrastructure that's been destroyed. Nuclear is going to play a big role. Ukraine's nuclear energy fleet is second only to France in Europe. And so as we look at the future, we are having serious discussions right now on how we get ready for that future. And so let me then sum up with Energoatom. Ukraine doesn't need our sympathy, it needs our support, whether it's around regulatory partnership, whether it's on financing, whether it's in know-how and best practices so Ukraine can leapfrog. And what it also needs by all of us in this room and our governments is the political courage to recognize and to call out that a Russian hand on a nuclear facility in Ukraine is a danger, a serious threat to each and every one of us, and that should be avoided at all costs. Thank you.
Ostap, Rumina talking about political courage there. Political courage of a different kind. Let's talk about what decisions governments have to do. You've got the fears, which we have outlined, but you've got the hopes and necessity of nuclear power. So what is the future of Ukraine's nuclear power plan?
Thank you, Mark, for the question and for the good discussion. But I will prefer to change into the Ukrainian language. Please take translation. Who needs?
Working at the government for 3.5 years, I was responsible for management in the area of public policy on overcoming consequences of Chernobyl disaster. About 10% of time since the moment of the disaster until now, we had managed to do. This is for more than 35 years. Why it is important? Because at that stage, Ukraine was ready to move to the next stage of cleaning the Chernobyl power plant site from the consequences of the disaster. A lot has been done by Ukraine for that, by Ukraine and our partners. That was building the arch of the new safe confinement, which was very interesting. I had to push the chief engineer who was responsible for moving of this arch, and he was literally moving that arch. So a lot was done in terms of management of radioactive waste and nuclear fuel. But I would like to say that we must understand that for that time, Ukraine got the responsibility for management of consequences of that disaster. And we have lots of partners who helped us, but at the same time, we were slowed down and by Russian Federation in that process. What do we have now? Ukraine was prepared to transit to the second stage of cleaning these consequences of Chernobyl disaster. And under those confinement, which was ruined, there were cranes installed for dismantling of the old confinement, dismantling of the remains of the fourth unit, and Ukraine was working on finalizing its plan how to do that and how to clean this site fully. But the full-scale invasion of Russian Federation took place, and Russia forced us, and not only Ukraine, but the whole world, back to dozens of years. And now the situation has become uncontrolled to a large extent. We must understand that safe confinement has a membrane which was built in such a way that any radioactive threats be enclosed in the vacuum space and not let outside. Currently, the safe confinement which was built and was guaranteed to function for 100 years does not fulfill its function. Now we face an issue how to solve this problem. We need funds. We should remember that about $1.5 billion was used for building confinement. Currently, this damage caused by the drone led to roughly $500 million in investment necessary to repair it. So we must understand that perpetrators, and we all know who is the perpetrator of this tragedy, is not prosecuted, and this evil, which is not prosecuted, continues doing evil things. Today we speak about Zaporizhzhia, where the nuclear power plant is the biggest in Europe, and it is not controlled by the world. We forget about drones and missiles flying over South Ukrainian nuclear power plant. We forget about attacks on substations which serve the existing nuclear power plants, and that was one of the reasons of disaster in Fukushima, because it was not cooled enough. So we see that the evil in the world supporting nuclear programs is not punished. Our colleagues from Lithuania who are here are in the zone of biggest risk from nuclear power plant in Ostrovets. It was built in Belarus by Russians, and Belarusians rejected any obligations in terms of international audit and environmental control. Also, there is information that when Russians were building a reactor in Ostrovets, there was certain accident, and they had to substitute some parts. And what would be the consequences? Nobody knows. When we speak about the disaster of 1986, we should speak about raising international control over the situation. And today we've heard from the AIA head, we heard it, there is no instruments which would control and create protocols of security before the Chernobyl disaster. But I would say that until now, this protocol is not effective. The most vivid example of this is the Fukushima disaster, which happened because lack of proper control. Unfortunately, the Japanese government, from my point of view, didn't allow AI to control it properly. Also, they do not have instruments to control situation in Zaporizhia. And this is a problem not only for Ukraine, but for our neighbors in Lithuania, Poland, Romania, Slovakia. It's a threat for all world because the 1986 Chernobyl disaster, or physical consequences of this disaster, were noted not only in Sweden. Sweden was the first country to speak about it, but it was also noticed in the United States. So the whole world should take necessary and effective steps to correct this situation.
So many issues, never enough time to discuss them. I want to thank the panel all very much. Ostap, Lars, Romina, Mariana. What a fascinating and important beginning of a discussion that we need to continue. Thank you all for your insights and expertise. A big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. Do stay put, because coming up now, as these guys clear the stage, thank you, it's time for peace, solidarity, and moral courage with your host, Danilo Lubvitsky.
Росія імітує переговори, щоб продовжувати вбивати. Чи можливий мир, коли ворог прагне війни? Де межа компромісу? І якою ціною? Чи не стане мир лише відстрочкою для нової агресії? Рішення, які ухвалюються сьогодні, визначають безпеку на роки вперед. Мир, солідарність і моральна відвага. Чи є світло у кінці тунелю?
Пані та панове, для мене велика приємність і честь.
Ladies and gentlemen, for me a great pleasure and honor to begin the panel, which is very important for our forum. And I thank each of you present here for sharing with us the importance of these topics which we are discussing. Yesterday it was a very important day with many important declarations, evaluations, and signals. Today we continue those topics. And now we're going to have a panel of a unique nature. It is of a unique nature for Kyiv Security Forum, but it's unique also for Ukraine and Europe. Today, at the Kyiv Security Forum, we get together representatives of the biggest religious communities in Ukraine, our churches. At the same time, we combine this discussion with Nobel Peace Prize laureates. And we have 4 Nobel laureates joining us today. It's not an easy talk, but I hope it will be dynamic and important and interesting. And I'm extremely pleased to invite Sviatoslav Shevchuk, His Excellency, head of Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church. I am also inviting Alexandra Matviichuk, Nobel Prize laureate 2022, head of the Center for Civic Liberties. I'm also inviting Metropolitan Evstrati Zora, His Excellency, spokesman of Orthodox Church of Ukraine. I am pleased to invite the Apostle Nuncio, Archbishop Visvaldas Kulbokas. Today with us is the Bishop Igor Bandura, Deputy Head of Ukrainian Union of Christian Baptists. For us, it's a great honor to invite Murat Suleimanov, a Mufti from the spiritual from Muslim community in Ukraine. And a great honor for us to have Rebbe Yakov Sinyukov, chaplain of the 5th Corps of Ukrainian Armed Forces. Miroslav Marinovich wrote an important article entitled, "What should be Kiev Church of the Future?" It's a result of the work of Institute of Frontier and Ukraine. And he wrote that Maidans were praying with Christian, Judaic, and Muslim prayers and were interconfessional, ecumenic, and open. And Russia hit us, first of all, on Maidans, and hit us on Maidan. And Russia hits this diversity, ecumenic diversity in Ukraine, trying to eliminate it like a black hole. With this, we will start our discussion. Let me begin with a question to you, Your Excellency. So we have, do we have a light ahead of us? A light consists of many elements, and among those elements, there is a light which concerns not only our victory on the front line, at the military front, but many other spheres where Ukrainian light should eliminate the other's darkness. And I would like to ask you questions about darkness which we observe sometimes in the Catholic world. Unfortunately, such things happen. We face Ukrainian phobia among our Catholic neighbors in Poland, Slovakia, and Hungary. The recent campaign in Hungary was marked by a wave of phobia against Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Not an easy, rather provocative question. But I think we're feeling this, during darkness, you always hear the bright light of the God's word. And that's why we hear the voice of Pope Leo XIV. Let me quote him, which triggered, controversial reactions in Washington. He said, our God is the knight of peace that doesn't reject peace, and you should, those who do not listen to prayers will not hear the light. In my opinion, these words really reflect the view of the Catholic Church when national or public egoisms are being reborn. And xenophobia and Ukrainian phobia are really manifestations of such an egotism. In Kiev, this is presented as the demasking of Russian militarism. The warmongers who call this a sacred war and who pray on camera, to be specific, I'd like to talk about Catholic spirit of solidarity, which counters national egoisms. Let me give you 3 examples. Today we have a delegation of Prashev, delegation from Slovak Republic. He is the Yuri Popovich. He's a professor with his spouse. And Catholic intellectuals and volunteers traveled many times from Prashev to Kharkiv, and it's a vivid example of how the spirit of Catholic solidarity keeps the darkness at bay. Another example I'd like to mention is the Archbishop of Kharkiv, Krakow, who, in the heat of the winter, after the first SMS, staged a powerful action, and within 2 weeks collected 2 million euro. And we handed over powerful generators for Trieste, for Bologna. He personally gave a generator for which he paid out of his pocket, and it is now used by the Children's Rehabilitation Center in Trieste. So, regardless of the winds, of the political winds, Catholic solidarity treats national egotisms. The same thing I can say is about Cardinal Bertrol from Budapest, who was one of the first friends of Ukraine, who helped us to take care of our refugees who ended up in Ogoshen. So Catholic solidarity treats national egotisms. And the voice of the Church today is the light in the dark realms of modern world. Thank you. Your Excellency, thank you. I'd like to ask the next question, getting back to Miroslav Vernovich's article, who talks about Kiev Church of the future, how to mobilize the force, the power of Kiev Church. The question to Archbishop to Eustrati. Your Excellency, in your opinion, what can be done? Thank you for receiving me at this very important Ukrainian forum. And during the discussions, I was thinking that about a month before the outbreak of the war, we had a similar panel, I think in Hilton, it was held, had a discussion about threats, and that's when we talked about so-called Russian world and the Russian ideology that fosters aggression and deconstruction of the most fundamental foundations of the modern world order and the civilization as we know it, and which tries to bring the world back to concepts and notions of the darkest theories stemming from medieval Europe, as well as Asiatic autocracies such as the Golden Orda and the Genghis Khan Empire. Back then, we were trying to analyze the prior Russian aggression, but we were also analyzing the Russian world. Therefore, it's impossible to overcome the aggression that has not only political, personal, economic, or any other easy to understand for rational world motivation by mere answers that the world will try to search for. The thing is, motivation of this aggression is based on pseudo-religious, pseudo-psychological, and worldview principles. Therefore, one of the worldview things, as the core of the mindset and the mentality that sits behind the idea of the Russian world, is the concept that it's their model of the state, relations between religion and the state, motivation, etc., is the only truth and the only civilizational model that supposedly preserves genuine Christianity. And that supposedly only in this way, in this manifestation, the true Christian faith can be protected. And that's what they are supposedly doing. And through this theory, they're searching for allies in various conservative environments, such as the Soviet Union, for example, in the past, using the protection of the rights of the workers and peasants, also were looking for allies throughout the world. And now they're searching for allies in North Korea, Iran, etc. And so the response to this model of darkness perpetrating to be actually the model of light, and the devil originally was actually carrying light, in order to seduce humans. So the response to this, and should be, the Ukrainian religious reality and the model of Ukrainian Kiev Church, which shows that you can simultaneously have unity and be diverse. You can simultaneously honor traditions, be deep-rooted in traditions, but also be completely transparent and open to the society. That you can simultaneously support democracy, democratic processes, the society that fosters democracy, while adhering to dogmatic foundations of faith that church is based on as a hierarchical structure that has also the heavens dimension. And this year, we will be celebrating fairly soon, this summer actually, the 30th anniversary of the Council of Religious Organizations. And this happens to be one of the tangible fruits that characterizes religious Ukraine, Christian Ukraine, as well as other religious confessions, as compared to, for example, Russia, which we're fighting right now, because our unity, diversity, openness to the modern world, but also deep-rootedness in the tradition gives us morally, religiously, spiritually respond to this dark model of the Russian world that they're trying to impose on us, and that they're using in order to shield the true nature of the aggression. Thank you. Thank you very much. So unity and diversity happens to be a European motto, and this is a powerful signal that Kiev is sending out to the rest of the world, and I'm sure that our forum is being closely watched in the Kremlin. But just as importantly, Washington is monitoring us, and Donald Trump today is actually responded to our forum and a statement made by Prince Harry. And amongst many voices, one unprecedented event occurred. There is a very highly authoritative initiative called Noble Women's Initiative. 8 Nobel Prize winners who, using Kyiv Security Forum, in connection to this forum, made a special address to the Ukrainian people. And this initiative was supported by Kyiv and Kyiv residents, and we would like to thank her. I have a question to Alexandra Matvichuk. First of all, thanks for coming to Ukraine. Glad to see you. Secondly, could you please present this unprecedented address of Nobel Prize winners on the occasion of Kyiv Security Forum? Thank you very much for the honor to participate in this panel, and it is my joy and honor to present this address that made by my friends, colleagues on the occasion of Kyiv Security Forum. It begins with, very hearty welcome made by personally of Nobel Prize winners, because they're expressing the words of support, solidarity, and this is an address that calls a spade from the outset. And because those, who talk about the war in Ukraine, they use the genuine words. And Nobel Prize winners stand with Ukraine, and they support Ukraine. The address features 3 main key messages. First is to do with human dimension, which was partially ignored and led to negative consequences. 1 year of presidency of Donald Trump has led to negative consequences. Based on UN figures, the number of civilians in Ukraine is up by 35% compared to last year. This is the result of losing the focus of human as a priority. Second message is that there can no be peace without justice. These are not contradictory words. Justice is the guarantor of lasting peace. Therefore, we need to take steps in order to bring to responsibility all the perpetrators, those who committed war crimes, on the way to peace. And the last message that the Nobel Prize winners, women, sent to Ukrainian people concerns with Ukrainian women. We have saw great feats and deeds of Ukrainian women. They have joined the armed forces, they document war crimes, they conduct initiatives, make political decisions, because courage has no gender behind it, really. Therefore, the idea is to involve Ukrainian women in all decision-making processes, reforms, search for peace, and negotiations.
And paid dues to the role that Ukrainian women play in resisting to Russia's aggression. Thank you, Alexandra. And we also have, technically, we have this connection, I hope. We have Maria Ressa. Do we have an online connection here? Maria.
To see you. Thank you for joining the Kyiv Security Forum. That's a great honor and privilege for us to host you here. We have a panel with a very strong lineup of speakers, as distinguished personalities here in Ukraine. So we are grateful to you, to your support of Ukraine, and to the remarkable statement which we received from the Noble Women's Initiative. Maria, we meet in dark times, and great powers again try to, share their spheres of influence. Do you see the light ahead? You're welcome.
Well, first, thank you. Thank you so much for, I had hoped to be there with you today, but I'm in Madrid on this AI scientific panel. I just want to say what you are doing impacts all of us. And to see Alexandra, to see you again, it's great to see you again. Every time I'm on stage with her, she leaves me in tears. This time, hopefully not. I try very hard to prepare, but it never works because what she carries, what the work she's done, she documented atrocities, the names of the victims, the grief she's transformed into purpose. I think that's what we heard earlier. This is almost unbearable to witness. So when I see her, I see Ukraine, and I remember that the battles we've fought in the Philippines, my battles and your battles, are actually one battle. So how do I see the light? Absolutely. I mean, look, the president, my president, who tried to jail me for almost a century, just yesterday, he was arrested last year, and he's now in prison in The Hague. He will now face charges of crimes against humanity. So how do we see the light? Well, first, by seeing clearly. The world has gotten darker since I wrote How to Stand Up to a Dictator, which has just been translated to Ukrainian. 2024 was a tipping point year for democracy. 2025 showed us what happens when citizens fail to hold the line, when Western democracies begin to fall. That's what we're living through now. We face, and we saw this, an unholy alliance. The traditional authoritarians, the kleptocrats, with the tech oligarchs, the tech bros who have built the infrastructure of our information ecosystem. Putin invades Ukraine. Netanyahu prosecutes a war that has killed over 70,000 Palestinians and more journalists than every other conflict in history combined, going back to the US Civil War. Musk, Zuckerberg, they provide the propaganda channels, the algorithmic amplification, the destruction of the shared reality that makes these wars possible. Ukraine sounded the alarm very early, along with the Philippines. But those traditional dictators and these tech oligarchs, they're not the same, but they're symbiotic because they feed each other. I've said this for nearly a decade. Our public information ecosystem now, where the battle you are fighting on the ground, we are fighting online, because without facts, we can't have truth. Without truth, we can't have trust. Without these three, we don't have a shared reality. We can't have journalism. Citizens can't move. Democracy dies. So it's also about to get worse with chatbots, because it's moving from the attention economy to intimacy. Right? So it's going to get worse. And this sentence I've said, I told the United Nations this in September, information integrity is the mother of all battles. The light. Let me go back to the light, because this is where I find it. I find it in you. In a nation told that it would fall in 3 days, you're still standing after more than 4 years. I find it in engineers who took commercial drones that were designed for photography and agriculture and turned them into instruments of asymmetric warfare, in the teenagers that are building weapons in basements, in the software developers. We used to have a product manager from Ukraine and developers from Ukraine, but now they're tracking troop movements, in the hackers defending your infrastructure, in the volunteers using open source intelligence to document war crimes in real time. I find light in journalists like Natalia Gumenyuk, Angelina Kariakina, who are reinventing journalism under fire, creating a public broadcaster that's both patriotic and independent. It's proof, you are proof, that those are not contradictions. That's a light for journalists. And this week, I told you in Madrid, this is where I am, the first in-person meeting of the UN Independent International Scientific Panel on AI We're in our third and last day. I co-chair it alongside with Joshua Bengio, 40 scientists from 37 countries, independent of any government or any company. This is the first time the world is building a global scientific body to confront these new dictators, the tech bros who've operated with impunity for 20 years. We're late, but we're beginning, and we're doing that because of what people like you have taught us. Ukraine taught the world a lesson we desperately needed to learn, that technology is not inherently authoritarian. Yes, the platforms have failed us. Yes, algorithms have been weaponized against democracy, but technology is also what allows a smaller nation to resist a larger one. Technology is a battlefield, and you've shown us we must fight for it as fiercely as we fight for the physical terrain. In our world in AI, you are the counterexample. You're proof that the authoritarian narrative is false, that courage is possible, that resistance is not futile, that democracy is worth fighting for. You've already written the manual on how to stand up to a dictator, and you write it every day in every act of resistance and in your refusal to surrender. I've written this, that you've become the conscience of the world. So you don't have to look far to see the light. It required and requires great sacrifice from you, but it is there. It's in your room, in my friend Alexandra, in every Ukrainian who's chosen truth over fear, who refused to surrender, and who galvanize us. Your battle is our battle. We're with you. Thank you.
Bravo, 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 Maria. I would like, on behalf of everyone who is present here, I would like to thank you very much for these powerful words, for this powerful message that you sent to Ukraine. And here I would like to underline that Maria Ressa is a famous Nobel Peace Prize laureate of 2021. She is one of the world's greatest defenders of freedom. She fights against abuse of power, and she is a champion of the world efforts in that field, in that sphere. I thank you, Maria. І дозвольте, я відразу ж перейду до іншої.
And please allow me to make a transition to another subject of darkness. Your Eminence, the question is to you, and perhaps it is not complex, or it may be quite complex. So this is the darkness that you encountered very unexpectedly. So President Trump is attacking the Pope, and J.D. Vance is teaching the Pope theology. So what is the attitude of the Holy See to that? How can you fight that sort of situation? Well, I'm obviously representing the Pope here, but I also wanted to mention that this sort of war, this sort of aggression of Russia against Ukraine, it prompts us all to unite. And I want to thank Metropolitan Yevstrati for what he said. So we better and better realize that everybody has their own identity. Every church has its faith, but it does not mean that in this diversity we could not unite. And in that sense, I even believe that when we hear that Pope Leo is responding, when he's talking about the Prince of Peace, when he's talking about God, it is not just the words on behalf of the Catholic Church. I believe this war makes us stick together, so to speak, while retaining our identity. Recently, we marked the holy day of Easter, and the resurrected God tells us, peace to you all, and if those are Jews, shalom, and to Muslims it is salam. It all means peace, and peace, which the Lord is talking about, it transcends the human peace that we dream of. So it is our objective to build peace that is eternal and in the future. And in that sense, we have, and let me emphasize, I have this privilege of serving here at the time of Russia's aggression in Ukraine, and all of us here, we are privileged because the war makes us think how we can unite our efforts. And that is also a challenge for Pope Leo and for the Catholic Church. How do we combine our efforts with other churches and with other religions? Because all together, the war that is entrenched in the world outlook of the world, we can be able to stop this war, because it is not only Russia's war, it is the war of the devil, of Satan, who wants to divide us. And if we are divided, we will not achieve anything. So in that sense, it is not just the churches, not just the religions, but all humanity needs to be together. And everybody who wants to protect life and justice and truth. But being together does not mean we only remain in the realm of theory. So I also wanted to emphasize this other aspect. At this forum today, we have people meeting here who either have direct experience of war, or they become engaged in this experience, and then it has the consequences, the results of solidarity, as Sviatoslav has mentioned, and head of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church. And it is also our need to build solidarity all over the world. But there is also another dimension. I represent the Holy See, and the Holy See is also a church and a subject of international law. And at our in the international law, international humanitarian law, we have a major challenge, and it needs to be responded to by people who have practical experience of war, because theories are not sufficient. Let me give you an example. Representatives of the Pope meet with representatives of Russia, and they are talking about civilians who have been convicted in occupied territories, or even about children. And international humanitarian law tells us that occupationist forces must respect the rights of those people. But Russia's answer is that it is our people, it is our territory, it is our nation, it is our laws. So in that sense, even those words, sometimes it remains theoretical, and we have this term neutrality. And sometimes it refers to churches or international organizations, but we can also see that at the time of war, when you deal with specific issues, you do not have neutrality any longer, because you either stop and say, basically, that all you said is true because I accept your position, even politically, and what is the responsibility? And I wanted to thank all of you since you remain in touch, and Sviatoslav and Metropolitans and Alexandra here, when we all together are thinking about how we can respond to these specific and practical challenges, because they transcend the experience we had before.
Thank you very much for your profound thoughts. My next question is to Bishop Bandura, who represents evangelic Baptist Christians. This union is highly reputed in the U.S. and across the world. It is highly respected in Ukraine as well. And my question is about your authority, how to work with the American conservative communities. I'm happy to represent here our union and the council and Protestant churches. We realize that this is our responsibility, and this is incumbent upon us to work with our brothers and sisters in the U.S. This work is very complicated, and unfortunately, the conservative movement is being abused by the ultra-right, which harms this movement very much. But currently, all our work and our advocacy efforts translate themselves into 75 to 80% of support by Americans that they have for Ukraine, including both Republicans and Democrats. We believe that this is quite an achievement, and we are happy that we can communicate to the believers in the U.S. because evangelical communities and unions in the U.S. is a very powerful force which makes an influence on political decision-making in election processes and otherwise. In spite of all the complexities of the current political processes, the U.S. remains our key strategic partner, and we want this to remain that way. Obviously, we see our tasks in certain key areas. Primarily, we realize that the American evangelists and conservatives very often see the world through the prism of their domestic policy. Our task, though, is to bring the issue of Ukraine out of the political context into the realm of moral and spiritual responsibility. This is not about national egoism and selfishness. This is about our shared responsibility. Ukraine basically is a test for people's loyalty to their religious principles, the principles of freedom and resistance to evil. And this is a shared value for all of us. Obviously, there is one more challenge. I have already said that conservative communities are very often falling victim to propaganda. The Russian propaganda is weaponizing seemingly conservative values when Satan comes to the world under the guise of the angel of light. Russia is killing our women and our children and seeks to destroy Ukraine through genocide. At the same time, wants to be perceived by the world as a custodian of family and other conservative values. Strange as it may seem, a lot of people buy that. And on the other hand, there's a corrupt liberal West which makes an impact here. And here, the voice of evangelical Christians is absolutely key. We dispel that propaganda and we remind people about the true biblical values. And we see that we've made quite a headway here, and we believe that there's a good prospect for our relationship. Political contexts can change, but the groundwork, which is made up by people, will show us light ahead. We would like to thank you all for this very important work. Sometimes we don't realize how hard and how subtle and sophisticated that work is. So please accept our thanks to everything you do by way of talking to our U.S. brothers and sisters. And now I would like to offer to your attention the video address by Tawakkul Kalman, National Peace Prize laureate and the founder of and chair of Women Journalists Without Chains. Вітаю всіх присутніх на Київському безпековому форумі, шановні учасники.
Peace be upon you all. We meet today at a moment when wars and confrontation are expanding from within countries to across regions and continents. It is a profoundly dangerous time. Wars are escalating Authoritarian regimes are rising and tightening their grip, and international institutions are weakening under humanitarian and economic crisis. At the same time, the global order is fracturing and human solidarity is fading. In such a moment, our responsibility is not only to describe the crisis, but to confront it with clarity and courage. Russia's war against Ukraine marked as a dangerous turning point. It revived the logic of invasion and normalized the violation of state sovereignty. When this principle is broken in one place, it is weakened everywhere. Today, we see the consequences: rising tension, expanding conflicts, and the growing sense that the rules that once governed international relations are no longer respected. At the same time, nuclear security has returned as a major global concern. As we mark today the 40th anniversary of the Chernobyl disaster, the threat is no longer distant but immediate. Russian attacks on Ukraine's nuclear infrastructure and the occupation of the Zaporizhzhia plant have brought this danger back to the global agenda. This risk extends beyond Ukraine. Today, necessity calls for Europe to lead the world, guided by historical responsibility to restore global order, to restore global balance, not through rhetoric, but through action. Europe is not being asked to be praised, it's being called to act. This requires confronting structural injustice, ending double standards, and leading real reform of global institutions. Starting with the United Nations Security Council and the veto power itself, which undermines equality and paralyzes action. Europe must also strengthen the International Criminal Court, despite all the sanction against it by United States. Protect International Criminal Court from political pressure and ensure accountability for all without any exception. Today, there is a clear vacuum in global leadership. If democratic Europe doesn't act, others will fill that space. Actors, states who do not believe in justice or law, and the cost that failure will be borne by the entire world. But leadership is not measured by words. It's proven through actions. Europe must act with urgency in addressing today's conflicts. In Ukraine, it must provide full support for Ukrainian people and for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Reject any unjust settlement and ensure justice and accountability. In Palestine, it must move beyond statements to end the occupation, the Israeli occupation, to ensure accountability and to support an Palestinian independent state. In Yemen and Sudan, it must support people there, protect civilians there, end war there, and end the regional interference. Dear friends, this forum asks, darkness or dawn? Is there light ahead? I say yes, there is light ahead. We are the ones who create the light. We create it through our will, our belief in freedom and dignity, and our refusal to remain silent. And we create it when we stand for justice everywhere, because the future must belong not to empires, but to peoples, to law, and to human rights. Thank you so much.
Тавакуль Карма сказала важливу річ. Злочин вчинений.
Tawakul Karmar said a very important thing. A crime committed someplace has repercussions across the world. But the light, likewise, can be spread. I would like to give the floor to Mufti Murat Suleimanov. This is a great honor for us to welcome you here, Mufti. I'd like to ask you, this light from Ukraine, can it light up a similar light in the Middle East? I was very happy to listen to Ms. Tawakul because I studied in Yemen and I saw the Arab Spring in Yemen, and the first war I saw with my own eyes was in Yemen. So I understand her pain, I feel her pain, and I understand the mentality that stands behind it. Do we see in the light at the end of the tunnel? In the Islamic traditions, we would put it differently. There's in Quran, Allah said that after every difficulty there comes an alleviation. And we see this playing out in the world because this is the law of Allah, and this light gives us motivation to do something and never to stop in our actions, because it is due to our actions that we can achieve success. And what is going on in the Middle East obviously influences us all, the whole world, and it makes an impact on our country as well. And when we speak about the religious emphasis on this, I'm very wary that the war in Ukraine can spread and spill over into the religious realm, and it can go on like in Pakistan, where it is being dragged out for more than 80 years, because the world didn't try to stop this, and the war reached the level of religious contradictions.
And the second threat is that they're trying to impose on us that we have to stop war by agreement, reject our territory, relinquish our territories, Donbass, Crimea, but this doesn't suit us. But as Alexandra spoke, she said very important thing. Speaking about peace, we cannot separate justice. We want the peace to be just, not just to stop it temporarily and have no results. Thank you for your words. We are getting closer to finish of our discussion. I'd like you to listen to Judy Williams, who is the founding coordinator of the Women Initiative, and summing up the idea of our discussion. She will speak. Judy Williams, the floor is hers.
I wish I could be with you. I'm Jody Williams, the founding chair of the Nobel Women's Initiative. My first visit to Ukraine was amazing. It seems like it was forever ago. And it's appalling that you all are still suffering the aggression of Russia. Of course, we hope for peace for everybody. When I think about peace these days, it's kind of hard to imagine, given the breakdown of much of the international system, given the emphasis on AI and autonomous weapons and not thinking about what to me is real security, and it's human security. The point of a government, in my view, is taking care of the people, not fighting other countries, not killing other people. And certainly in Mr. Putin's attacks on Ukraine, he targets civilians. He targets hospitals. He targets schools. He targets the things that people need to live. And how do we rebuild? Is a question that I'm asked a lot, and a question I wonder, how do we begin to rebuild an international system that actually pays attention to human security and not just national security, which is, of course, the protection of the state. Of course, we need governance, but is protecting the state more important than protecting human beings? I think they probably go hand in hand. And when I think of Ukraine, and when I think of Mr. Trump, 79, his attack on Iran, I wonder the same. Not that Iran is a great democracy, but then again, neither is Russia. So, but one still has to focus on how do we protect human beings? How do we protect humanity? How do we foster the understanding and belief that the most important thing is respect for each other? It's not how many can we kill so we get rid of our enemies. It's how do we build societies where we respect each other? Doesn't mean you have to like them, doesn't mean you have to invite them to your house for dinner. I say that all the time. But you can respect the other person's right to live. You can respect the other person's right to be who they want to be in the world. And that can't happen without peace, obviously. It's hard to imagine, as I just said, how we start to rebuild meaningful peace. Not long, I'll be going to a conference at the Vatican about artificial intelligence and nuclear weapons. Imagine the pairing of artificial intelligence with nuclear bombs. How do you fit that in a framework of human security? It ain't secure, I wish that, I wish the world could unite somehow in terms of humanity and struggle together to stop these wars. The war in Ukraine, how many years now? 4 or 5 that Ukrainians have been enduring with amazing strength the aggression of Russia. And now, 2 times now, Mr. Trump has threatened to, annihilate Persian culture, the Iranian culture from the face of the earth. And this is a guy who used to call himself the peace president, of course. And he used to say that he, could solve the Ukrainian problem in 1 day. Well, he hasn't done a very good job. It's up to us, I think. It's up to people to work together and believe in each other and believe that they together can change the world. And we have an example of change. Orban in Hungary. 16 years of that autocrat, and now he's gone. It can be done. It's arduous, but so is living in war. I need not tell you that. I wish that we could start a grassroots global peace movement that actually worked. I'm going to put my head to it and see how I and the Nobel Women's Initiative and other peaceniks, to use an old word, can come together to try to support and forward that kind of thinking about peace as human security. Peace about caring about other people on the planet, even if we don't know them. I guess that'll be my goal. I wish I were there with you. Unfortunately, my own mother just died a couple months ago, and I've been not so happy since, and it was too much for me to try to travel. I give you all big heart hugs, and I hope to see you again soon. Thank you.
What a beautiful palette of thoughts and feelings concerning such complicated but at the same time simple problems, but extremely important. I would like you to send great thanks to Judy for these words. And finishing our panel, I would like to give the floor to Rabbi Yakov Sinyakov, who is a Ukrainian rabbi at the front line, and the question sounds like a biblical one. Yaakov, is there any light at the end of the tunnel? I wish you health and shalom aleichem. I would like to make a joke that everything began with Jews and everything finishes with Jew. Sitting in such a wonderful place, I have some philosophical thoughts, because 2 weeks ago I was in Dobropil and Krivorizhia at the front line in the swamps, in the forest. It's a great difference what's going on there and here. But I must say that the biggest chaos in this socium is called the war. In order to overcome this biggest chaos, we have to find the biggest order. Where is the biggest order? In the army. Commander, subordinates. Therefore, Ukrainian armed forces are the most important now. This is the foundation of peace. If you want peace, prepare for war. And they say, don't kill. There is a testament. This is a rule. The God would like nobody would kill anyone, but there are people who come first to kill you, and we have to defend. I'm calling Ukrainian armed forces hands of God in Ukraine, because they are fulfilling the God's law not to kill. According to the Torah, you should not move the margin. If somebody moves the margin, he's a thief, especially those who take others' lives. When I entered this beautiful hotel, I noticed books. I like books, and I went to look at these books, and even bought one. And I thought, how many books have been written about peace? How many declarations, unions were always spoke about peace? But unfortunately, the world has been existing with the wars. Where is the rule? The rules on which the world is based. These are God's law, God's rules. And when every person accepts these rules, there will be changes. Military chaplains, it's a great example. When the chaplains go through the professional development courses, in the hall, there are Orthodox priests, Greek Catholics, Roman Catholics, Protestants, even one Jew, and we have no problems. We believe into one God. This is Ukraine. I'm Jew, but I'm Ukrainian. And every person has God's soul. This is the most important. We have to find something which unites us. We have to base on something which unites us, not divides us. The Hasids say that if we measure evil and good, it may happen that evil and good will be at the same level, 50-50. And then the little thing which each of one has to do to raise good above evil. So we have to start from ourselves. When? Tomorrow. Because we are here and now. There is no future. Yesterday has ended. Now, today is a God's sent present. That's why everyone should do something good today. I'm calling upon you. I know that many of you, and we met a number of times together, with the help of our Lord, will continue working on this. Thank you very much. Glory to heroes. The moderator has to make certain conclusion, but I would like to give this right to Sviatoslav Shevchuk, His Excellency, to give the final concluding word. I have three thoughts. The first thought is a message to the world. No to war. This is a universal message. This is a message which we hear from Pope Leo, but this is the voice of the whole mankind which is suffering from war. The second, remembering that this year all Ukrainian Union of Churches would celebrate 30th anniversary of its existence, we have a slogan: we are all different, but we are all equal. Whether it's a small community or it's a big church, we are all equal to God and to Ukrainian law. And we learned how to work together for the sake of good of Ukrainian people. And so this unity is in difference, and this is our message from Ukraine to the world. I would like to thank especially His Eminence Archbishop Visvaldas Sulbokas for intermediary activities of the Holy See. Recently, Ukrainian Post printed a post-stem and for marking the celebration of Ukrainian children from Russian captivity, thanks to Vatican. And in May, Cardinal Matteo Zuppi is going to visit Ukraine, who tried to visit Ukrainian prisoners of war in Russia. They did not allow him because, as Nancy mentioned, Russia ignores international law and believes that their so-called national legislation is above international law, including humanitarian one. Would like to show that Ukraine is different. And everybody spoke about the light of hope at the end of that dark tunnel. We heard that from the Nobel Peace Prize laureates, powerful women from Ukraine in the world. We've heard that as witness from Quran, from Mufti, that after darkness always the light comes.
The Rabbi also mentioned that Ukrainian armed forces are the hands of God in Ukraine. Well, there's nothing else to add except amen. I'd like to thank the wonderful participants of this panel and you, our friends. Thank you for following our panel. Thank you very much.
Bless. Дякую. Дякую, спасибі велике. Дякую. Велика радість. Дякую, дуже приємно. Супер. Пані та панове, велике прохання займати місця. Ми продовжуємо роботу Київського безпекового.
Please take your seats. We continue the work of our forum, and it is my pleasure to announce a very important event and possibly cooperation, because the Kyiv Security Forum starts active cooperation with Kyiv School of Economics. I think it's a good idea, and they started with some very specific things. They started to do joint research on sanction against Russian impact and further steps. So I'd like to invite Yulia Kowinska, head of the Center of the School of Economics, in order to present the research, which will be made public within the framework of our forum. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of the forum, for me, it's a great honor to present to you our joint research. Approaching this research, we're attempting to answer the question which emerges among the political experts, analysts. Are sanctions making a difference, and how come they didn't grind Russian economy to a halt? But first, let's take a step back and see how the Russian economy changed over the past 4 years, because basically we can see that Russia has switched its economy to military mode of operation, which includes state, public sector, private sector, and they are losing the war on the Russian capital because they are cut off from the funding and loans due to tough monetary policy of the central bank. Having analyzed the sanctions, it's important to understand why we are where we are. And we have a number of factors why sanctions are not painful enough in order to make a difference. First is the speed and the design of the sanctions. Unfortunately, large number of sanctions were delayed. Some had compromises by giving Russia large transition periods, which would give Russia time, breathing space in order to change supply networks and to develop an elaborate system of avoiding sanctions. Second point is that despite the 4 years of the war, there are whole sectors of economy that are not under sanctions still, and such sectors such as nuclear energy, for instance, agro-industrial sector, or mineral manure, they're not under sanctions at all. And as a result, the Russian Federation maintained its income. Also based on our research, there are geographic limitations because the coalition was comprised of the impact was 50% of the Russian external trade turnover. But they found alternative markets, and as a result, they were not isolated at all, but in fact they were obtaining critical components coming from the third countries, which are used by the Western companies. So the impact of the sanctions depends on the jurisdiction, and comparing different types of sanctions, it's important to confirm that the United States unfortunately withdrew from the active sanction process, probably because of the secondary sanctions, which affect the agents and that help Russia to bypass the sanctions. As a result, we came to the conclusion that Russia is the most sanctioned country in the world. At the same time, we failed to inflict economic crisis on Russian economy. In February, we were a lot more optimistic because all forecasts were saying that this year, thanks to sanctions on Rosneft and Lukoil, Russia was running a risk of losing a lot of export revenues, and $150 billion, for example, would be the critical figure. But we all know that in March we had this change in the Middle East, and now, as a result, because the oil prices went up, now the income has doubled, and it exceeds by 43% the same figures for last year. So we are not really protected by any means to encounter so-called black swans in the market. Russia continues to receive huge revenues, and the U.S. has recently relaxed sanctions because they found that apparently it doesn't affect the market, but it only helps the Russian Federation to additionally receive export revenues. In conclusion, from the standpoint of next steps, it is important to switch from quantity to quality, and all sanction decisions should be aimed at improving the quality of mechanisms, a tighter control, monitoring over the sanctions, application of secondary sanctions, and reduction of exceptions. Because lately, the relaxed regime imposed by the United States on Russia is helpful to Russia, but we also have to remain mindful of the fact that sanctions are not the ideal instrument, yet they are important and they are impacting the Russian economy significantly. Thank you for your attention.
Понад 150 випадків російської гібридної активності у Європі. Це багато? Чи це вже нова норма? Де межа, до якої готова йти Росія? І де межа терпіння союзників? Чи можуть такі операції стати підставою для застосування 5-ї статті НАТО? Діалог з питань розвідки та безпеки. Невидимі фронти.
Welcome back. I hope you had a nice lunch. It's time to delve into intelligence and security. And on the stage, joining us for this are John Cipher, former US senior intelligence executive, co-founder of Spycraft Entertainment, and non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. Welcome. And Glenn Korn, professor at the Institute of World Politics and co-host of Restricted Handling podcast. I like it. And joining us by the magic of technology, three fantastic guests. First of all, Sir Richard Moore, Chief Secret Intelligence Service Head of MI6 from 2020 to 2025. Hopefully he will appear. We're also hoping to hear from General David Petraeus, of course, Commander of US Central Command from 2008 to 2010, and Director of the CIA from 2011 to 2012. There you are, General David Petraeus. Nice to see you. And Ambassador Andres Bosman, Ambassador of the Republic of Estonia to the State of Israel, and formerly Deputy Director of the Foreign Intelligence Service of Estonia from 2020 to 2025. We can see you, Ambassador. Thanks for joining us. So, is Sir Richard Moore able to join us at the moment? We will wait and see if he appears. What I'm planning to do is go through three key questions on everybody's minds at this conference. And I'm going to have to keep you all to time. The first one is Russia preparing to expand its aggression? How might the situation evolve? Could Russia strike the Baltics? Is a full mobilization in Putin's mind? That's the first question. The second, what should we expect on the front line in Ukraine? And the third, what is the outlook for the Middle East with all that's going on there? General Petraeus, could you kick us off with the first question? Is Russia preparing to expand its aggression? Are we looking at a full mobilization?
Well, thanks very much. It's a privilege to be with John and Glenn, old CIA comrades of extraordinary accomplishment, and for Richard and the ambassador, who we've all gotten to know because of his expertise on the situation in Russia and also, of course, in Ukraine. The answer to the question is that, yes, Russia is preparing to expand, but I don't think it will be able to because of the extraordinary work by Ukrainian forces, Ukrainian innovators, and also Ukrainian intelligence, which is enabling Ukraine to stop the Russians cold on the front lines, to pay a price every day, every month in killed and wounded that is greater than what Russia is now able to recruit, and intelligence that is enabling special units in the Ukrainian military forces and intelligence services to attack with increasing effect in the depth of the Russian Federation, in particular against Russia's oil and energy refinery infrastructure in such a devastating fashion. I don't think in the end that Russia will fully mobilize. I think that the challenges domestically for Vladimir Putin to do that slightly outweigh the possibility of doing that. But, you know, this conference talks about whether there's light or darkness ahead, and I actually think there's definitely light ahead, despite the reprieve that the Russian oil industry is receiving, and therefore the Russian economy, because of the lifting of sanctions and the increase of the price that Russia is able to sell that oil. But that will end when the situation in the Middle East improves. And again, I think that the progress being made on the front lines, the EU $90 billion in financial and economic assistance, the deep strikes in Russia, the effectiveness against Russian drones and cruise missiles, the state of the Russian economy, especially again, once the ability to sell oil at the new price and new quantities is over. And then at the end of the day, Ukrainian innovation, resilience, determination, and sheer spirit of resistance. I gave a speech for a KSF event a few weeks ago that was titled Ukraine's Unbreakable Generation. I believe that's an accurate description of those in Ukraine right now. And because of those qualities and what they have enabled Ukraine to achieve, I think there is definitely light ahead. And I think that Russia will not be able to expand, even though they are preparing to do so. And I will now allow the other intelligence professionals to grade my work.
Ambassador, thank you very much. Ambassador Vosman, do you share the same analysis? And what is Russia's end game in all of this, Ambassador Vosman?
So, thank you for having me. It's a great honor to join you all, and I'm sorry I couldn't join you in person. I don't think Russia's attack against NATO is imminent or is even agreed upon in Moscow. Russia is preparing for various contingencies against NATO, but Ukraine keeps them busy. Ukraine keeps Russian conventional military tied to Ukraine. We see that in numerous places. They have very limited bandwidth to do much extra. So there's nothing. I think there's nothing imminent for now regarding attacking the Baltics or any other NATO state. So as long as the war in Ukraine keeps going on, Russia has very limited option to do anything extra. That's our view. At least it was in Tallinn half a year ago when I left the service. I don't think that things have changed that much. Russia's aim obviously is getting further in Ukraine. Putin is obsessed with Ukraine mainly, and by destroying Ukraine, he thinks he can somehow also create a new security reality in Europe.
Thank you very much, Glenn. I mean, Putin obsessed with Ukraine, but how wide do his ambitions go?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. And it's great to be back in Ukraine, such an amazing country and amazing people. To the question, I think both General Petraeus is correct and the ambassador is correct. I definitely think Putin is planning and looking at options to expand conventional activities against maybe the Baltics, maybe some other areas we have to watch. But I think the aggression's already expanding. We see it throughout Europe in the active measure space, which we can't forget, which is a war that the Russians were waging against Ukraine since 1991 and other parts of the former Soviet Union, against the United States and against our NATO allies. So the expanded aggression is there, it's happening. We have to recognize that. Whether they're going to try and turn to full mobilization, I think that President Putin is very nervous about trying to do that. He has a lot of problems domestically. The indications are growing angst among the Russian people, especially the elite, about the way this war is going. So the idea of expanding into another military front is very risky, although we have seen his expansion of the war here in 2022 was a disaster for Russia, and yet he made that miscalculation. So he could miscalculate. Putin is not as brilliant as people often give him credit for being. We've seen that over and over again. So we have to be we need to be prepared. And I think the only way to deter them from making the mistake of expanding the military operations against the Baltics or against another part of NATO is to be absolutely ready and show that we are unified and that the response will be swift and it'll be very painful for Russia.
The picture being painted so far, John, is Russia being held back, but very much with wider ambitions.
Yeah, Russia's in a constant state of war. Russia pushes and expands until it's punched in the face, and Ukraine is punching it in the face. And to turn it a little bit towards the intelligence side, I think it's a terrible missed opportunity right now for the United States intelligence. Vladimir Putin for years has justified his oppression at home under the false narrative that somehow the CIA and the US and others are trying to destabilize Russia and are involved in covert activities inside Russia. In the 1990s, he's created this false narrative that we were trying to destroy Russia and therefore the people should be mobilized in this constant war against the West. And that's never been true, of course. However, it might be a time, it would be a perfect time now for the CIA, for the United States to actually do the things that he's always been complaining that we do. However, we have an administration who wants to essentially friend up to Russia. And frankly, we've had administrations over the last 20, 30 years who often have had this view that if we play nice with the Russians, they'll come around. I think we understand that will not happen now, but we're missing a terrible opportunity, I think, right now.
Really interesting, thank you. General Petraeus, we're turning to what's going on the front line in Ukraine. And yesterday, we heard from Lieutenant General Budanov on this stage, head of Zelensky's office here, talking about autonomous systems of independently identifying targets will be in operation soon, he thinks. He thinks this could be a game changer on the battlefield, to have these autonomous systems to independently identify targets. He said there'll be a surprise for the Russians soon. How do you think it's going to play out on the front line in Ukraine in the next few months, General Petraeus? We can't hear you at the moment, but either it's at your end or ours. General Petraeus, if you can hear me, we can't hear you at the moment. Are you on mute? We're going to come back to you, and I think they're going to check your line. I did see Sir Richard has now joined us, and I'd like to welcome him. Sir Richard, if you can hear me.
Let me come in here if I could. Apologies.
Okay, go for it.
I hope the audio is back there.
We can hear you.
So, having been in the headquarters of frontline units several weeks ago, together with Glenn, in fact, and Ralph Goff, another traveler CIA station chief in the region and senior intelligence service officer, what we saw was Ukrainian units stopping the Russians cold on the front lines and making them pay an incredible price for every increment of sacred soil that they're able to scratch out, and paying a price that is unsustainable, we think, over time. And that's with the existing unmanned systems, which Ukraine is constantly improving and producing at numbers that are almost hard to comprehend. Ukraine reportedly this year will make 7 million drones. It's using over 10,000 drones a day in all the different tasks that are out there. That, of course, includes maritime, deep aerial, ground, and so forth, not just those in the frontline fight. But General Budanov is right that the introduction of autonomous systems is going to be an extraordinary advantage for the Ukrainians, because where now you're limited by the number of pilots who can remotely pilot these systems, the autonomous systems will remove that limit and enable Ukraine to throw drone swarms at the Russians, for which there really is no defense, certainly no defense in the Russian arsenal. And now, of course, you no longer need the command link, the communications link for the remote pilot to operate the system. And so it is an absolute game changer. In fact, I wrote an article a few months ago titled "The Coming Age of Autonomous Warfare," and noting that that is going to be another massive shift. And whoever gets that first will have an extraordinary advantage. And if Ukraine, as it appears, is going to achieve that first, then General Budanov is right that it will provide another enormously important capability in the arsenal of the Ukrainian military forces, for which the Russians really have no counter. The only counter to drone swarms is some kind of high-powered microwave or other system like that. You can't take swarms down with just individual systems, such as is the case right now: drone intercepts, machine guns, jamming, electronic warfare, and so forth. So this will be a very significant development. And again, I look forward to applauding the Ukrainian innovators, the engineers, the designers, and those who operate these systems, who are all working so closely together and will be the ones who produce this. Thank you.
Did either of you want to come on that point? No. Sir Richard, I think we have you now. If you can hear us, there you are. Welcome to the forum.
Thank you. I've been here throughout, just so you know.
Great.
So
Well,
I have been listening very
You know the
attentively.
first question that's coming your way. Is Russia preparing to expand its aggression? How might the situation evolve? Are we talking about full mobilization?
Thanks. Well, like others, I'm really sorry not to be in my beloved Kyiv with you all. It's a place that was absolutely the center of the time I spent as chief. So I'm sorry I can't be there today, but I'm really glad to be taking part in this distinguished panel. Look, I never saw any clear sign that Vladimir Putin had some sort of master plan to roll on from Ukraine in my time, and I don't think he has. I think Ukraine is such a particular and peculiar obsession for Putin. It is different to the way he feels about the broader, if you like, the desire to control other bits of the former Soviet empire. This is so viscerally believed in by him. So I think his ambitions are largely confined. But as others have said, two things. One is he's intensely opportunistic, as is the Russian system. So if we show weakness, or if we were to fail the test of wills in Ukraine, he sure as hell would reassess and look for other opportunities. It's why when stray drones come into the Baltics or come into Poland, in some sense, it doesn't really matter what the motivation for that Russian action was. What matters is how we respond. Because if we don't respond robustly and fast to that sort of incursion, then the Russians will draw conclusions from it. Equally, it's important that the Royal Air Force gets up fast and intercepts Russian fighter bombers up against UK airspace. But Glenn is also right that beyond that, pure military incursions, they're already doing a whole pile of stuff around hybrid. The Brits perhaps got an early taste of some of the new recklessness in Salisbury in 2018, but since 2022, they've really rolled on, and their inhibitions have dropped away. And I think I've said before publicly, the Russian intelligence services have gone a bit feral, and you see that in some of the activity. So we've got a full-on contest here, and it is utterly vital that we win. And for all the reasons that General Petraeus set out, this is ours to lose, guys. This is an opportunity to avoid snatching defeat from the jaws of victory, to invert that English saying, because he was under pressure. I am deeply frustrated in many ways that the Iran campaign has lessened the pressure on him. Russia is probably the only country you can definitively say is better off after the Iran campaign, because the oil price has spiked, because the sanctions have been lifted on them. And it's really important that we make sure we give Ukraine the support they need. On the front line, as David Petraeus said, they are doing remarkable things, and that is to be supported and reinforced. And on the home front, I really worry about the coming winter. Clearly, when you can shoot off 3 times as many Patriots in the Iran campaign as have been provided to Ukraine in the 4 years, you can shoot off more in 3 days. The first 3 days of the campaign saw more Patriots fired than Ukraine has received in 4 years. So, we need to redouble our efforts to support Ukraine in this extraordinary fight, which is on behalf of all of us.
Chilling to think that Putin will be looking for other opportunities if Ukraine doesn't work out for him. Ambassador Vossman, what should we expect on the front line in Ukraine from what you're hearing?
Well, I think what gives me hope is that Ukraine seems to now have an upper hand in the deep strikes against Russia. So I hope that trend continues, and I also hope that the war in Iran kind of goes away soon, and the windfall that Russia is now getting, the oxygen that they are getting economically, goes away soon, because they really started to hurt in the beginning of this year. And being in the region in the Middle East, obviously it was frustrating to witness that that Russia really gained from that war. But I also see many positive signs for Ukraine.
Thank you. John, a technological war moving to the next level soon, but right now, how do you assess the front line in Ukraine and what's going to happen next?
Well, frankly, I'm not qualified to talk about the front line in Ukraine. There's so many experts here that I'm listening and learning from myself. But let me turn it a little bit towards what I did do. So my job for 30 years was to run spies and to run spies in Russia. Now, Glenn has done that more recently than I have, but there are things about Russia that don't change. These attacks, this hybrid warfare, this political warfare, this constant warfare never change. But there's one thing that's unique about Russian spies, the people who spy for the British and spy for the Americans, that is different from other spies that I've seen and handled in my career. And people spy for different reasons, for ego, for money, for revenge, for what have you. But there was something unique about the Russians that spied for us. First of all, they were often the best and the brightest. They were people, they weren't the drunks and the philanderers and those type of people. They were the people who believed in the system and worked their way up through the system until they realized it was rotten and it was evil, and they wanted to deal with that. And then they turned to us. A certain number of people turned to us to spy for us. And almost all of them said the same thing, is that the Chekist system, the security services are evil, and Russia will never be a normal country until that is destroyed. So we talk about what happens here with Putin, what happens after Putin. I think one of the things we need to look for here is whatever happens with Russia, if that security apparatus, if that's the KGB apparatus is not taken care of, we will continue to have this nonstop war against the West, which is not just kinetic war, but is assassinations and subversion and attacks and negotiations as a battlefield and these type of things. And so there's something I think to learn from the spies, the Russian spies, who tell us consistently that the system is evil and it needs to be destroyed.
Glenn, how do you destroy that system?
Well, one thing I think, we just had a great speaker talk about the sanctions regime, and we you know, the war right now, if you talk about the front, and I'll just go back to that question, the Ukrainians are demonstrating, the Ukrainian armed forces and intelligence services are doing incredible work against the army much larger and much more powerful on paper. So what's been accomplished is incredible. But the war that I'm worried about is in the information space. And it goes back to this Chekist mentality and the tradition that the Russians have, even going back to Tsar's times, of using disinformation, using psychological warfare to undermine their enemies and to expand their influence and to weaken those people that they think are threatening them. So that's the war I think that the U.S. needs to be much more focused on. I think that's the war that other members of NATO need to be more focused on. The Ukrainians militarily providing them with the assistance that they need to keep fighting. I tell American audiences all the time when I speak about this issue, the Ukrainians, I've been coming, this is my 13th trip in 2 years. The Ukrainians have never asked us once to send my son or John's son to fight for Ukraine. All they ask for is the weapons to continue to defend themselves and their sovereignty against the Russians. And we can do that, but the Russians in the information space are working very aggressively to deny us the ability to do that by manipulating the narrative to claim that sanctions aren't working when we see that they are working, to claim that this war is an endless war, it's a repeat of Iraq or Afghanistan, which is not true. And by the way, we could talk about what the value of those wars were. And then on the issue of the Middle East and on Iran, you know, the Russians, I think, want us in the information space to think that this is a disaster and it was a big mistake and that it's helping Russia. I don't think it's helping Russia. The key in Iran is to finish the job, because we need to take another chess piece off the board for Putin and put it on our side, in my opinion, and stop the Iranians from being able to resupply the Russians.
Hasn't that proved difficult to finish the job?
It's going to be difficult, and anyone that thought that it was going to be easy is sadly mistaken, because since 1979, that regime has been building resilience. So I don't think it's going to be quick, and I don't think it would ever be easy, but we need to finish the job. Because Iran also presented a very serious...
But just what does that mean, finish the job? Are we talking about weeks or months? Are you talking about a military strike? Are you talking about using other means?
I would say it's going to be months. I don't think it's going to be weeks in my assessment. And I think it's a combination of things that we need to do, including continued military strikes and other things that we need to do.
And can you elaborate on those other things or not?
I will not elaborate on those
right, so it's
this stage,
military plus is the answer.
military plus.
Well, I'm going to come back to the Middle East. Just on this topic, Sir Richard, why has the UK got such unwavering support for Ukraine? Why were they first out the blocks? Why is there never any question about funding for Ukraine? What is the special link between the two countries?
I think we had the enormous privilege, first up, alongside the United States, of seeing the plans, of seeing the intelligence in the run-up to this, for starters. Secondly, predating that, we recognized that we messed up in 2014, both the US, UK, and indeed broader European allies, in that we were caught asleep at the wheel when Putin came into Crimea and invaded the Donetsk. And we were determined after 2014 that that shouldn't happen again, and therefore we, alongside the United States, really upped our game with our Ukrainian partners, so that come the day in the run-up when we got firm intelligence that Putin was going to go, we were able to scale up pretty quickly and be pretty effectively. So I think that's one. Those are two reasons. The third reason, of course, is that, and I don't think it's the UK alone on this, it's just there was a clear recognition of just what Putin's act of aggression meant. This is the first time we've had a full-scale war, well, certainly since the Balkans, but arguably at this scale, of course, nothing since the Second World War. And if we weren't going to stand up against this, as the UK, as Britain stood up in 1939 and 1940, then our freedoms were going to suffer in due course. So I think it did have a lot of popular support in the UK. That's more than some others, but compared to the the Baltics in their way, or compared to Poland, I wouldn't put us in some special category. I just feel that we were quicker, and we were prepared to take a bit more risk, I think, early doors. So we were prepared to put in some of the weaponry that others were worried about. And because the sky didn't fall in on the UK, when we did take the risk over things like Storm Shadow, tanks, etc., then others felt able to follow, and that was a good leadership role. I'd like us to be more assertively in that space now than I'm entirely convinced we are. But I think that's
we're lacking
kind of
at the moment.
If we're coming back to Iran, I'll hold off.
Okay.
My final comment, very briefly, I agree with this thing about avoiding a kind of defeatist, allowing the Russian propaganda on this to take root. And the final thing is there's an immense fallacy from those people who think you've got to somehow get Ukraine off the international agenda in order to meet the threat from China. That is a grotesque misreading of the situation. If you are worried about how you deter Xi Jinping, then do not fail the contest of wills with Putin, because Xi is watching this like a hawk, and he will draw conclusions from our robustness over Ukraine.
Thank you. We'll be picking up on that in our next panel. So thank you for teeing that up, Sir Richard, on China. General Petraeus, there seems to be a lull in the Middle East at the moment. When we look at the Tehran-Moscow axis, people were saying this is a great war for Putin. Suddenly it became a great war for Zelensky as he toured the Gulf. What's happening? Where are we?
Well, we're trying to negotiate, and there is a challenge both with the leadership within Tehran not being fully aligned with each other, and then the individual who seems to be emerging as the leader there is the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. He's a first-generation revolutionary, a real diehard, and he is very, very hard line, and apparently believes that why negotiate? Let's just continue what we're doing in the Strait, continue to resist, and make life more difficult. They're reading the domestic situation in the United States, I think, fairly astutely, seeing the worries about the midterm elections for the ruling party and so forth, understanding the pressures on the president when it comes to inflation and the price of a gallon of gas and the other second and third order effects. And so in a difficult situation, the question is how to bring them to the table And I agree with Glenn that I think we do have to increase our pressure. There's some of that ongoing with the seizure of Iranian ships elsewhere in the world that are carrying Iranian oil. And we'll see if that and the continuation of the blockade on the blockade will be effective. But then if I could just come back, I think Sir Richard was a bit modest in a way in explaining why the UK has been so strongly supportive. I think, Richard, it was also that you had Boris Johnson, who saw this as his Churchillian moment and very, very strongly leaned in to support Ukraine. And as Richard noted, UK would make a decision before the US in many cases, and nothing would happen. And so, after they gave, 1,000 anti-tank guided missiles, we'd give 10,000. And they did this with a number of different systems. Same with tanks, same with, again, Storm Shadow, there was also an anti-ship missile. There were a number of individual decisions that Prime Minister Johnson in particular made that were ahead of everyone else. Also the same with sanctions, and then others followed suit, the European countries and the United States as well. So this is a case where leadership, I think, really has mattered, and the leadership he exhibited on the issue of Ukraine was very important, and it really ended up setting the tone for the others.
Thank you.
Over.
Ambassador Vossman, I believe you're speaking to us from Israel. What is the view there? What's happening? Where are we going from here in the Middle East?
Well, first of all, I'm not a Middle East expert. Even after 9 months here, this place, being here, it really makes you humble. I mean, to put it mildly, things are very complicated. Well, I think in Israel, there is a feeling that things are not over, both on Lebanon and against Hezbollah and against Iran. This is not over by far. I think there is some frustration regarding the truce on either issue, Lebanon and Iran. There's a feeling that main decisions are taken in Washington, which Israel cannot do much about. I think Israel is ready to continue. Surely they went into this war with Iran that this war would end all wars, or let's say buy them ample time for years. For now, I think it's too premature to say this is the case. So there's a feeling that it's not over. Things are on pause for now.
And do you feel that this is a war against Russia and China as well that needs to be won in the Middle East? Ambassador Vossman.
Yes, this is, I think both Russia and China are watching, but I also think that if in Washington there is a view that the war against Iran is to do with China, then I think Ukraine should also be helped much more. So I'm not sure how much this war against Iran from Washington point of view is about China. Because I think there are other ways we can send a message to China, but obviously there's a lot of talk about that this is wider than just Middle East.
Glenn, is America stuck? It needs to win in the Middle East to defeat China as well. It needs to win in Ukraine to defeat China. At the moment, it's committing troops to the Middle East, but it's what's going on.
Right. So first, when we talk about Iran, I do want to say we should not forget. The United States should not forget that Ukraine, President Zelensky and the Ukrainians were one of the first countries in Europe to come to our aid and to show strong support. And the Ukrainians in the Gulf have been playing an important role. And it's an amazing opportunity for Ukraine, and it's an amazing sign. In my opinion, our administration should recognize that and be thankful for it, because when we got ourselves in a difficult situation, which was unavoidable in my assessment, Ukraine was with us. And so we should never forget that. That is what an ally does for an ally. And that means that we need to stay together with Ukraine. All right? Is the United States stuck? We've been stuck for many years. Right? This is not a war with Iran that just started on 28 February. We've been fighting this war for a long time. Now the escalation has happened, And I don't think it's a war. I think it's a battle. It's a different front of a battle. The war, Russia's aggression against Ukraine, in my own assessment, is the same thing that the Iranians were doing against Israel, our ally in the Middle East. And I said this on a stage a couple of weeks ago here. I do not believe that the United States should let Russia dictate or eliminate Ukraine as a country or as a people. We should always stand by any country that's defending its sovereignty. And I feel the same way about our responsibility to help the Israelis defend themselves against the regime that was talking about and dedicated to destroying Israel and annihilating Israel for many years. So we've been fighting this war for years. We have to see it through. We have to win it. And I do think that China is part of the front. I mean, this is one front in a bigger battle or a bigger war of values. And if we believe in the values that I was raised on, I'm sure John was raised on, I served with them, I know, General Petraeus was raised on, all the members of the panels were raised on, then we will see this war through to the end, and we will make sure that Ukraine wins. Because if Ukraine loses, then we lose in Iran, we lose in the Middle East, we lose China, we lose, in my opinion, pretty much everything, including who we are as a nation.
Yeah.
In my view, the Iran attack was a mistake. I think differently about this. I think we should have doubled down on Ukraine against Russian aggression. Iran could have waited. The Iranian Navy, which we talk about destroying, was of no threat to anybody. Yes, it's been an ongoing war, but there was nothing that suggested it needed to be raised now. But I do think there is a potential, one good thing to come out of this vis-a-vis China is if China is looking about aggression to Taiwan, for example, they have now just seen two examples of large countries thinking they can attack smaller countries, and they've seen that asymmetric attacks work. So if China is looking and they see that Russia attacked Ukraine and thought they should have won quickly, they learned that didn't happen. Now they see the mighty United States attacking Iran and saying that the Americans have bloodied their toe. Hopefully the Chinese are learning that even having a powerful military in this day and age, when all the other smaller countries have learned about how to fight asymmetrically, is not a given. So I hope that the Chinese are watching both Iran and Ukraine in that sense. But I believe we should have doubled down on Ukraine, and we could have waited on Iran.
And as a result, the focus has shifted unhelpfully.
Yeah, we're wasting our weapons against Iran for no strategic gain. I think we've learned that we can win tactical battles, which we should have learned from Afghanistan and Iraq, without winning strategic victories. And I think this is what's going to happen in Iran. We're going to end up here with something worse than we had before.
So let's say to get through to Donald Trump, you need to be able to sit down with him and explain why it's in his personal interests to support Ukraine. So in order to help him do that, we're going to give each of you a minute before we wrap up to just explain to us how you would, if you had a minute with Donald Trump, explain to him it's in his personal, David Petraeus, I'm coming to you first, and it's in his personal interest to help Ukraine. What would you say to Donald Trump in a minute, General Petraeus?
I would offer the prospect of a Trump Tower in downtown Kyiv, and perhaps even a Trump golf course when the peace breaks out there. Everyone is going to be looking for leisure time and to celebrate the IPOs that will generate enormous funds for the great innovators in Ukraine. And I am only partly joking. I would actually cast it as the opportunity to do enormous business with what will be the arsenal of democracy when the guns fall silent. There is no equal to the Ukrainian unmanned systems makers. 7 million drones this year alone, compared with 300,000 that the US made. So I think there will be actually the military industrial complex of the Western world will look to what's going on in Ukraine and capitalize on what has happened in Ukraine. And so the sooner we can bring this to an end, we can take advantage of those opportunities and then refocus on what is the most important task of the US military, which is, of course, deterrence in the Indo-Pacific region.
Okay, that's a Trump Tower and a golf course. Glenn?
I would say, Mr. President, a couple of points. First, for years you've been criticizing all your predecessors that they allowed Putin to run circles around them. What has happened, what the Ukrainians have done is they have given you the opportunity to bring Putin to his knees, to show you can be the next Ronald Reagan. You can go down in history as the guy that broke Vladimir Putin and put him in his place. That's number one. Number two, You took action on Iran after negotiations failed, and you felt that the Iranians were dragging them out, were manipulating those negotiations. You've given Putin a year to negotiate. He has not come to the table in any sincerity. It's time to ratchet up the heat on Putin. It's time to stop the facade of these negotiations. You get credit for trying, but now we got to take another approach to solve this problem, right? And finally, I would say you had the courage to take action against the Iranian regime. The Iranian regime that you went after is nothing different than Putin and his regime. They are cut from the same cloth. They are aggressors. They are dangerous. They are tyrants. You took action against the Iranians. Now we need to take more action against Russia. And in this case, we have an
His attention has gone after a minute. You only had a minute.
Okay.
Well said. Sir Richard, your minute. To Donald Trump.
Putin is not your friend. And here you have an opportunity really genuinely to achieve peace by putting the pressure on Putin at home and helping the Ukrainians to put the pressure, increase the pressure further on the battlefield, and then you will get your peace settlement.
Ambassador Vossman.
I would say Ukraine is one of the most pro-American countries in Europe with huge resources, so a lot of business deals to be made after the war. It's also a great military power that would reinvigorate NATO if we allow, we should, Ukraine to join. Also, the military innovation that has been talked about already, which is amazing. I see that in Israel as well. Also, it would send a message to China and all the other tyrants in the world. And also, I would say to Mr. Trump that Washington should forget this perennial fear of escalation and stop believing this red line bluff from Moscow that has been keeping the West dysfunctional or weak for years. And finally, I would say to Mr. Trump that Putin quietly or within friends thinks you're weak. Thank you.
To wrap it all up, John.
I mean, everybody made good points about what should be told to him. And I see in America, people write op-ed pieces and go on TV and speak, and they say, Trump should do this, the administration should do that. Like they're speaking to George H.W. Bush or something. Donald Trump is something different. I write him off. I don't think everyone's been trying for years to appeal to him about what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. And I think he's a bad actor, and I think we need to act on our own until he will back a winner. So if he sees things are winning here, he will want to join into that. But I wouldn't try to convince him because I don't think he's very smart.
So we've had a Trump tower. Oh, there we go. Which way to go? We have a Trump tower on a golf course, that he's the next Ronald Reagan. Tell him that Putin is not his friend, that he could reinvigorate NATO, send a message to tyrants, or we just ignore him. All right. Plenty of food for thought in that session. Unfortunately, I have to bring it to an end now. I want to say a big thank you to all our fantastic panel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. We are, in just a couple of minutes, when we've had a quick set change, we are going to discuss how Ukraine sustains unity, resolve, and action with an all-star cast in about 2 or 3 minutes.
Чуємо, чому Україна має перемогти, виникає інше запитання. Хіба це не очевидно? Але світ досі шукає відповідь. Що означає перемога України для Європи? І якою для всіх буде ціна поразки? Фокус Київського безпекового форуму. Як зберегти єдність, рішучість і здатність діяти?
Thank you so much. Can I talk to you after? We've got to do one more session now. That's fine. Thank you. to your incredible panel here. Admiral Sir Tony Radakin, Chief of the Defence Staff of the United Kingdom, 2021 to 2025. You're also on the Security Forum here, aren't you? That's good. Taavi Rõivas, Prime Minister of Estonia from 2014 to 2016. Delighted to have you here. Admiral Rob Bauer, Chair of the, who's been busy signing books. I hope you've got one. Be signing books later again? Yes. Chair of the NATO Military Committee, 2021 to 2025. Irina Felin, NATO Secretary General, Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security and Human Security. And joining us live, as you may be able to see, Baiba Braza, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Latvia. Great to have you with us. We're going to do the same thing. 3 questions that we'll all answer with brief answers, please, so we can just get the sense of all your thoughts on all these incredible topics. The first question, whether Russia is preparing to expand its aggression beyond Ukraine. We're going to pick up on where we left off, and are NATO and Europe truly ready to deter and respond if the war spills over? We're then going to ask, does the evolving policy of the United States, including the risk of reduced engagement and strategic ambiguity, create new vulnerabilities for Ukraine and European security? And then how should we assess China's role in this war? We heard from Sir Richard there, and we want to pick up on that a little bit later. Minister Braza, is Russia preparing to expand its aggression beyond Ukraine, and are NATO and Europe ready to deter and respond if the war spills over?
Sorry not to be there for the Kyiv Security Forum, one of my favorite events, but we try next year again, and hopefully it works. So greetings to you all. Also good to see friends on the panel, so hi everyone. Now, on the question, it's not my place to speculate what Russia might or might not do. Our task is, of course, to take the threat seriously, and Russia has been identified as a threat in NATO strategic concept, in all the documents, internal documents, in our national documents, EU documents. It is a threat, so we take it seriously. And then the next task is to make sure that NATO, which has been successful in deterring various challenges and threats throughout the history of NATO, would be as successful in the future. NATO has never been attacked by anyone, by Soviets or Russia or anybody else, and that should stay that way. For that, we need 3 things. 1, invest in our own strength, make sure that at a national level we make the decisions that are necessary. So here Latvia just approved the law granting 5% of GDP for defense, hard defense capabilities in the foreseeable future, so for the next few years. So investing in defense, making sure defense industry is in place across allies. Again, it's not just enough to have the cash itself. Then making sure we have that strength demonstrated. So it's not just a theoretical capability, but very practically demonstrated. Then have technological superiority. And again, there is work to be done on this one. Second big pillar is make sure the transatlantic relationship is strong. So, and here, avoid unnecessary commentary on commentary, don't go down some downward spiral, make sure that there is channels, comms channels, practical work, especially among the military, especially with politicians, obviously, but making sure that the unity as a center of gravity for NATO is there. So I'm glad that President Erdogan reached out to President Trump. The summit is being prepared in Ankara, and we will have a successful summit. And the third part in all this is, of course, support to Ukraine, making sure that Russia doesn't get its objectives, but also that Ukraine thrives as a democratic, successful state in the EU and eventually in NATO. So here, all the efforts from us at a national level, regional level, Nordic Baltic, Council of Baltic Sea States, meaning with Germans and Poles, but also wider efforts are what is needed. And indeed, that includes also weakening Russia. So I'm very happy that from one hand, we were able to agree on the 90 billion implementation. That was a political decision. Now the technical part is also solved. So it will go to Ukraine support, including 60 billion from that for military aid. But also in the same time, we approved the 20th sanctions package on Russia. And Russia is weakened. Russia is weakened daily and daily again. So that these all packages, these all pillars have to be in place. And that's what we are busy with. We are not sort of speculating what might do or might not do, making sure that we have everything in place.
Thank you, Minister. Admiral Bauer, if NATO deterrence isn't the thing to rely on right now, what is?
What is that question was if...
Oh, sorry, that was for Admiral Bauer, Minister.
If you allow me, Baiba.
Hi, Rob.
Hello. Yeah, so all the points Minister Bradze made are absolutely spot on. I think we should add to the discussion societal resilience. I think on top of military capabilities and everything that we need to improve on, which is the capability targets for which we need the money. And of course, for that, we also need an industry that can actually produce what we want to buy, because that is still the problem. We are in year 5 of the war in Ukraine, and we are still trying to convince each other that that is necessary, which is idiotic. And that is not only the defense industry, but it is also the financial sector, it's the institutional investors, it is the private sector in general, it is the government. Everybody's sort of trying to convince each other whilst we are in a way where we need to prepare for war. So that is the one thing that I would like to add. The reason why Russia would actually attack, as you assume in your question, is when China asks Russia, because the decision for Russia to attack NATO is no longer being made in Moscow, as I'm convinced, but is actually made in Beijing. Russia is by now a vassal state of China, increasingly, because it is more and more dependent on what China is doing for Russia. If China was not helping Russia the way it is, Russia would not be able to continue the war against Ukraine. So this is very much connected to China. And therefore, we should not only talk about Russia, but we should also talk about China increasingly.
So Tony, there you are. The industry case for the industry for defense is there, but it's not easy to get the money, is it?
Well, it definitely isn't easy to get the money in the UK, and we'll see how that progresses. But just to build on what the others have said, Russia isn't going to expand in the way that you set the question. Russia has embarked on a disastrous war, and we need to extol how disastrous that war has been. We need to extol our admiration for Ukraine and what it is doing for the whole of Europe. And we need to explain, and the explanation is critical for the likes of China and any other nation that blithely thinks that you might be able to be aggressive and that you might be able to take territory and that things might go according to plan and you might be able to achieve your ambitions. And in real life, it rarely works out like that. So Russia has embarked on this war, which has been disastrous at the strategic level. It's the opposite to what Putin wanted. He's got a stronger NATO. He has awoken NATO and Europe to start defending itself in a much stronger way. He's helped Europe and NATO to put across that it will deter Russia, and we don't make enough of last year's NATO Hague summit, which was extraordinary in that nations agreeing to nearly double their defense spending and to get to 3.5% on core security and defense and 5% overall. And then at the operational and tactical level, we need to tell the story of what Ukraine is achieving and how much we should be in awe, admiration, and gratitude for what Ukraine is doing. And I think that helps to keep us safe. It helps us to reflect the extraordinary struggle of Ukraine, but it has wider impact around the globe, as the others have mentioned.
Tavi, so Tony's point is that this is a disastrous war in Ukraine, and from everything that we've been hearing about Russia's ambitions under President Putin, it puts more strain on other countries to be prepared.
Well, yes, it does. I actually want to start with what Sir Tony ended with by being thankful to Ukraine to actually being the shield of Europe. In a strategic level, it is much wider than Russian aggression against Ukraine. It's Russian aggression against the democratic world. And Ukraine is fighting that for us. It was mentioned in the previous panel that Ukraine is not asking us and our sons to fight for them. They are only asking for weapons, tools to do it. And this is not much to be asked. And I'm really tired of hearing people saying that Ukraine should in some way be grateful. That's not the case. We should be grateful for Ukraine to fighting our war for the rest of the democratic world. Thank you. Yesterday, my good friend, the Estonian Defense Minister Hanno Pevkur, mentioned the Churchill's quote about giving us the tools. And if I calculated the GDP of NATO countries, or US and EU and UK, and 0.25%, that's how much Estonia is contributing from all those countries, would be $135 billion. And please don't tell me that some of those countries cannot afford that. We know from experience that this can be done, and this would be the very small check to pay to actually, help Ukraine to properly win this war. So in a way, answer to your question is in our hands. If we help Ukraine, if Ukraine keeps the shield of Europe, then there is no room for Russia to expand to other frontiers. Secondly, and I will make it very quick, despite the very troubling messages from across the ocean, the NATO that we see today is different from the NATO in 2014, and that's a good thing in a way as well. Especially, I remember from the Wales summit when we discussed, how difficult it is to get to 2% of GDP in defense expenditure, like you just mentioned. Today we are at 5, or not all of us are at 5, but we are aiming at 5 at least. So it's a different story. And let's keep in mind that this is the right way to do it. In NATO, the best we can do, in addition to supporting Ukraine, is to show our strength, and the only thing that Putin would be provoked by would be our weakness, and this we don't want to show him.
So the message is political will and societal resilience need to be maintained in Ukraine. How would you suggest that?
I would suggest to keep an inclusive approach to security and resilience. Rob mentioned briefly the need to have an approach to the whole of society and the resilience of the society. So when it comes to look into the inclusive approach of security, which is something I'm in charge of working both on the women, peace and security agenda and also the human security agenda, for me it means really looking at the society based on the Ukrainian experience that shows us how we need to work together, military and civilian, at the same time. But this also brings to unpacking this, which means including the gender perspectives when it comes to my responsibility. And just to build on what I said, that we have to be grateful to Ukraine, I would add that we have to be grateful to Ukrainian women in particular in this war, alongside with men, because women have proven to be a warfighter, have been proven to show resilience within the society in different roles, from the political leadership into community leaders. being part of defense industry, producing drones now, stepping up in covering different roles because the majority of men are still, on the front line. But that said, we know that number speaks alone because we have today more than 75,000, and I don't need to tell you, Ukraine, how many women are fighting today. And I had the privilege of spending the couple of the last days, with some of them becoming commanders and really sharing their own experience on the front line. And this is extremely important to maintain the resilience of the society together with a civilian preparedness. So if we look at what we need to do, I think it's look into this partnership between military and civilian, but also between the private and the public sectors, and look on the different role and different contribution that both men and women bring aligned. This is not only a question of upholding our democratic values, it is certainly one that differentiates us from our enemy. It is a question of equality, but it is especially a question of effectiveness. We are better when we work together, and we know that resilience has to be prepared before the crisis. It's not something that you can do only during the crisis. So it's about the political willingness to maintain our infrastructure, to maintain the fabric of the society together, and we will be able to do so only if we work together in synergy.
Thank you. How do we, moving on to the strategic ambiguity of America, how do we deal with that strategic ambiguity over the next 6 months? How does Ukraine deal with it? Yes, Admiral Bauer.
First, I would suggest that we look at what the Americans do versus what some Americans say, because there is a difference. If you, for example, listen to what is said, there's a lot of talk about troop reductions in Europe. There's no single military person moved out yet. If the US takes out the troops that they added to the European force in 2022, which was about 25,000 as a result of the war in Ukraine, if the US would take those numbers out, then actually nothing dramatic has happened. So we have to be careful to, let's say, react only to what is said. That is one. Second, there is a difference, of course. It is worrying what is being said. Don't get me wrong. It's not necessarily helpful what is being said and what is posted on a social media site as the official channel from the US government. That is worrying. So it's not necessarily helpful. But at the same time, we should keep a cool head, stay calm and carry on, as the Brits always say. Keep focusing on what is important when it comes to NATO. We should be careful in Europe to push away the Americans. It's not helpful. Yes, we should become stronger as Europeans inside NATO. That is absolutely necessary. Actually, that is agreed in the Hague Summit with the capability targets, because if we do what we have promised in the alliance, then European nations and Canada will have capabilities in the near future that now only the US has. And if we have that, then European nations and Canada can actually have a different stance towards the US when it comes to military power. And you will have a different debate. So let's do what we have promised. Stay on course when it comes to NATO. Don't break something that isn't broken yet. It's very careful. We should be careful to break something that isn't broken yet. So, and of course, we should talk to each other, and especially on the highest political level. I'm sure leaders are talking to the American president on whether it's helpful or not, etc., etc. But stay calm and carry on.
Is that right, Sir Tony? Stay calm and carry on. And actually, is it the media, is it us overplaying this for headlines?
So I think there is an element. It is a bit boring when the recipe is stay calm and carry on, and I think especially for the media. But just to build on what Rob has said, if you step back and you look at this, then there is remarkable agreement. There's an agreement in Europe that Europe has to take its own defense far more seriously and act on that. Act on that by applying more resource, by growing the production that will then draw on that additional resource. And that is exactly what President Trump is demanding of Europe, but it's also what previous presidents of America have demanded of Europe. And it's now much more sharply in focus. Some of that is the language, the character, the nature of the current US administration. But I also think for European leaders, it's the clarity of the war in Europe and what Ukraine is facing. So there's remarkable agreement there. And then I think that it has this wider resonance because, again, just to lift it, when you take NATO as a whole and over 50% of the world's GDP and these nations coming together to recognize that they need to spend more on defense and security, that is a hell of a message to Moscow, to Beijing, and it reflects a broader concern about the world. And I think especially from a military point of view, we all agree that the world's getting more dangerous. It's a more dangerous place. It's uncomfortable from a military point of view because our magazines are half empty. And we need to have full magazines, and we need to modernize what we've got. And in order to do that, that is an arsenal of democracy approach. It's not a European approach. It's a Western approach, binding with our alliance across the Atlantic into America, and binding with our other alliances with democracies around the world. And that's what I think you're seeing starting to happen. And that is how we respond to a more dangerous world.
Tavi, when we talk about alliances, so Tony was mentioning, Admiral Bowers talking about Canada and Europe. Europe's obviously a large place and there are lots of different elements. How united is Europe and how ready is it to take on a different type of alliance?
Yeah, I think it's very good to be reminded that when we talk about transatlantic relations, it's not only US, and to be honest, it is frustrating to get some messages from US during the last months or so. But yes, I think having a strong alliance with Canada, of course, is important for Europe, and I'm very thankful for Canadians to being there for us, and we are there for them as well, of course. By the way, the messages by Canadian Prime Minister in Davos earlier this year, I think they resonated really well, and many in Europe listened very carefully what he had to say, and many agreed as well. Now, where I do agree with Donald Trump, and this I don't probably say quite often, is of course that Europe can and should do more. And again, I'm stating the obvious here. I think some European leaders, to be honest, still are a little bit like seeing Russia, in this form that is larger than life, whereas actually in Europe, many countries alone are a lot richer than Russia is. The GDP, not per capita, which all of Europe is richer per capita than Russia is, but as a whole, many countries are bigger, and this means that and European countries aren't alone. So together, and even if we are hesitating, if US is supporting us or how much US is supporting us, even then, I think we can be strong enough. We definitely are big enough. We definitely are rich enough to support Ukraine to win and to defend ourselves. And of course, having said that, I'm big fan of US as historic guarantee for European security. It's a big thing, and I hope that this will be the case in the future as well. But with or without them, we can support Ukraine, and we can win this war, and we can defend ourselves as well.
Minister Braza, how should we assess China's role in this war? Is it as a distant observer, a quiet enabler of Russia, or a potential driver of a broader geopolitical confrontation that could reshape the global order?
Depends on what angle do you look at, from what angle do you look at. If you look at purely military, I don't think there's any intel agency which has provided confident proof that China would be providing direct military assistance to Russia. So that probably is then true. However, when we look at everything that enables the war, so all types of dual use, all types of machinery, all types of tools, and so on and so forth, China is the biggest supplier to Russia. And when you look at the trade flows, indeed, that is what has taken place, that China is the biggest trading partner. But China is also the biggest trading partner for Ukraine, providing a lot of important stuff for Ukrainian drone and other industry. So there are different angles. When we look at the sanctions evasion, again, EU sanctions envoy has been quite clear that there is a lot of questions to be asked to China, to Hong Kong, to companies based there in the Far East, because again, it might not be directly, it might be enabling. So there are various angles to that. But in the same time, indeed, China has taken also positive steps by making sure that politically they have stated that territorial integrity is a principle that has to be respected, respect for borders, and so on and so forth. So the answer is not one-sided per se. Meanwhile, China has been developing its own military capabilities in a fast and convincing way, and they have not been transparent about why they are doing it, what are the threats they are addressing. Capabilities they have actually are quite power projecting capabilities, whether that's aircraft carriers, whether space and everything else. So it's not a very comfortable, I would say, situation overall. Having said that, I think the important part is to concentrate on the immediate steps for Ukraine and to make sure that Russia doesn't achieve its objectives, because all the intel agencies, all our various scenarios and discussions are quite clear that Russia's main objective is to subjugate Ukraine, to take full control of Ukraine in terms of political power, in terms of military solutions, in terms of future choices, and we should not be allowing that to happen. So we are fully committed to maintain our support, to make sure that EU's support is in place, that NATO's support is in place, political support internationally through, we are members of UN Security Council, elected ones, to make sure that both positive things that Ukraine has been doing as a democratic country, but also all the atrocities that Russia has been doing are internationally reflected, proven, and also that will restrict what policy choices China can have in that respect.
Thank you, Minister. So, Tony, we're focusing on Ukrainian unity and resolve, but is China helping sustain Russia?
China absolutely is helping to sustain Russia, and we need to call that out. We need to explain to China why that is bad for the global economy, why that is not a role that a China that portrays itself as wanting to be a responsible power, that actually it's supporting aggression, and that's what we're pushing back against with Ukraine's fight against Russia. And we also need to explain that this is a bigger fight in terms of values and stability for the whole world, and that we are going to sustain Ukraine in its struggle, and that is in our interest, that is in obviously in Ukraine's interest, but ultimately it's in China's interest as well. And we should also be really playing with Russia that, to the disaster that I mentioned before, that Russia is becoming a diminished power the more that it has to rely on China. and that the notion that China and Russia are somehow a natural partnership is absurd. They don't have the cultural history, they don't have the understanding, and Rob is right to say that this is a pathway for Russia to become a vassal state of China, and it needs to be another factor for why this has been a disastrous war for Putin.
Tavi, I saw you nodding there.
Yeah, I do agree a lot that has been said, so that's why I'm nodding.
And Rob, just to end, how do you deal with China?
Well, if I can come back to the theme of the conference, darkness or dawn and is light ahead. If we actually do what we have agreed in NATO, if we continue with the good plans that are going around in the EU, there is light ahead. Because actually what we will then see, if we continue to support Ukraine, Ukraine will remain a sovereign state, which is extremely important for all of us. Anchored in the West, extremely important for us. Russia is contained and is actually constrained. NATO is stronger than ever before. The EU emerges more politically coherent for the first time in many, many decades, and more powerful in order to actually put power behind its words. The public accepted the strategic competition as, let's say, the new normal. And so fatigue consists, but actually it hasn't led to disengagement. All these things is what we can achieve together if we do what we have promised, if we recognize there is a danger from Russia and China, and that we fight for our democracies in a way that is strengthening the armed forces, strengthening our societal resilience, and recognizing that it is not a given that someone else will solve our problems, but it is actually ourselves solving our problems.
Please join me in thanking the entire panel for shedding so much light on so many different parts of the world. Thank you all very much. Well done. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Росія не платить за злочини. І досі. Чому санкції не змушують до миру? Коли запрацює трибунал за злочин агресії? І коли заморожені активи Росії стануть платою за руйнування і біль? Мир через тиск. Панель з питань правосуддя та відповідальності.
For Marcin Buzanski and a Justice and Accountability panel. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What an incredibly interesting day this has been. What an incredibly interesting 2 days this has been. I must say, one of my most rewarding trips to Ukraine and Kiev in the last few years, which I've done many of, and it's a great privilege to be with you here. My name is Marcin Buzanski. I'm the director of the Center for Diplomacy at Warsaw, at Civitas University in Warsaw, senior advisor at the Pulaski Foundation, and also head of the New Alliances Foundation in Brussels. And it is my great pleasure to moderate this very important and timely discussion on peace through strength, on accountability, and on pressure, peace through pressure, especially looking at the economic pressure and the sanctions regime. And as we all know, we all can be very, very happy as we are in a new reality, a very positive reality, since yesterday the 20th package of sanctions has been approved, and we've seen the 90 billion loan also approved. So to discuss the reality that we're in, I have an amazing group of participants. Please, ladies and gentlemen, for all of them, a great round of applause, and I'll introduce them very, very briefly. First of all, the former president of Poland, Andrzej Duda. Mr. President, please. We have a great honor and privilege to have with us the Minister of Finance of Ukraine, Mr. Serhiy Marchenko. Please, Minister, join us. Online, we have, oh, this is going to be challenging, Tordis Kolbrun Reifrod Gilad Doftir. I hope so, I managed this, the Special Envoy of the Secretary General of the Council of Europe for the Situation of Children in Ukraine and former Foreign Minister of Iceland. A pleasure to have you with us. Let me also welcome the partner in Covington and Berlin, Mr. David Lorejo. David, please join us on stage. And we also have Yulia Pavitska, who's the head of the Sanctions and Hub of Excellence at the Kyiv School of Economics. Please join us. And finally, I would like to invite someone who doesn't need introductions, ladies and gentlemen, Ambassador Kurt Volker, who is the former Special Envoy for Ukraine and, of course, Ambassador of the US to NATO. Ambassador, please. Wow, what a challenge discussion for 2 days at least, and we need to put it in 45, 50 minutes. So I'll go straight to President Duda, if you'll allow me to ask you the first question. Well, there's been a strong signal coming yesterday from Europe. The sanctions have been approved, the loan has been approved, and Europe is clearly gearing up now with a new reality without Viktor Orban to put more pressure on Russia. You have been recently doing quite a lot of trips and being present in Washington, and we all know you have a very special relation with President Trump. You know him very well. Could you tell us what's your readout on the US in this matter? Can we see pressure coming through the US on the Kremlin, on Putin, considering, of course, what we've seen in the last years?
You know, first good afternoon to everyone. First, I would like to say that I was interviewed. I was asked by journalists today, what's my opinion about this yesterday's very important decision taken by the EU members, and I said I'm absolutely very satisfied that this 20th package of sanctions against Russia is now valid, yes, and it's really important that we will introduce these measures to create all these tools we have and we are using to stop Russian aggression against Ukraine, that we will have this new possibility to make it more efficient. So this is the first element. But You are asking me about the United States. You know, this is I think, but the best answer will be, we'll see. We'll see, because, you know, I know President Donald Trump, I know the President of the United States, I talked with him many times, and so I have my expectations. I think I understand what he is trying to do, what he's trying to achieve. Sometimes it looks strange, and sometimes it's quite difficult to recognize what would be the real benefit for Ukraine and for the free world from that policy. But you know, I don't want to speculate, but I have my own concept what he wants to achieve and what is the way to gain this target. So we'll see.
Thank you very much, Minister. If I can move to you, you know, we've had the packages approved. We had the good news coming from Cyprus, but can you tell us, you know, where does Ukraine stand right now? How's the strength of the economy? What does this package mean, and what are the next steps forward to actually use it to build more pressure against Russia, to build more resilience? Please tell us.
First of all, let me thank organizers of this conference. I am honored to be here. It's an important event, a traditional important event. I think that as far as I'm concerned, yesterday's decisions was very important and give us necessary confidence that funds which is available for Ukraine will come. And now we should make necessary steps to make it happen, because it's not unconditional, not conditional. Some of them conditional, some of them not. For example, military expenses are non-conditional, and it's important for us to secure 28.3 billion euro without any conditions to procure what is necessary for Ukraine defense. And it gives us some fiscal space in our budget, because we can relocate money which we plan to spend for drones. Now we expecting that we can procure these drones using this money, which are available in the European budget. But it's not all story. Another package is 16.7 billion euro. It's budget support. Part of this money will come through European facility with necessary and important legislation which we need to adopt in the parliament. The list of laws already developed and will be developed further. And another part is a macro-financial assistance with additional reforms and conditionalities which we need to implement. And I believe that it's the fact that Europeans provided us this green light also give our parliamentarians, members of our parliaments, necessary conditions to be stronger in their ability to pass all necessary legislation through the parliament. Because government expected, and we're doing our best in our cooperation with parliament to make it happen. And of course, if you ask me if we fully secure, probably for this year, yes, but we would like to be back for December 2025, when it was discussion about reparation loan. We would like to, again, to press this issue on the agenda. It's important that frozen Russian assets is still under debates. It's important that our ministries, my colleagues' ministries, discuss this issue and find some solutions. We have some proposals. Intermediate solutions can be found when we transmit or shift some money which is now located in different residential or countries of origins in one specific account under jurisdictions of European Commissions. It helps us to go further, and I believe it's fair enough for us to demand, I would want to stress, to demand some actions to happen right now.
Can I just follow on this point? It's very important. Do you believe that this is your best bet? Is this the strategy that there's a good chance now in the political climate that those assets can be used and can be mobilized?
You know, climate is something which is changing. And you are just asking President Duda what's changing. There are so changes in the world that probably that I believe that our European colleagues should become brave enough to make further steps towards this.
Thank you very much. Ambassador, if I may come to you and ask you a bit of a follow-up. We've heard on the European perspective, we've heard a little bit from President Duda on Washington and unpredictability. Well, let me ask you from your couple of hats that you've had, if I may say so, what would you say in the conditions you see today would be an optimal way forward to construct a pressure mechanism against Russia economically with what's right now on the table to make it really effective?
Well, thank you. And I will answer that question. Let me first say thank you to Arseny for bringing all of this together, bringing this forum together again. I think it's very important that people come to Ukraine, they see with their own eyes, they listen to people, and also that we can share some perspectives of how we are dealing with Ukraine abroad. I think it's all very important. Second thing, I think that some things have changed in the past few months that are in Ukraine's favor. Ukraine's own defense capabilities, and particularly the ability to produce long-range strike capability inside Russia, is very important. And it has had an impact on Russia's oil export capacity, which means that Russia is not benefiting of the windfall of higher oil prices as much as they might have done. And I think that's significant. That will mean more when oil prices go down again. So that's one. Another is Russia supposedly in a spring and summer offensive, and yet Ukraine has held that off and even advanced on the ground. So I think that is a change. And certainly Vladimir Putin and Gerasimov will notice this, that they're not getting anywhere. I also think that the numbers, people talk about the math of this war. We have 90 billion euros in loan plus other assistance from the EU to Ukraine every year. And Putin is now burning through his hard resources in order to keep things going, keep the war going and starving the Russian economy. And he's not able to replace the number of soldiers that he's losing on the battlefield month to month. So a lot of things have turned in Ukraine's favor. Now, I bring all that up because I don't see President Trump changing. I think he has firmly established that he just wants an end to the war under any circumstances. He wants a peace agreement. And he's not going to walk away from that perspective. But the reality is Putin does not want a peace agreement. He wants to keep fighting and keep attacking. And I don't think he will ever accept that Ukraine is a legitimate, sovereign, independent country, that President Zelensky is the legitimate leader of a free Ukraine, and that there is a permanent international border between Russia and Ukraine. He'll never go for those things. So where we end up is drifting towards a ceasefire where Putin can't keep it going the way he's doing it now. He will need a ceasefire. Ukraine is ready for a ceasefire. And then as soon as we get to something like that, we all work as hard as we can to prolong it, to deepen it, to strengthen Ukraine economically, militarily, structurally, institutionally, EU, all of those things. And I think we are headed that way. Now, to your question, what we should be doing is identifying those pressure points that I mentioned. The finances available to the Kremlin, the functioning of the Russian economy and his ability to sustain his military operations. And we should be doing everything possible to target those. So we should be doing secondary sanctions on Russian oil, not lifting sanctions on Russian oil at sea. We should be trying to get everybody off of Russian oil and gas faster than they are currently planning to do it. We should be assisting Ukraine with long-range capabilities, including Tomahawks, for example. Now, I don't see those things happening, and so I think this process that I mentioned of getting to a ceasefire will take longer than it needs to, but we will still get there.
Thanks very much for your points. I want to now reach out online to Minister Gilafo-Dottori. I'm sorry, hard to pronounce. I would like to ask about, jumping to accountability, and probably the most important element on everybody's mind is the situation of Ukrainian children. We all know that it was the base for all the legal actions undertaken internationally, but we also know that there's some activity. Could you tell us where we stand, what is the situation, and what are the prospects of having tens of thousands, I think estimates up to 35,000 children returned?
First of all, thank you for having me on, even though I'm online. I would like to start by saying we all know that history will judge us by our collective response to the Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. And in this response, I believe we share a common purpose to ensure that justice mechanisms protect the most vulnerable, especially children, and to uphold the rule of law. What we need to remind ourselves and realize and be very open about, that the forcible transfer, abduction and deportation of children is not an abstract concept. They are a concrete and grave breaches of international law that demand accountability. We also have to understand that this is not something that happens to a country when it's fighting a war, but it is state-planned, systematic and strategic actions from Russia. The accountability part is, in my mind, one of the most fundamental aspects of this war. The Council of Europe is I would say, leading in a way in that regard. First of all, the Register of Damage for Ukraine, which has recently opened the claims category for the illegal transfer of children. And plays a key role in documenting harm and will contribute to the future International Claims Commission. The European Court of Human Rights, of course, also remains a crucial mechanism, and in July 2025 judgment, it found Russia responsible for systematic violations, including the unlawful transfer to the Russian Federation of Ukrainian children. And we then also have the consultation group inside the Council of Europe. So this is all extremely important. The special tribunal, we're working on it. Countries are joining, and that is fundamentally important. I have to say that when it comes to accountability, in my opinion, that is not something that Ukraine should have to ask for. On the list of support that they need. This is a fundamental thing for the civilized world. This is a fundamental thing for Europe to uphold and protect and hold them accountable for their war crimes and action. We know that we have already over 2,000 children that have been brought back to Ukraine. We don't know the exact number of the stolen children to Russia. But we also have to keep in mind that we have 1.5 million children in the temporarily occupied territories in Ukraine. And they, of course, we do not have the overview and information that we need. We do know that they are in danger. We do know that they are being brainwashed. And we have to have that all in mind with the highest regard and that big number. Accountability must also be linked with a safe return, rehabilitation, reintegration for children. And the Ukrainians are doing an outstanding and excellent job in this regard, but they do need our support. They do need the human resources, the infrastructure, the financial support, And this is, of course, a key focus in Ukraine, both from ministries, institutions, and the NGOs. So when people ask me, what can we do to help? I would like to say, well, we can actually support the NGOs and the institutions that are bringing the children back, because they need our support. And when we feel, limited in action in bringing them back, there is a way to assist, and that is to assist the people and the stakeholders that are actually bringing them back. What will happen in the coming future with regards to peace negotiations and so on, I do not know. But we cannot talk about just and sustainable peace without being able to make sure that these children are brought back to Ukraine, to their motherland, and to assist them in reintegration, rehabilitation. And therefore, this has to be a key focus. And my final point, we have to make sure that when we talk about reconstruction and rebuild Ukraine, it cannot only be about bridges, roads, and infrastructure. It also has to be about the people and the future of Ukraine, which are the children of Ukraine.
Thank you very much. I'll come back in the second round on important follow-up on this, but I want to come to David now, if I may. And David is a partner at Burlington and Covington and Burlington, who is the official partner of this session, and have done incredible work on the sanctions and on accountability. David, I wanted to ask you, what is your sense of effectiveness when it comes to the whole international sanctions regime, if I may call it, or establishment? And what are the key challenges you've been observing with all of your practice? And how do you think it's best to address them?
Sure. Thank you very much. People hear me? Yeah. Okay. Let me make two observations. Firstly, one of the key objectives of the international sanctions regime is to constrain the Russian economy, and particularly through sales of Russian hydrocarbons. One of the developments from the 20th sanctions package, which we were all feverishly reading late last night, was that there's a political commitment on the part of the EU to move away from the so-called Russian oil price cap. The price cap was a mechanism through which sanctions law encouraged the continued sale of Russian oil, but regulating the price of that oil. The 20th package seeks to begin a process that moves away from that and toward a complete ban on maritime services in relation to Russian oil and Russian oil products. So that's a shift from an effort to try to regulate the price of Russian oil to a strategy that seeks to regulate the volume of Russian oil exports. It'll be important to see whether that is actually followed through. What we see in the EU 20th package is a commitment on the part of the EU to discuss that issue at the G7 and see if an agreement can be reached at the G7 on it. This is an area where the EU and the UK do not need the United States necessarily to be effective. It'd be great if the US came along with it. But if the EU, the UK, and Japan in particular are able to implement a maritime services prohibition, that will make it very difficult for Russia to export the volumes that it exports out of the Baltic ports, because they need to have the right insurance to do that. And it would be very difficult logistically for them to shift supplies that are going from the Baltic ports to other export ports. So that would be one element of European sanctions. UK, and I think the Japanese would also be an important element of this, that could be effective if there's a political commitment among the EU, the UK, and Japan to do that. In a similar vein, in the 20th package, you see an increased focus on eliminating LNG exports from Russia into the EU. There's actually been a pretty favorable story in terms of European dependency on Russian oil over the last 4 years. Russian LNG exports to the EU have basically been flat since the beginning of the war. There now is a commitment to end those exports into the EU by January 1st, 2027. If you combine that with similar measures in the UK to restrict transportation services in relation to LNG, that presents a very significant issue for Russia in terms of its LNG supplies globally. It will be left basically to shift all of those supplies to China, and there will ultimately be a price discount if they have only really one export market to sell those products to. So that will be an important series of developments with regard to energy. Now, you've asked about effectiveness of sanctions. If I could make just one additional point. On the last panel, there was a discussion about the role of China, particularly with regard to export controls. Russian weapon systems, including missiles and drones, continue to use US components, EU components, and UK components. 80% of those components are being supplied to Russia through China. The regulations as they exist today are sufficient to inhibit the indirect supply of those products to Russia through China or other markets. The EU and the UK governments and other governments around the world have, I think, not been as effective as they potentially could be in information sharing and allowing exporters in Europe, in the United Kingdom and elsewhere to understand how to trace potential issues of risk in relation to diversion. That's going to be a big issue, I think, where there could be improvement without having to amend the sanctions regulations, simply increasing resourcing and the effective implementation of the existing sanctions regulations.
Thanks very much for this. And we will follow up. Interestingly, as you mentioned, this 20th package, I think there are provisions to stop exporting some technology to Central Asian countries, to Kyrgyzstan, which is a big change, but still doesn't resolve the China issue, of course. But Julia, let me come to you, and you've been doing incredible work, as we've all heard, in terms of unpacking everything that's in the sanctions regime. But what I wanted to ask you is, how is it truly impacting the Russian economy? What is the state of the Russian economy? And are the measures which are taken internationally truly hurting them? Or is it really a lukewarm approach?
Thank you so much. I wish we had this conversation like a month ago. In that time, my statement would be much more aspiring in terms of results of the sanctions, because actually what we saw that Russia entered 2026 on the verge of stagnation, and the accumulated problems and structural challenges in their economy reached to that level that it's hard for them to hide them, because it's all over, and basically only military boosted sectors are growing and helping to show at least 1% growth, while all other sectors are under the pressure. Especially, they are fighting for labor forces, they are competing with each other for investments, they're basically blocked from financing because the central bank keeps monetary policy extremely high and tight to keep under the control inflation. And I believe that where I can shout out to the US sanctions is actually Rosneft and Lukoil sanctions, because this is the first time when we have seen that indeed Russian export volumes and production volumes of oil have decreased in February, and this results also not only with tremendous increase in discount on Russian oil, but also another sign was that Russia was stockpiling oil on market, meaning that they were not able to find their consumers, and India was increasingly shifting away from Russian oil. And that's why the outlook in February was much more depressing, and our team believed that with that pace of sanctions, with making sure that it is properly enforced, that that companies that we already identified that replaced Rosneft and Lukoil export volumes also follow and target it with the secondary sanctions, we had all the chances to push Russian export volumes below the $150 billion, and this is the margin where Russia usually goes into significant economic crisis. However, we now all live in new reality, and Russia is clearly benefiting from the high prices. Here, I will just say that it's very good that Ukraine has ability to impose own kinetic sanctions. Our assessment that for the first 2 weeks of attacks on Baltic and Black Sea ports, it costed Russia at least 2.2 billion of lost export revenues. However, I would say, and I am luckily not acting or former representative of the government, we are super dissatisfied with the recent decision on prolongation of the waiver on Russian oil, because in fact it has done nothing to improve the situation on the global market unless it just helped Russia to get more revenues.
Well, thanks very much for that outlook, and we can clearly see how events in the Middle East are impacting this situation. President Duda, if I may come back to you, we've talked quite a little bit here about accountability and justice, and I'm wondering, what's your readout when it comes to a potential ceasefire and further peace negotiations? Do you believe there is a way to hold Russia accountable and to have some justice for Ukraine for what Russia has done? Is there a perspective for that, or do you believe we're only forcing it to a ceasefire?
Thank you for that question. Very interesting and very important. I think that we should talk about two kinds of responsibility. Yes, one responsibility is the financial responsibility. So Russia should pay for all damages in Ukraine, for the recovery of Ukraine, not only in the meaning of the simple reconstruction, yes, rebuilding Ukraine, but also recovery Ukraine in this broader sense, also for example, for some psychological and medical care and assistance Ukrainians as a society, Ukrainian veterans need and will need in the future. So this is one this financial responsibility. This is one element. But the second element is war crimes, because we have had, and we still have, and we will unfortunately probably will have a lot of war crimes here in Ukraine committed by Russian soldiers, but not only soldiers, also by Russian authorities, by Russian leaders. And this is a completely different problem, this responsibility. I think that we should consider to create some tribunal, dedicated international tribunal, dedicated for that investigations and for that trials and for that responsibility.
Well, thank you very much for that answer, and hopefully the efforts underway will be successful. Minister Marchenko, looking at what we've discussed on the sanctions, and I'm coming back to the pressure on Russia, which probably one of the key pressures is Ukraine being an effective economy. But in a situation where we've, for many years continue, which is a possible scenario, in those conditions that we see right now, what is your vision? What is the vision of Ukraine actually being able, in those conditions, to grow as an economy, to innovate, and for livelihoods to be at a certain level?
Well, now we can compare ourselves with what we were in 2022, and now we feel ourselves much stronger from different perspectives. Of course, war made the devastating effect on our economy, and last winter was very harsh. Russia constantly trying to destroy our heating, electricity infrastructure. It's a challenge for us right now. It's the biggest possible challenge to prepare ourselves for the next heating season. But as economically and military and from budget perspective, we are now in a much stronger condition than we were in 2022 and probably even in 2023. I can explain it from several perspectives. In 2022, our military output, joint military output for all our military industries was around $1 billion. For this year perspective, we have 55 billion. It's important to admit that the great demand from the government, from military machine to introduce new technologies, to speed up a process of productions, create some conditions for development. Of course, we now are only in initial stage, so it's not developed yet, despite the fact that we spent tremendous resources to the military industry. I believe it's an initial stage of development, but the tempo, the speed on how it develops is very, very unusual. Of course, it's usual for countries in war, but it's unusual for peaceful countries. It means that we created some basis for future, conditions for future economic growth and development. And if you're talking about budget perspective, from budget perspective, our conditions is quite strong and secured, as I mentioned in my previous statement, not only because of support from external partners, but also for strong revenue mobilizations. We can meet target which our partners praised us to meet. We can reach tax to GDP ratio this year 38.5%. In comparison with 2025 is 35%. It means that we increasingly create conditions for revenue mobilizations. It means that economically we are, despite this suffering and striving, we are resilient enough. We are flexible and adaptable. And of course, there are a lot of tiredness, a lot of frustration. It's all some consequences of war. But despite all of this, we have a very good perspective. If all conditions will be at the same as we see right now, and even in worse conditions, we are capable to quickly adapt. And this is something we can share with our partners and neighbors. This quick adaptability for different harsh conditions is a key strength of Ukraine, and I believe we can share this experience with countries which is our partners. We can share that it's not only tools which we can operate, it's not only drones, for whole of my respect for drones Ukrainians produce, but it's our experience in a battlefield and experience to withstand economically, because challenges which we overcome during this year was so great that we are capable for something bigger, and we know how to adapt and how to react and how to prepare a new vision for world which is not so clear and transparent right now. So it's very vulnerable world we see right now, and I don't think it will change significantly in the nearest future.
Would you say that those innovations that you mentioned could be a strong contribution, a strong argument in the accession process to the EU?
Of course, starting from last year, we promote in security payment for security perspectives. Should be joint beneficial for us in Europe if Ukraine's expeditionary forces will be allocated throughout Europe to make in all conditions possible to secure a European compact.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. David, if I could come back to you, we've talked quite a bit about the structure of the sanctions regime, the effectiveness. I want to talk a little bit about evasions. For instance, we've got the shadow fleet. How do you see different activities that should be undertaken to prevent evasion of sanctions in the current regime?
Well, I think the enforcement of the sanctions that are in place, again, becomes an important element to this. So if we look at the shadow fleet is not really an evasion as such. I mean, it's a deliberate and inconspicuous effort to choose a pathway to supply energy products that doesn't touch upon the jurisdictional reach of the European or the US sanctions. One of the reasons why the price cap mechanism has been so difficult is that it is very easy to evade. So you just simply falsify pricing documents, you manipulate transfer pricing, you do all sorts of other things. In the absence of a very, very robust enforcement mechanism around the price cap, it's unlikely to be very effective. And there actually haven't been any enforcement actions in relation to the price cap over the last 4 years. So that's why there is some attractiveness to the notion of moving away from that more kind of nuanced, trying to balance different issues, sanctions regime that involves lots of complexity, and moving more to a bright line standard that just says, look, you're prohibited from using our insurance, you're prohibited from using our insurance brokers, our technical support with regard to the maritime transfer of oil, whole stop. That's an easier standard for companies to implement and an easier standard to enforce. With regard to evasion concerning export controls, again, I think the key issue is information, right? So you have a deficit in the sense that an exporter of goods from the UK or the EU has no intention for those goods to end up in Russia and doesn't want the goods to end up in Russia. What we hear time and time again, this is the example that constantly comes up, we're just supplying these goods to an independent third-party purchaser in China, and we have no idea where the goods go. And by the way, we have a clause in our contract that says, Chinese purchaser, please agree that you won't redistribute these products to Russia. That creates an information problem. And companies are unlikely to be able to bridge that information gap on their own. And that's, again, where I think regulators, so like sanctions regulators in Europe have done a great job over the last 4 years from a standing start where they didn't have any regulations that looked anything like this. They need to start to share more information and develop technologies to be able to share that information effectively among exporters. It's through effective information and effective coordination between governments and the private sector that these evasion-type issues are addressed.
Thanks. Thanks very much. Julia, if I can come to you also on that, and I know something David has been working also on, but the question of private assets, private Russian assets, do you think that they could be mobilized and used in favor of bringing in resources for Ukraine? And also, could you comment on an optimal model for sanction enforcement, for preventing of evasions and pressure being applied?
Thank you. That would be a tough one. I would say that confiscating private assets in sanctioned coalition countries would be even harder compared to sovereign assets. And also here we need to take into account that each time when coalition tries to progress with the confiscation of sovereign assets, Russia brings this card on the table that, oh, we have all your companies that still have not left the market. They have investments here. They have construction facilities here. This is our backdrop, or I don't know, this is our way of confiscate the same amount of money. So I would stay on the realistical side of this conversation and would be aiming or investing a lot of efforts to confiscate private assets, even though we all understand that Russians should be taken accountable and they should pay for all the war crimes they have committed to Ukraine and Ukrainian nation. About your second part of the question, here I also will add a bit of sober part that there is no magic pill. Sanction coalition is limited to the selected number of countries, while the big part of a globe still counts that trading and doing business with Russia is absolutely fine. And of course, we can make stricter enforcement. We can force private companies to do proper due diligence. There is also a lot of discussions still ongoing 4 years in a row about using anti-money laundering mechanisms and forcing financial system to check all the transactions, because after 9/11, banking system find out how to check all the transactions not to sponsor the terrorism, and this can be applied to the export controls. However, we still, after the 4 years of invasion, we're still facing the same problems. So I think that there should be always constant process of strengthening sanctions, and there should be constant expanding of lists. Especially EU has to move to the regular listings, not waiting for the once a quarter package that is blocked by New Hungary and not being adopted. So I think that here, the more proactive our partners are going, the better. And there are like multiple of evidence from the NGOs and other analytical teams and legal teams that can supply with all evidences of hundreds and thousands of companies that are helping Russia.
Yes, well, I think that's extremely important and useful information, you would say. Can I go back to Minister Gylfadóttir for a short question, a follow-up to what I asked before around the process of fighting to get Ukrainian children back. Could you tell us if there are glimmers of hope? I know sometimes secrecy is better here, but in terms of some international mediations from actors that could put pressure on Russia to actually, help at least bring some children back quicker.
Yes, thank you for that question. We do have stakeholders, countries that are participating on that front. And I can mention Qatar as an example, and children that have been brought back throughout that kind of mediation. And I would hope that there are more countries that would be able and willing to do so. When it comes to that part, mediating between both sides, that of course here, European countries, the vast majority of them are limited because there's no will to, from the Russian side to have a dialogue or a discussion or mediating with them. But there are plenty of others, and I would hope that we have more players in that regard. And I allow myself to mention the Vatican, for example. But when we look at the numbers of the children that have been brought back, we see that the vast majority of the children have actually come through from the Ukrainian side, from NGOs in a cooperation with other stakeholders inside Ukraine. Therefore, I think that should be our focus, to support them in their work, because they are showing results. The likelihood of us seeing, in bigger numbers, of course, depends on the political will. It depends on the pressure. It depends on our actions. And therefore, I look at my role as, really advocating through the political leadership in European and other friends and allies to keep this on the agenda, to have this, high on the agenda, to always mention it, to make sure that, normal, everyday, normal human beings know that this is happening, know the scale of it, and understand why this is happening and what we can do about it. If we see through any negotiations or other in higher numbers, we have to make sure again that the Ukrainian society has the means, the infrastructure, the human resources and so forth to assist them in reintegration and rehabilitation. And here I have to agree very much on the points from President Duda when he talks about recovering in Ukraine, that has to have a clear focus on the trauma-informed care, the psychological support, and the resilience from inside Ukraine that they can achieve if we keep those classes on with that kind of support.
Thank you very much, Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, our time is unfortunately running out, unfortunately because we could continue this fascinating discussion. I think in all the areas we've touched, although so many challenges remain and constantly we are faced with new realities, like for instance in the Middle East, I mean, in all of that, in all of the areas, we've heard glimmers of this light that we're looking behind us to the future. So I think, as Admiral Brouwer has said, keep calm, carry on towards that light, and friends should stick together and work on that. And I think with this message, I'm going to conclude this panel. Again, a great thanks to here for David and his company for helping with it, for the invitation from Minister Yatsenyuk, and for everybody around. Thank you.
panelists to take a seat on the stage. Hello. Hopefully everyone got his coffee, her coffee, and is ready to and gearing up for our discussion.
Але чи встигає підготуватися до загрози, яка вже на порозі? Як діяти без опори на Америку? Чи витримають суспільства тягар рішень? І чи збережуть єдність? І чи готова Європа залишатися з Україною до спільної перемоги? Європейська стратегічна панель «Європа повертається в історію».
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to our European strategy discussion. I'm very honored to be able to moderate this discussion, and it is a pleasure to introduce our guest. We're still missing one. I think it's Fabrice, but let's hope that he is going to join us very shortly. So let me introduce our guest. It's Erlend Bollmann-Bjørtfeld, who is the CEO of Core Risk. He's with us today. Very happy to see you. We also have Aaron Emilsson with us today, who is member of the Sweden Democrats and the chair of the Committee of Foreign Affairs in the Swedish Parliament. So thank you for being with us. Marketa Gregorova is with us, who is member of the European Parliament for the Czech Pirate Party. So I'm very looking forward to our discussion today. As I said, Fabrice Potier is missing. Hopefully he will join us, but Nicolas Tenzer is with us. He is the chairman of Center for Studies and Research on Political Decision. Thank you for being with us. Klaus Weller is here, chairman of the Academic Council at the Martin Center for European Studies. Welcome to you as well. And good to see you, Fabrice Potier, the CEO of Rasmussen Global. I hope you had a great coffee break and you're ready for our discussion. And of course, the key question here is how Europe can become a truly important geopolitical actor. And I would like to start with Fabrice, with you, to punish you because you were late. No. No, but to answer that question.
So apologies to be late. Yes, I think it's well.
No, but I didn't ask my question, so.
I thought it was the big question.
Yeah, so let me start with you. And the question, on a scale from 1 to 10, and 10 meaning, yes, Europe is a very important actor on the international stage, and 1 meaning Europe is still a sleeping beauty. What's your assessment? Where do we stand?
Oh my God. On a scale of 1 to 10, I think in terms of reality, if you look at critical indicators like where Europe's AI capacity is, where Europe's capacity to defend itself is, where Europe's capacity to control or to channel critical resources, either energy, critical raw materials, space resources, I think on these different indicators, I would rate Europe at a 5-ish. In terms of aspiration, statements, ideas, intentions that you see in Brussels or in key European capitals, I will move the needle a bit higher, and I will put this at 7, 7.5. But to go from mediocre to better, which was my challenge at school, so I'm very familiar with that, you really have to have a much clearer sense of purpose and will emerging from European governments. And let me give you a very concrete example, 2 concrete examples. One, European defense. I think there is not a single, with very few exceptions, European governments that disagree with the need to step up spending and building up capabilities. And you see a huge surge in European defense over the past few years that is likely to be sustained at least until the end of the decade. Why? Because European and NATO heads of states have agreed in the Hague summit that Europe and NATO should be ready for war by the end of the decade. So this keeps everybody quite focused. However, when you look at the kind of defense spending, the kind of priorities, the fact that in defense investment you still have even more than 90% of German money going for traditional platforms, combat aircraft, land vehicles, and that only a tiny portion goes for the more innovative, agile, edgy systems, you do see that there is a problem. And this problem has been put live on television, not just in Ukraine, but also during the war against Iran, where you saw the mightiest military power, one of the most advanced one, Israel, some of the richest regional countries, the Gulf countries, struggling against much cheaper asymmetric solutions that the Iranians had found. So I think we still, the intention is very good on European defense, but the execution is still far from putting Europe in a position, and I finish here, to defend itself. And we will not be able to defend against a Russian threat using tomahawks, because we cannot afford enough tomahawks to be able to basically exert conventional deterrence against Russia. There are 100 tomahawks produced a year. They cost several $millions, whilst we have to be able to signal to the Russians that we can hit with success 1,000 targets, which means you need to have thousands deep strike solutions that are readily deployable.
Okay, but talking about signaling, sending a clear signal to Moscow, Klaus, let me put this question to you. Do we understand as Europe as a whole that there is that the threat from Russia is imminent, and do we have this common understanding in Europe?
Honestly, I think some understand it better than others, and it has to do with your geographical location. But others could understand it as well. I mean, France has thought it's a major power in the Sahel, and who kicked it out? It was replaced by Russians. And if Ireland is thinking of its own security interests, especially when it comes to undersea cables, it has to think of Russians. And so the idea that Russia is just a challenge in the East is completely wrong. But we have to do a little bit of catching up. I mean, when you look at the map, then you see that basically Russia developed from the city-state of Moscow, which was under the Mongols still 500 years ago, and has turned from there into the biggest country with landmass on Earth. So what we are seeing now is not the exception, it's rather the continuation of a policy followed for 500 years, and that's something we absolutely can know.
And Erland, can you tell us, because you are the expert on the ground when it comes to what not catching up will cost us. Can you tell us what's at stake if we don't get our act together? What will it cost us if Russia wins, which we, of course, do not hope at all?
Thank you, Alexandra. Yes, we launched a report yesterday, which we called Funding Victory, where we repeat a scenario estimate of basically what will it cost to Europe if Russia wins the war, what will it cost to Europe to basically equip and fund the possibility of Ukrainian victory in the war. We only see these two possibilities. We don't think there is a middle ground. There is no room for really compromise with Russia, and there probably never have been. So basically, if you compare this let's compare this with the COVID-19 pandemic. Europe spent 2% of GDP to remedy the COVID-19 pandemic. 2% of the whole economy over 2 years was basically spent on that. If we if Russia wins the war, the cost will be more or less the same. We are talking about 400 or 500 billion euros a year. So basically we'll have the same impact. If we want to really fund Ukrainian victory, you're talking about what Ukrainians need on the battlefield already and what we think they would need extra going forward, then we'll talk about 0.5% of GDP over 4 years, maybe 1% first year and then rapidly declining. So basically, waiting for the Russians to win will be 3 or 4 times more expensive to Europe. No, I'm not talking about Ukraine, Europe alone, if the Russians basically win the war. The big cost of that, of course, is the flow of refugees that will emerge, and this will have tremendous cost to Europe.
So Marketa, the question to you, it's now clear, of course, and we knew it before as well, Ukraine must win. What do we have to do to support them? Because obviously Europe does a lot, but maybe not enough.
Absolutely, thank you for the question and pleasure to be here. We need to, I think, focus a little bit more on what's going on in Europe to be able to help. Because today and in geopolitics overall, there are ongoing discussions because of Trump and because of the US and other areas that we need to spend more. And does this country spend 3%? Does this country spend 5%? And on what? Is it tanks? Is it drones? Is it efficient? And those are very important discussions. But we are sort of forgetting about one very important thing, and that we all are living in democracies, and in the worst state, democracies are extremely fragile. And if there is one area where Russia is blatantly winning the war currently, is the disinformation area. And what it is for, if Germany buys the best Iron Domes, if AfD will be the one deciding when to implement that. What is it for if we have France's nuclear umbrella when Le Pen will be the one with the red button? You know, and I'm quite afraid of that because, okay, we are happy to RIP Viktor Orban, probably, but this is an ongoing process, the slow rise, let's say, the poisoning our societies through disinformation. There will be citizens, and there are already now voters who are starting to get algorithmically radicalized against Ukraine. And then whatever we decide here in these homes, in these houses, in these places, one day we will be democratically replaced by those who sponsored, and Moscow massively sponsored, this radicalization. So we need to focus on that, and let me tell you, we are not focusing on that. Coming from European Parliament, we had a hearing with Commissioner who was responsible for fighting disinformation. He presented us not a legislation, he presented us something completely pointless, which was not even legislation, and out of 20 minutes explaining it, he spent 12 minutes of apologizing to disinformators that it is not hampering freedom of speech. The disinformators will say it anyway. So why is he apologizing? Why is he not properly implementing it? So that's what we need to do for Ukraine too. And also, Ukraine is for us in this regard a little bit of a mirror, not a cornerstone as is described in this panel. It's a mirror of what truly fighting and dying for European values look like. Currently, it sounds like Europe is sort of, you know, enjoying the civilization without paying the subscription fee. So I think we should get more inspired in Ukraine for that.
Thank you. Aaron, we know Europe is diverse. There are different parties who have different opinions. Your party is a nationalist party, so Sweden first, I would understand. But how do you reconcile this, and correct me if I'm wrong, but how do you reconcile this position with the need for European identity or unity in order to move forward, to be maybe one day at that point when that we have a union of defense to be stronger together?
Well, thank you, and thank you for having me. I would like to start to say that the headline of this seminar, which was Europe Return to History, is interesting since, as we all know, one thing is always for certain, that it's that history has a tendency to repeat itself. And I believe that from a Swedish perspective, what we really need to come to terms with on a European level is that we still have regulatories, we have an administrative culture, we have a bureaucracy, we have several mechanisms in our countries, also in Sweden, that are from peacetime thinking. And we haven't changed our mindset due to a new reality. And is there anything that actually needs to be a wake-up call for all of us, if anything, would be that reality and war changes much faster than doctrines. And there's no coincidence that in Sweden we are united, to answer your first part of the question, among all 8 parties in the parliament, from left to right, from National Conservative Party as my own to the leftists, in the support for Ukraine. And that's not only of a theoretical way of thinking that we need to strengthen the security and the deterrence and the defense of our neighborhood or of Europe. That is due to our history, where we know this kind of warfare that Russia is waging against Ukraine, the kind of terror, the kind of war crimes, the kind of very cynical way of thinking of civilian lives. We have seen it at our borders as well during history, and a lot of other countries has as well in this room. And is there anything that we should try to work on together to strengthen the deterrence and the defense of Europe in general? It is to not be blind for that we have perhaps sometimes differences in ideological matters or in domestic policy or so on and so forth, but we have a much higher goal, which is to create a future for our children and their children. I would say that we also should try to, we are masters, many of us here, to give a beautiful speech in beautiful rooms and to declare doctrines, but what we should really try to do is also to put the unique assets, the unique capabilities of our own countries to the European table to see how we complement each other and how we are able to not to duplicate each other's capabilities and assets. Because what you also mentioned earlier, we are sometimes the need for ramping up the defense industry, the need for rearm Europe is of course high, and it is prioritized. But we also need to be to have a strategical way of thinking and be tactical in this movement. I'm not, and I would say that we put a lot of attention to the current administration in Washington with good reasons. We have also been very clear on that we cannot have an ally that are threatening other allies, not least in our own immediate neighborhood in the cause of Greenland, but also in the cause of Ukraine. But we need to understand that the transatlantic link and the transatlantic relation is much bigger, it has a longer history, and it's much more important for the future than the current administration. So we need to work together still, also with the Americans.
Nicholas, you published a book with the title Our War, Crime and Oblivion, The Need for Strategic Thinking, which is great for a panel. But the question to you is also what was just mentioned, the US. Despite the history, they do not seem like a reliable partner anymore. What's your take on that?
Yes, absolutely. I fully agree with that. And I think that, first of all, let's be very clear, the US is not an ally anymore. I will say that with Trump's administrations, the US is an enemy, because we have a full collision right now between Trump's US and Russia. It's an ideological collision. Neither Russia, nor China, nor Iran, nor South Korea, nor the US right now is basically in favor of international law. Trump's administrations just turn a blind eye to the war crimes crimes against humanity, crime of genocide, and crime of aggressions perpetrated by Russia in Ukraine. And in fact that we have certainly with other allies, with Canada, with Japan, with South Korea, with Taiwan, with Australia, and some other countries, also some countries of the South, to build a kind of alliance because we have to confront major threats which are, before everything else, ideological threats. And when we see the US right now just standing with Russia in the will to destroy the very unity and the very principles on which Europe is standing, we could be afraid of that. But let's be very clear on other things. Of course, we have Trump's administrations, but if we want to have the long-term view, just remember what Obama was not doing in 2014. Remember also 2013, after the chemical attack on Ghouta, with the never enforced red lines. Remember also the full withdrawal of American troops from Afghanistan without any, I will say, consultation of the allies. And I am old enough, coming quite often to Ukraine, to remember that there was a joke, in Ukraine 3 years or 2 years ago, saying what's the people that the Ukrainian people hated the most. And at that time, the answer was, of course, the first one was Putin, but the second one was Jake Sullivan. That was a common joke. Because, no, we are absolutely committed to protect Ukraine, to defend Ukraine, to fight for Ukraine. And at that time, there was still the illusions that there could be some compromises with Russia. And I think that the problem is, just imagine that you have Russia attacking, let's say, Estonia or Latvia or Lithuania or any other countries. What will the US do? So basically, the whole security of Europe, starting with Ukraine, relies on European hands. It means that we have not only to defend the principles, and I am very happy that most of the European countries now basically defend the principles of a special tribunal to judge the criminals responsible for the crimes of aggression, which is the crime of leaderships. But we have certainly to acknowledge that we cannot win the war, that I labeled all war, without fighting it. In history, no war was ever won if we refuse to fight it. And I think that there will be, one day or another, there will be, a true resolve of the European countries to say, well, we have to engage in the war. And we have certainly, the president, the prime minister, head of state of government of the European Union will have certainly to explain that to their people. That's where we are right now. And last but not least, that's my last words on this. First of all, and I fully agree with what has been said, there must be a plan for victory. There could be no peace deal with Russia. There could be no compromises with Russia. All the negotiations, theaters are just a shadow theater. And if we consider that the reality, we must stop the cognitive dissonance, saying, okay, we stand with Ukraine, we help Ukraine, okay, that's good, but on the other hand, we have to bring peace. No, I think peace is a word right now that we must not hear. Of course, we are all standing for peace. This peace right now is something that must come and that will come only after Russia's full defeat, which means the withdrawal of Russian troops from the territories of Ukraine. And that must be our commitment, that must be our goals, that must be our resolve.
But without the US, Fabrice, can we do it on our own as Europe?
I think there are 2 points here to answer this question. First, already Europe, if you put the European plus UK together, cannot defend itself more than a week, 10 days, in terms of inventory, in terms of missiles. We have plenty of combat aircraft. We have pretty good navy, but we don't have enough things to throw at the adversary. So there's a real problem of inventory that even the US, as we saw, is struggling with in Iran. So I think Europe is still very far from being able to confront an adversary as Russia. That's first thing. Second, on a much bigger scale, a more kind of longer term, because I think this could be solved provided we spend in the right places, more innovative, lower cost, more agile. We solve the mass and edge question that is basically our adversaries are putting to us. But on the longer term, I think Europe needs to adopt a much more resource-centric strategy, meaning we need to be much better, as the US is, as China is, as India is, at acquiring resources, critical resources. So it's natural resources. When we don't have them, we should be much better at transforming them. The fact that we don't have a lot of critical raw materials on European soil should not be the reason for not having refining capacity. We are not able to refine the lithium that could be bought from Chile or Australia into battery-grade equipment. So we are entirely dependent not just on the raw materials, but on the transformation from China. The same in space. If you don't have better control and better management of spectrum and orbit resources, you can have as good launchers like Ariane 6 is, you don't have much to launch in space, because you are going to be denied, mostly by the United States, but also China, access and at-scale operation in space. Then to finish, I think we also need on fiscal resources. We are still relying on too little borrowing at the EU level. There are some political obstacles to that, mostly in Germany and a few other Northern European countries, but also because we have not completed the fiscal union. So we are dependent on a budget that is generated by the member state, but we are still not willing to borrow more like our main competitors, the United States, the Chinese, and to finish. And we need to complement this with more creative solutions. For example, a sovereign wealth fund of 500 billion that could be co-financed by member states, the European Commission, and the private sector, private capital, to put real European money in critical sectors like defense, energy transition. So we need to be much better at the resource strategy. All the rest is statement and rhetoric.
But there are some interesting and creative initiatives and ways of spending money. For instance, in Germany, they can spend a lot of money on defense now. Klaus, could you tell us what's your assessment of what kind of role Germany could play, or because we've been talking a lot about the lack of leadership in Europe. So maybe if it's not Germany, who could be helpful in making sure that Europe will spend more on defense, that will be efficient spending, and that will catch up with other competitors?
Yeah, maybe before I get to this, a comment to the previous question. Europe can defend itself if it integrates Ukraine, because Ukraine is also Europe. You know, we don't have Europe and Ukraine. Ukraine is part of Europe. So if we think European defense together with Ukraine, suddenly we have the answer, because Ukraine is already doing a formidable job here. And so what does it mean in practice? We are not sure anymore that we have a rapid reaction force coming in from the United States. 100,000 we were thinking in the past. But maybe Ukraine could become our rapid reaction force, together with the European Union. And suddenly life looks very differently. So we have to think differently, not us, Russia and Ukraine is somehow in another planet. We have to think Ukraine as part of Europe, and then the world looks very differently. And when you ask the question on Germany, I'm a German. I would always regard myself principally also as a European. As the biggest country, if you want to lead, you have to understand the others, which is why the United States are currently losing their leadership function. Because if you say America first, you're basically saying, I don't hear you anymore. I just listen to my own interests. So the vision I have of Germany is that Germany has to understand that the European interest is also the German interest. So it has to be the federator. And I'm a member of the CDU party, German Christian Democrats, and they have decided in February to want a European Security Council to decide with qualified majority, presided by the President of the European Council. If that would not only be in the party program, but happen in practice and being taken over on the European level, we would have the start of an answer of a capable European decision-making system.
Alan, what does it cost us if we are not smart enough in integrated Ukraine? Because they want to be member of the European Union, and I don't see any offers yet to really say and commit to saying, yes, we want you in. You will become a member in 2027. We're talking about other models that are not very welcome here.
Yeah, I think the main obstacle, of course, to in the end of today, Ukraine actually joining the EU, of course, is the war. And I think it's very, I think the situation in Europe now, the reason why Europe is not acting strategically is because Europe doesn't have a strategy. And to have a strategy, you have to have a goal. And this goal, in my view and others' view, can only be that Ukraine wins the war. This is very frightening to Europeans, because the flip side of Ukraine winning the war is that there is some defeat inflicted on Russia in the war. And this seems frightening to many, and I think this is the reason why Europe is not really funding Ukraine's war effort. So if we don't inflict a defeat on Russia in this war, we will have to do it in the next war, and the next war will take place further west. The cost of that, this goes, of course, this is self-evident from an economic perspective, but the thing is that there is no trade-off between Europe's security and Ukraine's security. And as Europeans, we could just as well spend our defense budget on Ukraine's defense budget as on our own, because these security of Europe and Ukraine is intrinsically and totally intertwined.
Marketa, should we spend our defense budget on Ukraine, all of it?
Well, spending it on Ukraine, what does it mean? Does it mean if
Ukraine defense?
If we buy the Iron Domes and export them to Ukraine, or if we keep them here, but also use it as a deterrence, if we include Ukraine in any way or form in our nuclear umbrellas, absolutely, we should do that, because Ukraine is the forefront of all the fighting, which might be transferred to us. And I really liked what in one of the previous panels, General from NATO said, in terms of this is not a question of if Russia attacks Baltics, and it's not a matter of Moscow's decision. It needs to be reminded that it is a matter of Beijing's decision, also, very much so, and it's when, not if. And with this in mind, there can be many ways, and I'm very happy to react to also a few things that were mentioned already on this panel, where we can include Ukraine more in our own defense. We don't have to wait for accession. Okay, accession talks are complicated, we all know that, but we can have, you know, pre-accession industrial involvement of Ukraine's defense industry. There can be involvement of Ukrainian startups, which brought immense innovation into defense, into European procurement mechanisms. That can be a start. We also shouldn't leave, sorry Klaus, we can talk about it bilaterally, but European Security Council to be led by anyone from the European Council, it should be led by Ukraine, you know, and Ukrainian people, because they are at the forefront. They know what's up with defense and what we need. And last but not least, there has been also, I think from Nicolas, mention about the plan for victory, and I just want to mention we already have two plans on the table, and first is make Russia pay, and second is make Russia small again.
Aaron, as we sit right here, the European leaders are in Cyprus, and they also reportedly want to talk about the Article 42, I think it's the 42.7. We have to be precise. A mutual defense clause for the European Union. Is that something that makes sense to extend it, to focus on it in the future?
Well, in many ways it makes a lot of sense, since, and I want to echo also what the colleagues in the panel said about, because due to the view of thinking of the war in Ukraine, this is not, I mean, the kind of neo-Stalinistic, imperialistic regime that we have in Kremlin, threatening all of Europe in the war they're waging against Ukraine, is not a matter of Ukraine. This is a matter of collective security. We've all been talking about this. And in that regard, just to connect this with the previous question also, is it wise to spend the defense budget on the defense of Ukraine, for example? Yes, because this is not a war between Russia and Ukraine. This is a war about from a neo-Stalinistic imperialistic regime that wants to determine the fate of us other European countries as well, to withdraw national sovereignty, self-determination, freedom, and the way of ourselves choose our way of living and our way of having our defense. So we need to, in many ways, strengthen the European autonomy, because this is, and this is what I meant earlier also with putting the unique assets and the unique capabilities from each other countries to the European table, that we have, like, it was no coincidence that Sweden, for example, chose 2022 to join NATO and to be full-fledged members, and were accepted as full-fledged members of NATO, because the mind had shifted from that security and defense is a matter of a national decision and a national domestic issue, to this is something that we need to deepen the cooperation in a European level. And I would like just also to say that we need to do that in a way that still make Europe reliable, and that the credibility and the trustworthy and trustness of Europe and the European Union is still there, and we do not in too serious way create a new federalistic state or supreme power that also withdraw decision-making from the national parliament. So this has to be a very close dialogue between the national decision-makers, the governments, and of course the European level, because that's also a way to explain this to all our voters, to all the domestic publics, that this is something we are creating together to strengthen our deterrence. And I just want to point out perhaps that one thing that we do not have, and where we really need to strengthen the European deterrence, is the unconventional or the nuclear deterrence, because this is very sensitive to talk about, but we cannot be reliable and dependent on the nuclear umbrella that is in the hands of the current US administration, for example. And I'm welcoming the French initiative, for example, to try to keep a dialogue with other countries as well. Sweden is one among them, to be able to see if we can complement and also to add better capabilities to the NATO nuclear sharing program, to be able to also create this kind of deterrence for ourselves, in addition to the conventional defense like missile systems and be better on the drone warfare and so on and so forth, which is our best educators and our best experts is the Ukrainian armed forces and the Ukrainian people. So they're the one we should thank.
But Nicholas, of course, talking about nuclear deterrence, this is going to take maybe decades to be less dependent on the US. So it is quite not very likable or very realistic option for now. right? Or what's your take on that?
I think that, of course, that's I mean, in my view, a credible option, but also we have to be very clear on the fact that we have absolutely no other options. I think we have certainly, and that was also part of the proposal made by my own president, Emmanuel Macron, we have to reinforce, of course, we have to share not the decision, ultimate decision, which is just impossible, but we have to share, I mean, common analysis, common strategy, to have some common drills on nuclear deterrence. That's something that we have certainly to reinforce with France, of course, but also with the UK, because I don't think that there is a full credibility, not only, I mean, during Trump administration, but for the decades to come, you know, on the US. But the second point, which is in my view more important, is of course we have to create the instruments of a credible, of course, conventional deterrence. Because let's imagine that you have an attack, you know, on the Baltic states by Russia. I mean, the question is not if we will use or not nuclear deterrence or nuclear weapons. The question is there will be a readiness. You will have enough, you know, mobility of the troops just to protect, let's say, Estonia, Latvia, or to protect Finland or any other countries. I mean, that's something which is immediate, I mean, task that we have to do. The third thing is that we have certainly, we are facing, I mean, three urgent questions. One could sound metaphysical, but that's the question of the historical consciousness of Europe. No, I think Ukraine is embodying the historical consciousness of Europe. And we have certainly to create this consciousness among the other people. The second question is basically about, you know, Russia's future. You were talking, there is no strategy, you know, in the European capitals, nor in DC, Washington, DC. But I think we must have a strategy regarding Russia. Russia is here to stay, unfortunately, but they will be never our friend. So we have certainly to create the conditions not only to contain Russia, but to create the opportunity to roll back. And the question of make Russia small again, I fully agree with that. I mean, that's a true question, so we must not fear Russia's defeat. We have to fear, I mean, a power still able in Russia to create insecurity. And the third question is the future of NATO? Yeah. And that's, I mean, the elephant in the room right now. Because if we don't have, you know, the US being a credible partner or a credible member of NATO, we have, first of all, with Ukraine, of course, with other countries, to create another security organizations, which is neither EU security and defense common policy, nor NATO. And I mean, it's an urgent task, and we have to think about that.
Fabrice, you wanted to add something, but if it's possible, briefly, because I have one last question. We have only 6 minutes left, so.
No, it was just to respond to this, that indeed neither NATO nor the EU are fully fit for purpose. And whilst we have to accept imperfection in life, it's not good enough when you are facing the kind of challenges and threats that we are. So we are somehow stuck with old frameworks and are trying to tweak them at the edges. And by the time we've done or failed to do so, I think the world has moved on. So there is a real question of whether Europe is still part of history or getting on the sideline. And I think here it will take probably more crisis and more failure to realize that we do need indeed a new broader coalition, not ad hoc coalition, not a narrow one, but a new coalition for European security, where we bring the most willing Northern European, Baltic, including, I think, Canada, Turkey, and obviously Ukraine. And this is how you start having something that is more agile, but also more robust.
We talk a lot today about how to change the posture of Europe, how to help Ukraine. But of course, Ukraine is bringing a lot to the table in terms of military advances or technologies, in terms of resilience. So my last question to all of you, please, just with one sentence. What can we learn from Ukraine and how can we implement it into our European strategy? Do you want to start, Alain, or should I start with Klaus?
I think the European Union has assured the financing of Ukraine for the next 2 years. And at the end of this process, Ukraine might become a net security exporter, as it has done and shown already in the Gulf.
First of all, Ukraine is an incredible nation because I think that right now is the main security provider of Europe, but also the main security provider of the for the security of the world. And the second thing is that basically I think Ukraine will prevail, not because it's wishful thinking, but that's not rational, that's just rational thinking. And we have to create in Europe all the very reasons for which Ukraine is winning. That basically it is showing us the lead and the way.
Fabrice, yeah?
Maybe it's a negative lesson, but for me, the big one is the failure of deterrence has huge consequences demographically, geographically, that are irreversible. Therefore, on the Europeans, you need to harden up a bit and invest much more in much sharper deterrence, because if Russian forces cross the line in the Baltic, the cost to push them back will be enormous for democracies like European democracies. So better invest in deterrence than in defense and counteroffensive. Thanks.
Lessons learned?
Yes, what can we learn from Ukraine? I will somehow combine it with a reaction to what my colleague from Sweden was mentioning. Of course, for me, he's a nationalist, I'm a Eurofederalist, so it was a hard listen. Can I make it any more obvious? But I think that from Ukraine, in this regard, we can truly learn what it means to be patriotic and nationalistic without seizing the European cooperation and European project, because we need each other together. We cannot pretend that we can do it on the lowest possible level, and that we also protect our culture, our humor, our recipes, our songs on the lowest possible level, but it can be protected under the European umbrella. And we can see that truly nationalistic and patriotic country with people dying for its values on its borders is also standing for the common European project. And we should find out how is that possible.
Aaron, what can we learn from Ukraine and how can we implement it into our new strategy?
Well, I fully agree with the previous speaker. And this is what I mean by that this issue is much bigger than, and it's cross-party borders, cross nations within Europe as well. We are on the same page in many ways in this decisive moment and in this very important fact. But all glory to Ukraine. The most important thing is perhaps the incredible way that what we can learn is the way Ukrainians and the Ukrainian armed forces, but also the innovative hubs and the new the engineers creating these new technologies to beat the Russians. This is something that we should learn. We have already moved from just donation to also production together with Ukraine, for example, in the defense industry within Ukraine. But now we need to move from that to also connect startups, innovative ideas between our countries and try to develop the new kind of warfare against Russia from point one. So that's perhaps the most crucial point, to mention one.
Erland, what's your take?
Yeah, thank you. I was out on the battlefield this week for several days, and I ended up speaking with my friend in Da Vinci Wolves. We basically discussed Russia's history and what kind of country Ukraine is up to. And what we can learn from Ukraine, I think, is that Russia is here to eradicate and from the surface of the air the Ukrainian nation. But not only the Ukrainian nation. If you read what Putin actually writes, he thinks that the former Soviet Union, let's include Estonia, Latvia, etc., this is in reality part of the Russian culture, the Rусский мир, and all of these people should be aligned under Russian language, and it basically what we can learn for Ukraine is that there is no way, in the short run at least, that you can compromise with this strategic adversary. They will not yield, they will not stop, and if we don't inflict the necessary defeat on Russia here, then we will have to inflict it further west. Thank you.
On that note, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you to my panelists. Great insights.
Нові правила пишуться сьогодні. У війнах. Якими вони будуть? Чи це буде світ диктату і сили, жорстокості і страху? І хто напише правила для світу, який народжується на наших очах? Глобальна стратегічна панель «Світ на межі».
Result of that. This is a very exciting moment, a perilous moment, because the world is on edge. So I'm going to introduce you to the Global Strategy panel. First of all, Anne Jonté, round of applause, please. Anne is a member of the National Assembly in France. Anne, thank you for joining the panel. David Ignatius, a columnist for the Washington Post. Welcome, welcome. Dr. Evelyn Farkas. Dr. Evelyn Farkas, Executive Director of the McCain Institute. Morgan Johansson, Deputy Chair of the Riksdag Committee on Foreign Affairs in Sweden. Vitaly Portnikov. Is Vitaly here? And Natalie Tocci. Lovely to meet you. Director of the Instituto Affari Internazionali. Please take a seat, get comfortable. This is for when Ukrainian is used on Channel 2. Is Vitaly Portnikov here? We will start soon. If anyone sees Vitaly Portnikov, Vitaly is here. Great. Okay. Vitaly is here. Fantastic. So, ladies and gentlemen, with such an esteemed and acclaimed panel, but with the world on edge. We want to challenge them a little bit, and if they'll accept the challenge, we have 3 questions for the panel. And what we're going to try and do is get through these 3 questions in order. And so here's the first question. I'll just tell you all 3 questions so that you can get a sense of where we're going. Because you're such a great panel, it would be a shame not to ask these big questions. I can see that David's taking notes, which I appreciate.
He's probably already answered them.
Exactly. He's written a book about them. They're spy character. So, the first question will be, has the world's failure to stop Ukraine, the war in Ukraine early, so in its first year, to stop it in its tracks, open the door to all the rising global disorder we've seen since 2022, all those new conflicts? The second question, should Ukraine respond to Russia's nuclear saber rattling by getting nukes? And the third question, should Europe call America's bluff and push back on the bullying? Okay. Anne, I may start with you if that's okay. Let's go back to the first question. Has the world's failure to stop the Ukraine war early in its tracks led to all the rising disorder? Brief answers from everybody, please, if you don't mind.
So please, thank you for... Oh, okay, yes, can you hear me? Thank you for inviting me here. First, I would like to say that I come here as a politician, not as a commentator, not as a journalist. And as a politician, I'm supposed to make decisions and find actions to be taken. Of course, if I want to ask directly your question, as a politician, maybe we can directly say that we have failed. However, I would bring some comments on that. I first want to say that I need to read the players. And the players, Russia, China, of course, and the USA of Mr. Trump. And as a politician, when I need to make decisions, when I read the players, I need to understand what they want, not what they say, to make decisions on that. And I have to say that we also have to think of what we can understand as a European Union citizens. Here, I cannot consider that we have failed as a European Union, because what we have learned is we definitely need to be united and to speak as one. And the main thing that we need to send is that as European citizens, as a French citizen, as a French politician, I need to make Beijing, Moscow, Mr. Trump understand that we don't need anymore their permission to exist. We don't need their permission to solve our problems. And that's the first thing that we have learned through this war in Ukraine. And we need definitely to move forward and make sure that we move as united. And we need not to ask ourselves whether the other one are getting weaker. We need to make sure that we get stronger. And we have to build on our strength. And I remember last year here, Mr. Brzezinski was here. And he just called to us Europeans saying, what are you waiting for? You have the demography, you have the money, you have the patents, you have the talents. What are you waiting for to show your strength? So this is what we have learned from this war. We have not failed. We have now to show that we are strong, and we have everything we need to show that we are strong.
Yep, thank you. A point Donald Tusk is making too. Evelyn.
Okay, you asked 3 questions. I'm going to try to go through all
Just the first question.
Just the first one?
Yeah, just the first question.
Oh, I got nervous. I wrote them all down.
Good, thank you for writing them down.
Okay, well...
If only everyone was like you. Has the world's failure to stop the Ukraine war early in its tracks opened the door to all the conflicts since 2022 that we're now experiencing?
In a sense, yes, but the door was already open in 2008, because in 2008, when Vladimir Putin invaded Georgia, the country of Georgia, we did not do enough, and he got the wrong signal. And frankly, we blamed the victim. And when Ukraine was invaded and the territory was seized, I was in the Pentagon, and I know very well all of the conversations we had with our European colleagues and inside the government. And we were very worried inside the US government about Europeans blaming Ukraine for being the victim of Russia. So part of the caution that came out of the initial response to Ukraine came from the failure to respond properly to what and understand what Putin was doing in Georgia. And that lack of understanding and that stubborn inability to comprehend the threat posed by Russia continued up until, I would argue, relatively recently, and maybe even this new Iran war is helping open many more eyes. So I will say it's Georgia.
Vitaly. First question, would it have all been different if the world had stepped up and this war had come to an end in its first year?
Actually, I have a question regarding your question. So, what did we manage to stop since the 1990s? Which crisis was realistically or really stopped? Was it Yugoslavia? Actual de facto aggression of Transnistria in Moldova by Russia? De facto control of Russia over Abkhazia and South Ossetia, the Georgian War, the Chechen wars, Crimean annexation, and the war in the Donbass. What did we manage to stop before 2022? With this very simple line, as I enumerate these events, we can make a very simple conclusion. After the collapse of communism, instead of building a new world order based on rules and values, what we did, we all together, we were simply powerlessly observing how the world order that was established after the Second World War was being ruined by Russia and China. And eventually, we saw it complete destruction first by the president of Russia, and then, I can congratulate you, by the president of the United States. Although I do not know how you can ruin something that has already been ruined. And that is the response to your question. Now, the principal question is how it supported lack of stability in the world, because everybody already understands that it has been ruined. Now, on those ruins of this post-war order, can we build a new order? And who will build it? Would it be we or Putin and Chairman Xi? And that's it.
Okay, so I'm seeing a theme between you and Evelyn. It's a longer-term problem. David.
So I don't think that we can blame the events since the invasion 2022 for the degree of disorder in the world. There are so many causes. George Bush's invasion of Iraq in 2003 set off cycles about the misuse and failure of American power that still are with us. I've been covering the Middle East since 1980, the year after the Iranian Revolution. The shockwaves from that revolution still shake the Middle East and the world, and we're dealing with them now. The failure to stand up to Putin, to see Putin for who he was before us in 2014. The U.S. and Europe failed utterly, as has been said, and we're haunted by that now. The failures since 2022 to be as strong as the United States and Europe might have been also haunt us. I have to say, just to close this, it's really uplifting to be in Ukraine. If you're in Washington, you have this sense that the world is falling down on your head. And here, you have the sense that the good guys are winning, or at least they're not losing, and it's very refreshing. Thank you, Ukraine.
Natalie, everyone's pushing back on my question, but wouldn't it have made a big difference if things had worked out in the first year here?
Well, yeah, of course they would. I mean, I think these things can be true at the same time, right? It's clear that, the war didn't start in 2022, as Evelyn was saying. It is clear that there are other causes to wars elsewhere, as David was saying. But I think it's equally clear that, to use an expression that late Pope Francis used, this is a quote-unquote third world war in pieces. And the first piece of this third world war is precisely what has been happening in Ukraine. But I think it's worth reflecting on what exactly we mean, precisely given that there are things that happened before this and things that have happened since. And to me, the one element which really marks the nature of this age of disruption that we're living in is the shattering of international law, is the unrecognition, not just the violation, the unrecognition of international law. And I think this is what really marks a massive difference. You know, David was mentioning the war in Iraq, and that, of course, was a massive violation of international law. But when the war in Iraq happened, or rather prior to it taking place, the United States went to the UN Security Council, tried to rally consensus amongst its allies, tried to get a UN Security Council resolution. Now, as we know, it ended up lying to UN Security Council, going ahead, you know, unilaterally even without, but nonetheless it tried. It was a violation of international law. It was not an unrecognition of international law. And this is what I find so different now, right? What is happening now, and it started in Ukraine, and it is continuing in Gaza, in Iran, is that unrecognition. And to the extent that that order was based on laws, on norms of institutions, and that what is being unrecognized, then I think you're absolutely right in saying this was the first piece of the domino, which has basically fallen since then.
Thank you for trying to make my question sound credible. And Morgan.
Well, thank you. And I can just echo, I think, with the two previous speakers about the last point here. On your question, well, was it all about if we had stopped Russia the first year, should things be different? Yes, of course, it should have been different. But the process started long before that. And as a matter of fact, I think that the problem is that many of our leaders nowadays tend to forget why we once set up the international rule-based order, why we set up the United Nations 80 years ago, why we set up the UN Charter. Why did we do that? Well, that was to avoid and to prevent, so we would never, ever have to go into another world war. And what we are seeing now is that now, 80 years after, many leaders are leaving that international framework. Russia has done it, of course. That was one of the reasons why Sweden and Finland joined NATO a couple of years ago, because we saw that was our path was most secure for us, this new politics. But as we now also see how the United States is behaving, I would say reckless in many aspects. I mean, the Iran war now, was there a plan? And if there was a plan, it's obvious that it's failing. So we have to go back to respect for international law, respect for human rights, respect for the international institutions again. And then there is again mixed signals. I saw on the news today that Trump has invited Putin to the G20 meeting later on in December in Miami. And I just wonder why. I mean, Putin should not be invited to anything except his prison cell. He should be in jail, Putin. So sending mixed signals like this that different countries now are doing, that is very, very dangerous.
Thank you for that, Morgan. So I'm going to turn to the second question now. Should Ukraine respond to Russia's nuclear saber rattling by getting nukes? See, there's a lot in that question. Today, we're focusing on the 40th anniversary of Chernobyl, and just before I set the hair running, and you all answer the question, if you're absolutely not going to go down that route, you know, ultimately we would like to know what would stop Russia in its tracks. But please try and engage. David first.
So it's hard for me to advocate as a means to greater security more nuclear proliferation in the world. Just doesn't feel right. I understand that until Ukraine has some kind of nuclear guarantee, it won't feel entirely secure against a nuclear Russia. The United States is not, for the foreseeable future, going to be a reliable provider of nuclear security guarantee for Ukraine or for NATO, for that matter, in my view. What I've been hearing at this conference is really striking. It's like the moment where you just see Europe's fingers come together in a fist. And the answer surely is for Ukraine as a part of Europe to be part of a European nuclear security arrangement that has to be figured out pretty quickly. The idea that Ukraine unilaterally should seek nuclear weapons strikes me as probably a pathway to an even greater disaster than we already have.
Natalie.
Completely agree. I mean, if the question is, should Ukraine go nuclear? Well, obviously, no, it should not. But I think what makes your question not a completely crazy one, this one too, is that, you know, why are we even talking about this, right? And why are we talking about this in Ukraine? Why are we talking about this, or rather, why are they elsewhere, I'm thinking here mainly Iran, talking about it in the Middle East, right? And I think, you know, going back to this connection between, you know, different war theaters, the tragedy is that what has been happening over the last year has given all sorts of really perverse incentives, right? Because indeed, if you are Ukraine, the, in a sense, logical conclusion was, well, you know, giving up nuclear weapons has ended up where we are today. And tragically, if you are Iran, you actually reach exactly that same conclusion. Had we gone for the bomb like North Korea had, we probably would not have been invaded. And we would have not have ended up like, you know, Muammar Gaddafi when he gave up his nuclear weapons in Libya, and indeed Ukraine. So I think what we need to reflect on is, why is your question not a crazy one? You know, what are the twisted incentives that actually these wars have sent out to the world, and what can we do about it? And when it comes to Ukraine, I completely agree with what David just said. Given that it is what it is, the answer, the should answer, is not Ukraine should go it alone, but Ukraine very much should be part and parcel of those broader European discussions launched by France, UK. I mean, thinking about how the nuclear question in a European context necessarily needs to be rethought, given the, let's say, more questionable ironclad guarantee that comes from across the Atlantic.
Vitaly.
Well, I don't know if you have noticed that since 2022, the very notion of a nuclear state and what it can achieve has changed considerably in politics. When our war started, it was considered that Russia's territory is untouchable, because otherwise there will be a nuclear war. Then it turned out that we can do deep strikes into Russian territory and nothing happens. Now we see that Ukraine makes systemic strikes on Russian territory and nothing happens. Iran makes strikes on American military facilities and nothing happens. So the notion of a nuclear state being untouchable, this notion has no longer does no longer exist. Here in Kyiv, we know that there are dangers even worse than nuclear weapons. When you block the Hormuz Strait, this can result in terrible disruptions in the world. We saw the blowing up of the Kakhovka Dam by Russians. The consequences were very close to the consequences of a nuclear strike. So Russia brandishes nuclear weapons proceeding from the old notion of a nuclear state. But basically, in a modern warfare, an army of 1 million drones can have the same impact as nuclear weapons. So we basically need to work out an agenda in which any weapons of mass destruction, from nuclear weapons to mass ballistic or drone attacks, will not be employed in the future. This is a question we have to answer in the future.
Okay. 1 million drones. So really, this question is slightly morphed into what is the correct deterrent? That's where we're going with Evelyn.
Well, I agree with everything that's been said before, and I think to add to what Natalie was saying about international law norms being destroyed, you know, one of them is the failure of sufficient political will to stand up to nuclear proliferation. And I don't believe that Ukraine would be any safer necessarily if it had a nuclear deterrent. So I would agree with our Ukrainian colleague that there's still conventional warfare potentially. I understand a lot of people think that it could escalate naturally to a nuclear exchange, but I think there is enough evidence to counter that argument. But if Ukraine had a nuclear weapon and if there wasn't this new nuclear umbrella that Natalie just mentioned, a European umbrella, then Estonia would want their own nuclear, you know, deterrence if that's the logic that's going to prevail. So I think the better exercise is frankly to look at, in the short run, what's an umbrella that could be offered to Ukraine that's also nuclear coming from Europe, because I also agree with my very wise colleague, David Ignatius, that the United States can't be relied upon for that right now. But I also think the entire regime needs to be rethought as we move to smaller modular nuclear reactors, as the technology in the nuclear realm changes, as we have drones that are capable of carrying dirty bombs. I mean, I think we need to reestablish the norms and reboot, I know it sounds so old-fashioned, arms control.
So a nuclear umbrella, Anne. Can you provide one?
That's a good question. As you know, I come from France. Actually, you were questioning here the security guarantees for Ukraine. And definitely, if we think as Ukraine as being a member of the European Union, which I think and I hope deeply that will happen someday, it means that through Article 42-7, we need to provide some security guarantee to Ukraine. And we are facing a country which is a nuke country, which is Russia. And this will ever be. And we also know that, as it was said before, that we know that we cannot rely on the umbrella coming from the US. So it has to come from the European Union. And of course, as the President Macron said a few weeks back, we can consider the nuclear deterrence from France as being enlarged to other European countries. And this is the way that we could provide some more security guarantees to Ukraine. And of course, this doesn't mean that we should not think about the other way of deterrence, which is conventional deterrence, not only nuclear deterrence also. But regarding the nuke aspect, I don't think that also Ukraine could easily become a member of NATO, because this was, as it was said before, probably a huge destabilizing problem regarding the reaction that could come from Russia. So clearly, through the European Union, as being a member of the European Union, through Article 42-7, that's the way that Ukraine could be better protected and could be not a new country, but a nuclear protected country.
And how quickly could that happen, even before full membership?
That's a good question. I'm not so sure that I have a precise answer to that one, but it is true that we can see through the support that we are bringing to Ukraine today that Ukraine is part of a security guarantee for the whole of the European continent. So just thinking about that, we also need to consider the enlargement of the nuclear French deterrence as also maybe covering the interest of Ukraine. That's not an easy decision to be made. And just remembering also that nuclear deterrence in France is made by France, thought by France, and made by France and decided by France, whatever happens.
Morgan.
I think we have to see the broad picture. I think we have to be very, very careful on the nuclear weapon side. We used to have 5 nuclear states. Now we have 9. We have Israel, North Korea, India, and Pakistan. I mean, imagine a world where we don't have 9 anymore, but we have 15 or 20 or 25 or 30. So that's what's at stake, I think. Then it's just a matter of time before we actually have a nuclear war upon us. The discussion on the NPT treaty is going on, as you know, in New York these days. And actually, we are a delegation going to New York on Monday to take part of those discussions. And I really hope that the world can come together in re-establishing some kind of arms control again, because not only is the NPT challenged, but we also have a situation where the treaty on between Russia and US is no longer in effect. So we have 9 nuclear weapon states. We are over 180 other states who do not have nuclear weapons. And it's up to us to say to these nine countries that you have a responsibility here in order to make all of us assure the others, all of the others, that you can control the situation, because otherwise, I mean, there are so much at stake if we lose control on the nuclear weapon side.
Okay, plenty of ideas there about a deterrent for Ukraine. Let's now go back to that point you were talking about, the way that Donald Trump is acting, Morgan. Let's come back to you on this other question. Should Europe call America's bluff and push back on the bullying?
Well, yes, I think so. I think it's just very clear message that Trump understands. I think that was the lesson we saw when he was talking about Greenland and threatening Denmark. It was when Europe and a number of other countries came together and said that enough is enough. We can't accept this anymore. And then he had to back down. And I think that is a very, very important message for us, how to deal with that kind of behavior. But then we have now on our hands the whole Iran war situation, which I think it's obvious that has gone out of hands from the Americans. I don't know if they had a plan. If they had a plan, it doesn't work. We have jeopardizing the whole world economy, and also making moves like that is also pushing away actors that U.S. should have had some as friends. We say that support for United States is falling around in the world, so they are losing their soft power, and that is also something that they have to understand. That has to be understood. It's not making America great again. It's actually making America weaker if they are losing their actors, big countries, and support from around the world, pushing away Africa, pushing away Latin America, pushing away countries in the Southeast Asia.
Ça suffit, Anne, that's enough from America?
If we constantly listen to what he says, we are constantly lost. So my question is not what is Mr. Donald Trump saying. He's the so-called self-acclaimed chief executive officer of the United States Private Limited, and that's how he apparently makes his decisions. So for us, again, I come back to this, we need to rely on our own strength and our own decisions. We cannot rely on what he wants. We're not so sure of what he wants. We're not so sure of what he has decided. He can go back and forth constantly. So we need to work on our own strength, and we do have strength. We have to be confident in the strength that we have, and we have many, many of them. And as a politician now, I need to convince my public opinion, my citizens, my fellow citizens, that we have strength, because the question that we have now, because public opinion, I have to speak 1 minute about that, because when they listen to the news with what is happening, what Mr. Trump is saying or not saying, they are lost. And so maybe the question of Ukraine could be swept away and forgotten. And that's a major threat to us. So my purpose to me, the reason why I'm here today is just to convince, and I would love that more and more politicians and more members of national parliaments be here, to then come back to their own citizens and explain why we need to support Ukraine, why we should never stop supporting Ukraine, what we need to put and to speak as one voice, because Mr. Trump is speaking on himself with many voices, so we need as 27 members to speak as one voice and explain that we are strong and we can be stronger facing Russia and the threat that Russia represents today.
David, I mean, in any of your spinals, would you have a plot like this where we're sitting here in Ukraine and we're hearing from Morgan that he's inviting Putin to the G20? I mean, what's going on?
If you novelists try to invent a character like Donald Trump, critics would say this is completely implausible. You know, try again. I think first on should Europe call Trump's bluff. What I've been watching, certainly since Davos, is Europe reaching the breaking point. Last year, Europe's reaction, in large part, was kind of nice kitty, you know, it'll be okay. People trying to flatter him, ignore a lot of his statements. That ended, I think, with the Greenland demand and the speeches in Davos, the rebellion of European leaders. No, we're not going to tolerate this again. And I think we've been seeing more and more of that. I must say, again, this conference has confirmed to me how strong and independent Europe's pushback has become in a healthy way. I just want to very briefly caution against what I'd call Trump schadenfreude. It's so easy to dislike Trump that you can begin to delight in his misfortunes if you're opposed to him. And I worry that there's a bit of that going on now with Iran. Iran maintaining the control of the Strait of Hormuz is a bad thing for the world, a very bad thing for Europe. And the idea of standing apart from attempts to reestablish freedom of navigation, proper arrangements in the Strait, because you're so angry at Trump for having messed things up, is really, I think, unwise. So I caution against that. Just a final point. General Mark Milley said to me once, I'm sure said to others, that he always wanted to distinguish between a Donald Trump tweet, social media post, announcement, whatever, and an order that had to be followed. I mean, Trump lives to disrupt. He lives to dominate the news cycle. You know, his positions can change 180 degrees in a week. So, again, I'd caution against, I mean, there's some things, if Trump invites Putin to Miami to the G20 summit, that's a turning point in this story that needs a strong reaction. But a lot of the things he says, I think, need to be recognized as attempts to disrupt, attempts to get attention, not the same as General Milley would say, orders.
Evelyn.
Well, David just gave me a great idea for one of the ways that you guys can respond. But look, I think that if you take President Trump out of the equation, we still would have been in a similar situation, although far less tricky, which is to say that you know that for years now at the Munich Security Conference and all kinds of private meetings, American presidents, American secretaries of defense have told Europeans they need to take on more of the burden. Now, this is because people take so long to adjust to reality. At the end of the Second World War, and I'm not a historian, but I'm going to try to sum it up really quickly, you know, the United States said, okay, we don't want you guys to be so strong. We don't want you to fight one another. We'll give you this umbrella and do your thing and be a good partner and defend your borders and don't make wars. And that worked for a long time. And then we woke up and realized, wait a minute, this is a really good deal for Europe. And in some ways, they have a more balanced society, etc. So it took a while, I think, for everybody to realize we're really out of the post-World War situation in terms of political maturation or political confidence building across the continent. And by the way, this also applies to Asia. When I go to Japan, the McCain Institute, we just did a Sedona Forum, our annual conference in Tokyo. It's a similar situation, similar evolution, where we didn't want the Japanese to do anything really after World War II, but now we want them to do everything. And what do the Japanese do? They don't speak a lot, so they don't pick verbal fights. They just strengthen as much as possible, and they don't hedge towards China. So please don't hedge too much towards China. And then also, please make yourself strong. But I would add to it what David said. Why should you accept an invitation to the G20 if Vladimir Putin, this bloody war criminal, is going to attend?
Boycott. That was the idea.
Like the Peace Council.
Okay. It wasn't to take away Trump's phone. It was to boycott the G20.
Yes, just like the Peace Council, all of your heads of state said, thank you very much. Either I'll consider it and get back to you. Maybe Mogherini said that. Or no, thank you.
No, thank you. All right. Well, there's a decision that needs to be made at a later date. Natalie.
So I think there's a question of form, a question of substance, and one of consequences. On form, indeed, as was said, if we were having this conversation a year and a half ago, Europeans were being advised by many American friends and colleagues, all you need to do is flatter Trump a little bit, and, he's a narcissist, and it's all going to be fine. And, they tried, sort of probably first and foremost, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, the sort of, flatterer in chief, tried, and that
Calling
method...
him daddy, exactly.
Daddy and a lot more, right? And it failed, right? So, there is evidence that suggests that kissing the ring and bending the knee does not deliver. And actually, what does deliver a lot more is politely saying no. I'm not saying, giving the middle finger to Trump. I'm not suggesting that, but just politely saying no. That is a method that in terms of, results has actually not led to the sky to fall on our heads, right? So I think there's a question of form there. And there's been a learning, process there. Then I think there's added to this, there's a point about substance. And I think you can almost divide this up into sort of two categories. There's one category of issues where on substance, Europeans have really bent the knee, right? And I think you can put definitely trade in this category. And I think to an extent, trying to keep the US on side on Ukraine. And again, it hasn't delivered. It hasn't delivered on trade. We got an awful deal, and one which every other day Trump actually threatens to violate, right? So it has not worked in the same way as, trying to keep Trump on side on Ukraine by basically saying, oh, well, we're going to transform 28 points into 20 points. It hasn't worked, right? Now, what has worked better, and I'd put in the second category, on the one hand, Greenland, and on the other, Hormuz, is basically saying, on Greenland, no, and a clear no that manifests itself with a willingness to actually, I know it's just a few soldiers, but I think Arctic endurance as an exercise showed something meaningful in substance. And I think Hormuz, coming to David's point, one thing is to say, no, and therefore we revel in a disaster, which is not obviously the case and would be absolutely wrong. But another is to say, and we're putting together a different kind of coalition of the willing in obviously a post-war environment, so it's not something to be done now, but we're willing to take on a greater role in terms of Hormuz and Gulf security in that broader coalition. So I think, again, there's a question of substance. Third point that I wanted to make is about consequences, because over the course of the last year and a half, actually what has been happening, and I think one of the reasons why you see Europeans also more willing to stand up, is that the United States has been giving up its cards. I mean, Trump loves to tell, Ukrainian President Zelensky that he doesn't have any cards. Well, the truth of the matter is that the United States has fewer cards today than it did a year and a half ago. And so this loss of leverage, particularly when it comes to this war, enables Europeans to basically say and act in a way which maybe a year and a half they were unable to do.
Thank you. And I want to give, Vitaly, I want to give you the last word. Just give us a few moments to all plug in so that we can hear every word. We don't miss the beginning of what you've got to say. And your answer, please.
Generalissimus Joseph Stalin once asked how many divisions the Pope has. The same question to Leo XIV is asked by Donald Trump. It looks like runs in the family. And he's also asking how many divisions Prince Harry has. But let me ask you, how many divisions Donald Trump has at his disposal? When we saw that it's been 40 years of war, 40 days of war, against the country that has been for decades under sanctions, lost U.S. Losing its potential, that it will take them decades to renew their potential, when U.S. were unable to protect their own military facilities, nor their allies in Persian Gulf, when Ukrainian military specialists are helping U.S. military to counter Iranian drone attacks, and Ukraine is not the leader in military strength. The U.S. has always been, when the tariff war with China has led to the one single threat of the leader of China that they will not be providing rare earth metals, all tariffs were scrapped as if nothing happened. So it's not the question how we're going to blackmail Donald Trump, but how should we help him to rescue himself, the U.S. and us, because that he pulled us down. Because even when Donald Trump doesn't think he needs any help, very soon he will find that he does need assistance. It's a matter of clock, which is ticking. And it may well be that this clock is ticking for the U.S. as well, not only for Iran, because the U.S., unfortunately, and here the Soviet Union and Stalin had huge advantages, but the Soviet Union is part of the world economy, unlike the Soviet Union. That's why I suggest we think about creating an effective system of security to rescue the United States. Because if we rescue them, they will rescue us. It's a protocol of any modern hospital. That's what you do.
So the message is we may need to rescue Donald Trump from himself. What a great panel. I'd like to thank Morgan, Vitaly, Natalie, Evelyn, David, and Anne. Thank you all so much. Brilliant. Thank you. Get ready for an absolutely fantastic transatlantic panel with Nana. And to tee that up, I'm delighted to say we have live joining us now on the screen with a special online address for us, the President of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, Marcos Perestrello.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and a profound responsibility to address you today, at a moment when Ukraine continues not only to endure and resist, but to lead with extraordinary courage, clarity, and resolve. And it is precisely because of this moment, because of its urgency, that our support for Ukraine must not only continue, but accelerate. We meet at a time when the consequences of delay are measured not in abstractions, but in destroyed homes, shattered infrastructure, and human lives. Earlier this year, Russia once again intensified its campaign against Ukraine, deliberately targeting the foundations of civilian life. Power stations, heating networks, and water facilities were systematically attacked in a calculated attempt to break the resilience of the Ukrainian people. It is in the depths of winter, millions were left without electricity or heat. Families endured freezing homes. Hospitals struggled to function under impossible conditions. Entire communities were pushed to the brink. This was not a tragic byproduct of war. It was a deliberate strategy designed to inflict pain and break the country's will. It failed. But the lesson for allied countries is clear. We need to be faster, stronger, and more decisive in our support to Ukraine. Political support for Ukraine remains as essential today as it was on the first days of this war. But political support must translate into action at the pace this war demands. While global attention is understandably drawn to other crises, including in the Middle East, Ukraine cannot afford wavering focus or delayed decisions. Solidarity is not finite, but time is. Supporting Ukraine is not one priority among many. For us, countries in the Euro-Atlantic area, it is a test of whether democratic societies can respond swiftly when their core principles are under direct attack. Ukraine itself understands the reality of this interconnected world. Russia has continued to wage its war of aggression with military support from North Korea and Iran, which has provided drones and ballistic missile technology used to target Ukrainian civilians and civilian infrastructure. China remains the largest enabler of Russia's war. And in the past weeks, Russia has provided Iran with intelligence and other assistance to support its indiscriminate attacks across the Middle East. This is why, even while fighting for its survival, Kyiv has remained diplomatically engaged with partners in the Middle East, demonstrating solidarity and a willingness to contribute to broader stability. This is not a nation paralyzed by war. It is a responsible international actor, acting with purpose and foresight, even under extreme pressure. Ukraine is moving fast. Its partners must do the same. I was reminded of what is truly at stake when I participated in the Busha summit earlier this year. Busha has become a symbol of profound human tragedy and of crimes that demand accountability. These realities reinforce why political support for Ukraine must not only remain unwavering, but must translate into timely decisions to shape the battlefield and the prospects for peace. But political resolve alone will not turn the tide. Military assistance remains indispensable, and here, speed is decisive. Ukraine must have the means to defend its people, protect its infrastructure, and safeguard its sovereignty. Now, not later. Initiatives such as the NATO's Pearl framework and expanded defense industrial cooperation are vital precisely because they shorten timelines, increase predictability, and move partners from ad hoc assistance to sustained capacity building. Strengthening defense production, ensuring interoperability, and deepening cooperation among allied industries are no longer optional. They are urgent. This is not just about delivering equipment. It is about matching our industrial tempo to the realities of modern warfare. Every delay carries a cost. Every acceleration saves lives. The NATO Parliamentary Assembly will play a role in keeping support for Ukraine at the top of the political agenda in NATO capitals. And this year, we will focus through our Ukraine-NATO Interparliamentary Council on fast-tracking defense procurement and strengthening the defense industrial base. As members of Parliament, we have a clear understanding that speed, scale, and coordination are now strategic assets. We are not mere observers. Through parliamentary diplomacy, oversight, and advocacy, we can reduce bottlenecks, shorten procedures, and ensure that political commitments are matched by rapid implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, the stakes could not be clearer. The cost of hesitation or fatigue is simply too high. Ukraine continues to fight, not only for its own freedom, but for the principles that bind us together as democratic societies. Acceleration is not escalation. Acceleration is responsibility. Our responsibility, therefore, is unequivocal. Ukraine must never stand alone, and it must not be made to wait. Let us move fast in our decisions. Let us deliver stronger support. Let us match Ukraine's courage with our urgency. And let us act with the clarity, unity, and speed that this moment demands. Thank you, and Slava Ukraini.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Nana Sajaya, producer and assignment editor at Newsmax in Washington, D.C., and I'm delighted to be here tonight to moderate discussion on America First policy. Here in Kiev, U.S. foreign policy is not a debate. It is a reality with immediate consequences. What is debated in Washington as a strategy is experienced in Kiev as security. And in Kiev, the future of transatlantic alliance is not discussed in theory. It is tested in practice. So what is America First policy? What are its implications? And how do our allies interpret it? These are the questions I will try to get answered from our distinguished speakers tonight. The time is limited, and we have a lot to dive in. So let me introduce you to former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense, Laura Cooper, former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Senior Director of Eurasia Center at the Atlantic Council, Ambassador John Herbst, Deputy Defense Minister of Lithuania, Tomas Godliauskas, former Chairman of the Ohio Republican Party and Co-Chairman of Republican National Committee, Robert Paduchik, former US ambassador to Ukraine, and currently affiliated with the Freeman Spogli Institute at the Stanford University, Ambassador Stephen Pfeiffer. George Kennan, Senior Fellow for Russian and Eurasian Studies, Ambassador Steven Sestanovich. And last, but definitely not least, former US Ambassador to Ukraine, Distinguished Fellow at the Atlantic Council, Ambassador Bill Taylor. Thank you, everyone. So we got applause for participation, I guess. Now we can do anything. We are lucky to have Robert Paduchik here, so I will kick off this conversation with the Republican point of view. After all, explain, what is America First?
Thank you. America First is something that I think many people have their own ideas on. A lot of people look at it as something that's just a construct of President Trump and his campaigns, when really it was President Trump campaigning and speaking to something bigger that was out there among the American public. Remember, he's been elected president twice, and the last time he was elected, he received 77 million votes, the popular vote in our electoral college process, which is something that's very unique. It's something a Republican hasn't done for over 20 years. And so I think that when you think about America First, you need to understand it's part of the American ethos. It's out there. It's an important part of where American citizens are, or at least the majority of American citizens. So let me try to frame it in a way maybe that some of you can understand and maybe some of you don't agree with. I think that America First is the same as Ukraina ponad usa. And that means Ukraine above all. And there's nothing wrong with taking pride in your nation and in pride in your heritage and keeping those values and keeping those things dear. And so as we go through this, the challenges of trying to keep a coalition together and fight against Russian aggression, it's important that we try to do things that are constructive for the Ukrainian people and to set aside the politics and things that should not have a place in fighting this illegal aggression. And so I would also offer that maybe it's not helpful for us to, attack American elected officials. And it's probably not also helpful to come up and talk about America's responsibility under the Budapest Memorandum and not acknowledge the fact that your own country has a responsibility under the Budapest Memorandum. The bottom line is here, we're all here to talk about what we can do to keep the Ukrainian people free and to make them safe. And we should look at ways to do that and set the politics, whether they be domestic or international, aside.
Thank you. I want to ask the same question to somebody who has represented United States, its interests and policies in this country and elsewhere. Ambassador Pfeiffer, what is America First and what is at risk here?
Well, I think Bob has done a very good job of describing the American First approach. And I think a big factor in that, why that America First has gained maybe greater traction is the perception, which I think has a basis in reality, that over the last decades, the United States has borne a greater share of responsibility for security in the transatlantic region, and that Europe has not done its share. I think there was a big change, though, made last summer, where President Trump succeeded in persuading NATO leaders to adopt a target of 3.5% of gross domestic product for defense, replacing the previous target of 2%. But I worry that America First may be moving beyond that. In the case of Ukraine, it looks like America First means perhaps taking a huge step back from Ukraine and not continuing the kind of support that we saw up until January of 2025. I worry about some of the comments that the President has made, which suggest that he is considering American withdrawal from NATO. That, to my mind, would be a profoundly huge mistake. A United States that withdraws from NATO is going to produce a Europe that is less stable and less secure, and that is not in the American interest. Moreover, a United States that largely leaves the job of deterring Russia to Europe is likely not to find the Europeans being particularly helpful when the United States seeks their assistance in dealing with the challenges posed by a rising China. So I think that there are real risks if America First moves towards the direction of America alone, which I think would undermine American security, American power, and American influence. So I very much hope that President Trump will look back to his victory of last summer, embrace that win, which has then a NATO with a stronger European contribution, much more prepared, first of all, to deter Russian aggression, but I think also much better prepared to assist Ukraine, which right now is providing the first line of that defense against Russia.
Thank you, Ambassador. And we are delighted to have here a European voice, NATO member country, Deputy Defense Minister of Lithuania. How do you view this, America First? Can it be credibly pursued without interpreting it as America alone? From where you stand, where you sit?
Thank you very much. I think that as we see, first of all, that the transatlantic bond is critical for our national security and defense. As we're reading the America First, we see that there is a kind of a priorities who is set by the U.S. administration, and those are more or less are focused on the geopolitical context. We see how much in the last 3 years there is China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea is approaching to each other and supporting, and especially we see here in Ukraine how those axes are connecting, and this is a huge concern. I think that, of course, this is the interest on this to be, the still America First is not meaning the alone. I think that it means that it's also talking about the shared commitment. It's talking about the burden sharing, which we are very much supporting, and we much agreed on the Hague, on the 5%. We as a Lithuania actually leading the European commitment of NATO countries. This year, record number budget, 5.38% of GDP directly to just to the defense matters, not for the dual use. And of course, when we see America First is the bigger role. So nevertheless, it is probably hard to imagine to having America alone, because America needs Europe, and needs Europe because if you wanted to projectile the power, if you wanted to have a nuclear deterrence and umbrella, if you want to have a military presence, you have to have European here. So I would say that we don't criticize, we lead by example, and since 2014, Lithuania increased national budget by 10 times, as I mentioned, more than 5% for the next 3 to 5 years to strengthen our defenses. And this is, of course, about also the priorities, which is right now is important.
Is it safe to say you are not worried that America First might turn into America alone?
I don't believe that it will turn to the America alone. Anyway, there is so many things, which is probably one, what we see not on the media, but what is actually on reality, on plans, on NATO, U.S. contribution to the defense plans, U.S. contributions to the nuclear deterrence, U.S. contributions to the operations, the presence in the States and Lithuania. We have 2 U.S. battalions present. So I think that there is many things on the practical level, on operational level, which are not seems as it seems like from the very first look.
So actions over true social posts, you say. Ambassador Herbst, is America First a rejection of values-based foreign policy, or is it simply a more explicit hierarchy of interests?
I think there is a small strain in the America First movement, which is based overwhelmingly on, you might say, national interest, but only a small strain. You've seen a values dimension in America First, which I think makes sense, but which flies in the face of, I would say, liberal elites both in the United States and in Europe. And you saw that in criticism from J.D. Vance at Munich over a year ago. And I understand why there was unhappiness about some of the things he said. I also think it's unquestionable that censorship was practiced both in the United States and in Europe relating to religious issues, relating to COVID, relating to global warming, relating to the New York Post story on the Hunter Biden laptop, which flies in the face of democratic and liberal, small L liberal practices. So there's a values component. And I believe that America has both strong national interests and strong value interests in maintaining the international liberal order that we and our allies and our partners created at the end of World War II. That interest is not completely understood amongst some members, very influential members of America First, because they saw us overextend in a not very intelligent way in the greater Middle East. And they analogized that to the very sensible commitment we made to Europe via NATO at the end of World War II. And the odd thing there is that people who call themselves realists simply said our intervention, our support for Ukraine after Russia's invasion of 2014 and then the big invasion of 2022 was like our engagement with American forces in the greater Middle East, when we haven't lost one American soldier or airman or sailor in Europe helping Ukraine. And of course, Ukraine's ability to conduct a war competently vastly exceeded the ability of our partners in the greater Middle East over the past 20 years. Now, anyone who thinks that's realism is not very smart. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go with next question to Ambassador Sestanovich. It's okay. We speak about values. Can the rules-based international order survive if its chief architect becomes more transactional?
Can I say a word about what America alone means?
Sure.
That is not Donald Trump's slogan. That is a criticism of Donald Trump that is very effective in the United States. It accuses the president of squandering America's leadership role, of losing allies, of weakening the United States. So it's important when you try to understand what America First means to understand its origins politically. The president ran on a program of combating immigration and being tougher on trade. He did not really run against American allies. To the contrary, his party remains strongly committed to NATO. Public opinion shows that Americans support a broad global alliance system, and the president has his personal obsessions, but they're not widely shared. And I think it's important not to treat his obsessions as strongly based politically. Now, you said, can the rules-based system exist? Survive. If the, its leading
if the chief architect retreats.
Chief architect abandons it. Well, maybe not, but it certainly will be weakened. The question for the United States is whether it wants to rally to the slogan of the rules-based international order, which is not a very popular slogan. It sounds like a second-grade teacher trying to get the students to obey when they're eager to do what they want. But if you talk about the strength and effectiveness of a Western bloc, That's popular in the United States. You don't run in the United States for office by saying, I am the champion of international law. You say, I am the champion of American interests. And when you go to international conferences, you occasionally use the term rules-based international order, you hope that the reporters will not actually pick up that term and use it in their stories back home. Because there is still a strong popular base for American leadership, but it has to be described in the right way. Donald Trump found a way to challenge some of those things, but he didn't do it directly, and he didn't say, I'm trying to weaken the United States.
You mentioned Republican Party, and you said President's Party, and I want to follow up with a quick question. His party is not a homogeneous party. Is everyone in Republican Party on the same page?
Well, since you are based in Washington as a journalist, you know that that's not the case. You know that members of Congress have been turning against the president. Some of the people who were some of his strongest supporters have been denouncing him because they say, what is he trying to do? There's a great fragmentation on foreign policy views within the Republican Party, much more so than in the Democratic Party. And they're worried about the way in which this outlook is going to translate into electoral results. They're worried that this is leading to a defeat in November. So people, is the Republican Party homogeneous? No, except in one way. They want to win elections. They're becoming nervous that what the president stands for is undermining their chances in the elections.
Me and you could sit here for another hour and have this one-on-one interview. I see it could have been fascinating, but I'm sorry, we have to cut it over there. Laura, question to you. Very often in America, Ukraine is described as a burden-sharing issue. What does a fair distribution actually look like in a wartime?
Okay, well, I'm going to start off with a little bit of a lexicon correction because that's one of my triggering terms, burden sharing. And I think, a lot of folks have talked about how under this administration, we've moved actually from burden sharing to burden shifting, which is an even more extreme term. But I really want us to stop using this term. I think that the appropriate terminology relates to investment. This is about investment in our security, in US national security, in European countries' security. So it's shared investment. It's not, I'm not even going to say the word. So I think that's very important to start off with. When you look at Americans on this question, you first have to ask, well, do they want to even provide assistance to Ukraine? How do they feel about US security assistance to Ukraine? And the polls are actually quite clear on this, including in the past year. The majority of Americans want to support Ukraine by providing US weapons and equipment. So this is very clear, it's a majority. Then you get to the equitable piece. Well, what does that mean? And there's less polling on this, but when you peel back the surface, the answer you tend to get is, well, we want Europe to do as much or more than the United States. Okay, so I have some good news and some bad news. The good news is we're already there. If you look at before this administration stopped U.S. security assistance, new security assistance to Ukraine, at the end of 2024, you basically had roughly equal investments in Ukraine security assistance from the U.S. and Europe, upwards of $60 billion for each. And if you look at economic assistance, there Europe actually beat the United States and had more investment. If you look at it as a percentage percentage of GDP, the US was like 13 or 14 in the number of countries in rank in terms of investment in Ukraine. So we had at least a dozen European countries that were investing more as a percentage of GDP. So this is great. What's the bad news? Okay, the bad news is that most Americans don't know this. Most Americans don't have much visibility on what Europe is actually doing to support Ukraine. In US media, it tends to talk about, bad things that Russia did, good things that the Ukrainian armed forces are doing and that the Ukrainian people are doing, and things that the United States is doing. So there's not a lot of visibility there. And when you add the NATO investment issue to the mix, we were just talking about this, the additional 5% pledge now. This even confuses matters further because we know that NATO countries have made great strides in their investments just in the past couple of years. But now the goalpost has moved, and it's very hard to communicate easily the complexity of these pledges and how they don't just happen overnight. So I believe that there's an expectation in America that, okay, 5% means next summit rolls around, everybody's at 5%. And we all know that it's more complex than that.
And very, very oftentimes we hear about, you don't like the burden sharing term, I get it, noted. But we hear that Europe must step up. It's happening in Europe, so why are we paying this much time? Ambassador Taylor, are we overestimating Europe's political willingness to act without the United States?
No, Nana, we're not. I mean, we've heard for the last 2 days what the Europeans are doing. And why are they doing that? Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine. And what's the second reason they're doing it? Because, as Laura just said, Donald Trump has reduced the assistance to Ukraine. Those two things have prompted the Europeans to step up. Europeans understand much better than the Americans the threat from Russia. That said, most Americans understand the threat from Russia, not as well as the Europeans because they're closer, but most Americans understand that Russia is a big threat. Not all of this administration understands that the Russians are the threat, and there's some confusion on that. But the Europeans have stepped up. And we've talked about it over the $106 billion to be supplemented by, well, I don't know, another $117 billion coming out of the European budget over the next. Ukraine is in good shape financially now until 2029. We've talked about the coalition of the willing, not just in the Gulf, but coalition of the willing that the Brits and the French, two nuclear powers, are considering putting in Ukraine on the ground. Forces, armed forces on the ground in Ukraine. That's stepping up. The Europeans are actually doing things. So Admiral Barr made a very good point, and that is, he said that the Europeans and the Ukrainians need to do two things at the same time. They need to boost their possibilities, boost their capabilities, put more resources into their own defense, their own capabilities, defense industrial base, which they are doing. But at the same time, they need to work with the Americans. The Americans have indicated that they may not be there all the time or for a long time, but they're there now, and they need to be. The Americans, we need to be there. And we need to work with the Europeans. So there's this notion of a European pillar in NATO. That can be the guidance.
Thank you. Ambassador Pfeiffer, what is the minimum level of U.S. commitment required to avoid emboldening Russia?
Actually, let me just make a comment on, then I'll get that question. First, Laura's right.
I'm sorry I failed you. Every question was criticized, but that's the world.
No.
I'll try better next time.
No, Laura's correct. I mean, polls consistently show that more than 60% of Americans want to see the United States providing military support to Ukraine. And I suspect that if there was a free vote taken in Congress, both the House and the Senate, there would be easy support for more military support for Ukraine, including with a lot of Republicans. However, one person disagrees. That's Donald Trump. And thus far, the Republicans in the Congress have not been prepared to challenge him. And thus far, since January of 2025, there has been no new U.S. military assistance to Ukraine. American assistance that's come to Ukraine on the military side has either been funded prior to January of 2025 or is being purchased by European countries to then transfer to Ukraine. So that's my comment on that. On your question, first of all, I think we can all agree an emboldened Vladimir Putin is a bad thing. Second, if we want to prevent Mr. Putin from being emboldened, the best thing that the West can do is provide support to Ukraine so that Putin is stopped and defeated here in this country. That is the way to keep Putin's further ambitions in check. Beyond that, though, I do worry about the question of minimum commitment and what that means. I do think that there is a very visible American presence still in Europe, about 100,000 American soldiers, sailors, and airmen. There are American nuclear weapons deployed in Europe, so you have that. But you also have, though, a president who, again, regularly talks about leaving NATO. And I worry about that because NATO's deterrence of Russia is based on creating in the minds of the Russians a belief that the risks and costs of attacking a NATO member far exceed any possible gains the Russians might hope to achieve. And with US military power committed to Europe, I think that that raises very high costs, very high risk in the Russian mind. But if you're sitting in the Kremlin now and you ask yourself, would Donald Trump send American forces to defend a NATO country? I think you're maybe thinking that answer is perhaps not. And to the extent that the Kremlin comes to believe that, their calculation of risks and costs changes in a way that makes Russian aggression more likely. And that worries me with Vladimir Putin because we've already seen, as in the case of his decision in February of 2022 to launch a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Putin is capable of making huge miscalculations.
And I have to move into domestic politics now because we have midterm elections coming up, and the question will go to Robert. Robert, how will this issue play into elections, into campaigns? Do you expect change in rhetorics? How will parties stand on this topic? How do you see it coming?
Since 2004, elections in the United States have been base elections. And what I mean by that is fighting against lower voter turnout. Parties try to motivate their voters and get them to show up on election day. And that is a challenging thing. And so, unfortunately, in terms of the issue of Ukraine, it's not outside the diaspora, of which I am a part of, it is not necessarily a motivating factor during election time. Now, that doesn't mean that it isn't important, but I think that the key issues in this election are going to be, first and foremost, the economy, which tend to decide elections most anywhere in any democracy or democratic republic, and that's an important factor here. And a lot of that is going to depend on what happens politically, not just politically, but in the global strategic order, the conflict in Iran, Venezuela, and other issues. So I think that is where the election is going to be decided. And there are a lot of people that have great predictions on the Republicans are going to lose everything or the Republicans might not. I will tell you one thing you can be certain of: the modern American elections, they're very, very difficult to predict. And I would tell you that we will have a better idea when we look at where the economy is in July, August, especially in August. And if the numbers are good, it will give the Republicans a fighting chance. If the numbers are bad, it's going to be a tough election year for my party.
With that, I want to segue to Ambassador Herbst. One issue driving economy now is, safe to say, oil prices, which is mostly defined by the situation in the Middle East now. How does United States action in Iran fit into America First policy? If America First was about less involvement abroad, aren't we more involved now with Iran?
There's no question that the administration's decision on Iran has proved controversial in Republican circles, albeit among a tiny slice, 5%, 10%. Loud voices like Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, but an overwhelming majority of Republicans and Trump Republicans, MAGA Republicans, support the action in Iran. But the loud voices do not, and there is some resonance to those voices. But Bob already talked about the political impact of that war on the administration's political strength in the United States. If in 3 months the war is still ongoing and oil prices are at that point probably a good bit higher than they are today, that's trouble for the administration in our midterm elections. So that will be more important than anything else. But there's one more point I can't not mention. I said in answer to your first question, there's a not very realist strain criticizing in the Republican Party, criticizing the support the United States provided to Ukraine, especially since the big invasion, but even before. Because they analogize that with our overly, let's say, our amateurish approach, whether it was in Afghanistan or Iraq, or for that matter, Libya and Syria, the Middle East. But there are some quote-unquote realists highly critical of America's intervention in Ukraine, who are full bore in support of Trump's intervention in Iran. And I will deal with them at some point in the not-too-distant future.
We'll be counting on you. Deputy Minister, when you watch the news, when you watch international news, current events in the States, and you see contradicting statements, 10 Truth Social posts a day, what are the signals you're listening to, and what are the statements that have influence on the decision-making process in Kyiv, in Warsaw, in your country?
Yeah, I think that first of all, you look in the situation where you are and where you know the NATO are. And I think that the first thing, you know, the threat. And Russia is an existential threat for the NATO, for Lithuania, and even the war in Ukraine is right now is on the 5th year. So the Baltic region having the, you know, the full pocket of the gray hybrid activities from the Russia by, you know, actively doing activities on the informational domain, propaganda, cyber, critical infrastructure, jamming the satellites, intercepting into the civil aviation. So first of all, you look where you are and what threats you are facing. Secondly, you look what actually was the big political purpose of the Putin. It was to, you know, to broke the unity, to broke the cohesion. And I think that this is also, you have to take into consideration, you know, how you perceive the messages or how you understand and how you should react. And lastly, I think that we should also take into account the dependencies or the gaps we have. And those gaps are very critical, which is not, will be missed by the Russia. If we will talk that, you know, we will shift, you know, we have a transit period, and Europe will develop those strategic capabilities or those dependencies, what we have right now. And we understand that the United States is right now, is no secret, is providing those long-range and other very specific capabilities, which is NATO is right now required, the industry capacities, which is what the United States is having. So I think taking all into account, your decisions and your position and your decision-making has to be anyway balanced by understanding how much it is important for you and for the future.
So on any given day when you are watching international news and you see statements like Vice President saying he's proudest of cutting aid to US, or President saying NATO is an obsolete organization, do you say, oh, this is for domestic audience, this doesn't apply to us, or how do you filter those?
No, definitely. This is having the wave on the political level, how we are actually understanding and perceiving those messages. But from the, you know, my field, from the Minister of Defense, from the people who is working on the defense field, and working with the NATO, working with the operational and the military side. So we see the situation, as I mentioned before, a little bit differently. We don't have any signals in the recent year that there is some changes which will affect, the presence of the United States in Lithuania. Since 2019, we have a permanent rotation of the 2 US battalions. We have HIMARS training in our soil. We keep the United States readiness and providing the luxuries host nation support for them. Even B-52 is training on our training areas. So yeah, you can take into the consideration, but think what you say.
So this is how we're viewed in Lithuania, but how are our adversaries in Moscow, Beijing, Tehran, elsewhere interpreting America First? Laura.
Okay, well, first, I have to say we have to assume a fair amount of mirror imaging, and that for years and years and years, we've heard messaging, especially out of Moscow, but also Beijing, and especially to the global south, about the hypocrisy of U.S. foreign policy, about the U.S. as an imperialist nation that acts, according to international law only when it suits us. So this shift in policy emphasis, and really it's about the shift in actions as well, Venezuela, Iran, neither of which were with a coalition of allies. This has kind of played into our adversaries' sense that the United States is a superpower that seeks to maintain its status and seeks to intervene when it is useful to U.S. interests, but not as part of a collaborative coalition or rules-based framework. So I think they're interpreting it in a way that has some continuity with what they've perceived as U.S. policy, because certainly there have been many objections to U.S. interventions over the years, but they're adding this twist, and it really dovetails well with the last panel that discussed, the change in how international law is addressed in the current administration's policies.
Ambassador Taylor, talking to Financial Times today, Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk said, the biggest and most important question is if the United States is ready to be as loyal as it is described in NATO treaties. Is it?
I think we have to count on the United States being loyal to its commitments. I think that has to be the assumption. It's certainly my assumption that if challenged, NATO would respond and the United States would be there as well. I've heard people in the previous panel question that. And it's understandable, that kind of questioning. But for the reasons that Ambassador Pfeiffer talked about earlier, this is the basis of deterrence. And I think when push comes to shove, we will be there.
Thank you. In another news, President Zelensky arrived in Saudi Arabia today, and this is his second visit in less than a month. Ambassador Sestanovich, do you think Ukraine, in this case, is looking out for alternatives, for new allies elsewhere?
If I could say something about the Ukrainian approach to dealing with Trump, I think this fits in very well with it. Because Zelensky and his colleagues have had a dual strategy for dealing with Trump. One is say thank you, thank you, thank you as often as possible. And the second thing is to say, now let's bargain. And now let's talk about the fine print of the minerals agreement, for example, or anything else you want to talk about. What Zelensky is doing in the Middle East is obviously finding other supporters, but he's also showing the president that, I actually have some cards. You made a famous comment about how I had no cards, and you got a lot of coverage, and a lot of people laughed at me because you said that. But actually, what Zelensky is trying to do is show, I am not somebody who just says thank you, thank you, thank you. I am somebody you have to take seriously. And that, I think, has been a rather effective message. I'm not sure whether he's going to be able to cut any particular deals, but he's showing himself to be somebody who has cards, can advance his interests, and gets Trump's attention in that way.
Thank you. Ambassador Pfeiffer, according to Washington Post reporting today, United States is considering inviting Russia to J20 summit in December in Miami. Does this mean to you that Russia is back to the guest list to all the parties, like global parties, cool people parties?
Oh, that's, I guess in a way, not a surprise, given the way that President Trump has reached out to President Putin over the last 15 months. And remember, in Alaska when they met, that was the first time, I think, since 2022, when a major Western leader has met face-to-face with Putin. So in that sense, I don't think this is a surprise. Now, I'm not sure Mr. Putin will accept the invitation. And if he does, it's going to be very interesting seeing the reaction of the other attendees, which will include major European leaders who thus far have maintained the boycott on direct meetings with Mr. Putin.
Robert, I will cite one more article. In The Atlantic, a couple days ago, there was an opinion piece by the professor from the St. Andrews University saying Ukraine has finally given up on Trump. Is it how you see it? Has Ukraine given up on Trump?
Well, I don't believe that's the case at all. I've met with some incredible people the past several days, and during those meetings and those conversations, I'm leaving here more positive than when I arrived. And so I would find that impossible to believe, like many things I hear in the Western press. It's something that just is not indicative between the soldiers, the appointed officials, the elected officials that I've talked to the past couple of days. So no, I don't believe that's true.
Are you referring to my article?
No, I would name you, no.
Because I had an
No, it was O'Brien's article.
Okay.
No. I would give you all the credit. I'm looking at the clock, which is like showing me red digits, so my job very often, every day, includes cutting stuff into shorter pieces at the TV station. So I want to apply this here now. Let's take 30 seconds, and this question goes to all of you. What's next, moving forward? Can America come back as a leader?
Well, here, I'll give you a motto that used to apply to something else that I think should apply to our policy moving forward, and it's build back better. When you look at Europe and the US relationship with Europe, we need to build back. The better is actually the defense investment that we're seeing from Europe. I mean, that's the better. But also, Ukraine defense industry and the strength of the Ukrainian armed forces and what they are going to offer to international security. But we need to preserve these relationships and ties that have served us so well in the past.
Ambassador Herbst?
2 points. First, I believe that at the end of the day, it will be very difficult for Trump to do anything other but promote a peace which will enable Ukraine to survive securely, point one. Point two, yes, we have shaken the foundations of NATO, and I say that with great sadness. But in the process, it's certainly true that some people in Team Trump recognize the importance of alliances to our own ability to project power. For example, the use of airspace and bases of our NATO allies.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
So I would say that we need strong Europe and we need a strong United States. And we don't have to implement Putin's dream to break the cohesion and unity of NATO.
Robert?
I think a stronger Europe, a stronger Ukraine, and a more engaged United States is a good thing, and I think that's where we'll find ourselves.
Thank you. Ambassador Pfeiffer?
I hope the United States can come back. I think it's possible, but I think it's also going to take a lot of work. I think recent years have really undermined decades of trust and confidence that were established in the transatlantic relationship. And I'm also just mindful of one last thing. In 2021, a German diplomat told me at one point, this is like 2 or 3 months into the Biden administration. He said, you know, President Biden has done a lot that we think is good to restore transatlantic relations after the previous administration. He said, but how do we know the American electorate won't bring him or someone like that back? And I think it's important for Europeans to recognize that America is a democracy, and it's not just the views of the elites of the government, but it also is going to depend a lot on what the American people want.
Thank you. Ambassador Sestanovich? I understand. I understand you don't like the question, but
I'm sorry to say that I think more damage to the Western alliance is probably ahead, because it seems to be built into this administration. I think the next administration is likely to be interested in rejoining some kind of Western bloc, and the question will be what the state of that bloc is at that time, and incidentally, what European attitudes are toward having the United States back.
thank you. And Ambassador Taylor.
The American people support our support to Ukraine. The American people also support a stronger position, a stance by the United States in the world. And I think that will allow us to earn back the support of the rest of the world, including here in Europe.
I have rarely seen panels so obedient to the rules and keeping it to time limits. Thank you very much. Thank you for the fascinating discussion. Thank you.
Адмірал Роб Бауер, голова військового комітету НАТО у 2021-2025 роках. Один із ключових військових стратегів сучасності. Людина, яка формувала відповідь Альянсу на нову епоху загроз. Роб Бауер – видатний друг України. Його книга у співавторстві з Елеонорою Рассел «Хочеш миру? Готуйся до війни» з'являється у момент, коли війна змінила сам хід історії. Елеонора Рассел – один із визначальних голосів стратегічної комунікації НАТО. Це книга про силу, яка стримує агресію. Книга Роба Бауера та Елеонори Рассел присвячена українському народові.
Welcome to the concluding event of the Kyiv Security Forum. If you want peace, prepare for war. And to explain all, Admiral Rob Bauer and Eleonora Russell.
Ladies and gentlemen, during this conference, we have discussed many crucial questions. For example, we have discussed whether the democratic world is prepared to uphold the principle of solidarity, how we should balance immediate battlefield needs with the long-term defense planning and institutional frameworks. We also discussed how we can protect and advance Ukraine's democratic reforms under pressure and offer lessons for other countries where corruption is used as a tool of influence and destabilization. We discussed what kind of world we are prepared to face if darkness prevails, and whether moral courage and solidarity can help restore hope and open a path towards a just peace? Our answer to the last question is a resounding yes.
We should never lose sight of the light that exists as well. We should never let ourselves be tempted to give up on hope. Now, hope has nothing to do with naive optimism or with any form of assurance of what the future will hold. Hope is about doing the right thing, fighting for what you know to be true and just. It is about recognizing that you have the power to make choices, choices between what the world looks like and what you want the world to look like. Hope is an act of courage.
Now, hope is found in the people of Ukraine. This morning we spoke to the people who run the Children of Heroes Foundation. And they explained to us how they support children who have lost one or both their parents in the war. Out of the 16,000 children they now look after, there is one story we would like to share with you today. And that is the story of Irinka.
Irinka was 6 years old when her father passed away at the front in 2022. And as heartbroken as she was, she thought, what can I do? What can I do to help my father's unit who is still fighting?
So she started selling headbands made of flowers. And she sold so much that she was able to supply her father's unit with rocket launchers, drones, and even armored vehicles.
Over the past few years, we have gone around Allied capitals with the message that the alliance needs to prepare for war. And that is, of course, a very, very difficult message. And one of the most difficult things about it is that in allied nations, people very often have sort of a lack of confidence in their ability to overcome extreme adversity. And our response to that is, if Irinka, a girl who is 6 years old, who has just lost her father, God knows what her mother must be feeling at that moment, who is going through a war. If Irinka can do that, then why do people in allied nations somehow feel that they have nothing to offer in a war?
So Eleanor and I wrote a book together which is called If You Want Peace, Prepare for War. And the objective of the book is to better prepare allied nations for war so that we minimize the chance of actually being attacked. Now, in the book, we share 7 lessons in deterrence. And the most important one is that we need to fight for the we in a world of me. In this highly contested, divided, ever more aggressive world with such a strong focus on individualism, there is no message more important than the need to fight for the we. If you can show the world that you are part of something bigger, that you are willing to put yourself at the service of the group, you will be less prone to being attacked. And should you then still be attacked, it is your sense of we that will help you through the darkest of times.
Nowhere is that more visible than in Ukraine, and that is why we are so deeply honored that there is now a Ukrainian translation of our book, which was made possible by the wonderful team at Nash Format. It is a deeply emotional experience to have a book come out in a nation to whom we all owe so much and in a language that is being fought for with blood, toil, tears, and sweat. And who, despite the fact that their factory was bombed, Nash Format, were able to bring out the book in time. Just like Ukraine continues to deliver no matter what happens.
So Ukrainian courage is contagious. Getting to know and working with Ukraine is a privilege. I would like to call to the stage 2 people who have been instrumental in bringing us all here together for this landmark conference and who have helped us tremendously in bringing the book to Ukraine. First, my dear friend, Mr. Arseny Yatsenyuk and Ms. Ramina Shut, who probably doesn't want to be here, but we would be honored if she did it anyway. So I'm gonna stand in between you. What we're gonna do is we're gonna present the first 2 books to the 2 of them, and it is an immense honor to be able to do that, Arseny and Ramina. And so here you are. This is number 1 and number 2 of the books.
Now, the overarching question, oh yeah, sorry. The overarching question of this conference was, darkness or dawn, is there light ahead? And I think not only is there light ahead, there is also light within us, and that light will carry us through. We have put together, before we round off, a short video that encapsulates that light and that shows you what people are capable of if the worst happens, as long as they fight for the we.
Now, if there is one message that we hope people take away from this conference and from our book is Voi ne sami. You are not alone. And there's no doubt in my mind that Ukraine has what it takes to overcome, and that light will triumph over darkness. Slava Ukraini.
To those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The misery that is now upon us is but the passing of greed, the bitterness of men who fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass, and dictators die, and the power they took from the people will return to the people. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines, you are not cattle, you are men. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Let us use that power. Let us all unite. And we'll rise over love, over hate. Through the science skies, it's fast becoming our mind. Over fear, into freedom, into freedom, from which we'll rise. Over love, over hate. Through the science sky, the space becoming all might. Over fear, and into freedom. Silent sky that's bursting coming on mine. Over fear and the freedom, freedom, freedom.
Very powerful moment to almost end the Kiev Security Forum with. Thank you, Admiral Bauer. Thank you, Eleonora. Thank you. Just enough time now for a note of thanks. So let me introduce onto the stage the director of the Arseny Yatsenyuk Open Ukraine Foundation, Ramina Shute.
And gentlemen, dear friends, we are closing the 18th Kiev Security Forum. And to be honest, I was thinking about my speech, and I've realized that there is nothing to close, because this is the 5th year of the full-scale invasion. 5th year. Not the first shock, not the first visit for many of you, a long war, a tide war. It doesn't end. And while we were here, it didn't stop. It never stops. Not at night, not during meetings, not for speeches, it goes on. And this is the reality we live in. which is why your presence here means differently now. Because you have seen this before. You know the sirens. You know the risk. But still you came. Not because it's new, but because it's not over. Admiral Bauer just reminded us, if you want peace, prepare for war. Ukraine has no choice. We are preparing every day. But still we have one question. Who stays when the war becomes routine? Because this is the most dangerous moment, when death becomes number, when destruction becomes routine, and when the world quietly moves on. We cannot afford that. We have already learned what silence costs. We have already learned what delay costs. Lives. So we keep speaking. We keep fighting. We keep holding on. Because for us, Ukraine is not a topic, not a crisis to manage. For us, Ukraine is our home. And when your home is under attack for nearly, no, not nearly, but 12 years, 5 of which is the full-scale invasion, you don't get used to it, you endure it. And if you ask me darkness or dawn, my answer will be darkness. Deep, heavy darkness. But look around this room. This is what refusing to give up looks like. Not the first visit for many of you, not the best moment, but as a decision to stand with Ukraine again and again. One day this war will end, and no one will remember perfect speeches, but everyone will have the same question. Who came back? Who didn't disappear? Who stayed when it became long and tiring and exhausting? So let me end with this. Ukraine is still standing. Ukraine is still fighting. Ukraine is still here. And tonight, so are you. So thank you. Thank you.